Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. Today we're going to talk about Sebastian Rogers, and we are also going to talk about Gabby Petito and Crystal McCrory Jones. So I hope you guys are ready for tonight, and I'm sorry for the hiatus. I just had to take some time off and just kind of gather some information because there's a lot coming out, and I just wanted to make sure that I was putting out good information instead of kind of running with things that might not be true, and then I'm saying it again like it is true, so that way I could say allegedly. Always allegedly in our opinions here, right? Good to see you, Denise. Julie, good to see you. Trishy, I have Hey Jude. Nice to see you, Hey Jude. Thank you for being here. I have couponing. I have Connie S. Let's see, Sherry. Good to see you, Sherry. And gosh, everybody's here. Well, great. It's so great to see all of you guys again. And I missed you guys all so much. You guys are all so smart. Hey, Rogue. Good to see you, Rogue. And it's just been a long couple days going over all this information. So, hey, Granny to 13, I did get a membership to Netflix, and I watched the Gabby Petito story because her family put it out this time. It's not a version of the story that maybe someone else told, kind of like what we do here. It's more or less from records, and it's very interesting, kind of the timeline that's given. And I just wanted to play a couple of clips. We'll just start with this first one before we get into Sebastian Rogers' case.
We drove by and the gentleman was slapping the girl.
He was slapping her?
Yes, and then we stopped. They ran up and down the
There were so many other people out there putting her story out there, and we wanted to make sure we could use our voices and say it in our way.
To the world, Gabby Petito was the center of a haunting true crime case. But to her loved ones, she was just Gabby.
This was an opportunity for Gabby to be seen as a person and not just the headline or the girl behind the social media account.
The 22-year-old from Long Island seemed to be living out her version of the perfect life, traveling the country with her new fiance, as documented on her YouTube channel.
Hello, and good morning.
She was easy in terms of just going with the flow. She was as easygoing as it could be. It was.
Kindness is contagious, and Gabby was contagious. That's who she was.
How their journey back in 2021 took such a dark turn, now coming into focus.
Gabby Petito never goes outside.
It's a case that captivated the internet.
Me and Brian just got up and got ready, made the bed in the tent.
An aspiring social media influencer suddenly vanishes, and soon after, her fiance disappears too. Then, about a week after being reported missing,
human remains were discovered, consistent with the description of Gabby Petito.
They told you first.
They said, we found remains consistent of your daughter. I remember I was crying, and I said, you have to be sure. I have to be sure if I'm making this phone call. They showed me pictures, and I confirmed it was our daughter.
Her fiance, Brian Laundrie, later admitting to the unspeakable crime. Today, Gabby's parents are piecing together the final weeks of her life. Gabby's mom, Nicole, and her husband, Jim, and Gabby's dad, Joe, and his wife, Tara, remembering Gabby's final moments.
And when they set out on that adventure, what did you say to her before she left? Do you remember?
Yeah, and I always say this because I was absolutely the luckiest one. I got to give her a hug goodbye, and it was the most amazing squeezy hug, and she was crying. And I said, "Why are you crying?" And she was like, "I don't know." And I just was like, maybe she's just so excited. I cherished that moment. That was the last time I had her in my arms.
The family bravely sharing the closest held memories of Gabby's life and the previously unknown details behind her horrific death in the new Netflix docuseries American Murder, Gabby Petito.
The happiest people on social media usually have the darkest skeletons in their closet.
Her parents now on a mission to raise awareness and change laws around domestic violence, releasing never-before-seen conversations between Gabby and Brian, including this text she sent him: "Don't try to control me because it only makes me mad. I love you so much, but it's the way you speak to me that hurts me the most." They also found a letter Gabby wrote, giving them a glimpse into what was really going on in that relationship.
Brian, you know how much I love you. Just please stop crying and stop calling me names. You in pain is killing me.
But at the time, her family says they didn't know the two were having any problems.
Were there any red flags that this was coming? Anything that you didn't notice that you feel like?
Yes, there were, but we didn't notice them at the time. Just growing up, you know, there was the age-old, you don't beat your partner, you're not an abuser type of scenario. And that's just not the case when it comes to domestic violence. And knowing what we know now, we see that progression that happened. Alienation of friends and family. Isolation from jobs.
Brian's stretching, doing some morning yoga.
Gabby and Brian were part of the so-called van life trend of social influencers, driving across the country, documenting their road trip on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram.
We are right outside Capitol Reef right now in a free dispersed camp spot.
They left New York July 2nd, their social media accounts soon filling up with pictures and videos of their travels over the following weeks.
I looked at Brian and I said, "You better take good care of her, keep her safe." And he was like, "I will."
For a while, Gabby and Brian's trip seemed to be going well, but newly uncovered video featured in the documentary seemed to show tension growing between the couple.
We have this nice big open floor for you to keep your dirty feet.
Behind the scenes, Gabby and Brian would get into arguments.
Okay, no, turn it back.
At some point, did she seem like maybe the thing with her and Brian wasn't working out on this trip?
Well, there was the incident in Moab.
Yeah, that day was a pivotal moment in that relationship.
Okay, guys. So yes, Sherry Harper, I do hope we have answers soon. Yes, for Sebastian and for Seth. Yes, I do. And even for Katie, the mom. It's good to see all you guys. I'm making sure I got everybody. I thought I saw some new people in here. Welcome in, everyone. Butter Biscuit, good to see you. NHGG, good to see you. Let's see. We got Mama Cedar Street, Tinks. Good to see you guys. Thanks for coming in. Thank you for everything you're saying about Gabby. I just kind of popped him up there. She was such a beautiful young lady. And, you know, this the most shocking bit, I guess, I didn't know, but the only video she really posted from her van life journey was the YouTube video that we all saw. So she worked so hard and was only able to post, hey Starflower, Hope Floats, good to see you. Hey Cece, blessed, welcome in, guys. So she only got to post that one video on YouTube. And it just broke my heart to know that, because I think she would have been, you know, fantastic. But I think that one video was something like 7 million views or something like that. So I think that is so cool. I really do. I think that's awesome. And there was a lot in the documentary. I kind of wanted to make like a little like a mockumentary. I mean, basically they went over, you know, Gabby's birthday, when she was born, kind of her parents that were together for about 6 months. They got together when they were very, very young, but they split amicably, and they took care of Gabby because she was the most important to them. And I think we see that just with the way they handled her being missing, not knowing where she was. And then, of course, it was a joint effort. It was co-parenting, like at its best. Anything that you would really hope for if a tragedy like that struck. And they did. They came together. They lived together, which, I mean, obviously, you know, you guys know a lot. Hey, Forrest, you guys know a lot about my past, probably too much, but I would probably not go that route. But they did. And I think that was very mentionable, how they handled it. We learn in the documentary that basically Gabby met Brian through some friends, mutual friends. He was older and they were hanging out with older guys, a little bit older than themselves. Hey, it's me, Jen. Good to see you. And so, you know, they were hanging out with the older crowd kind of guys. But either way, in Long Island, they met. They were actually at a deli and they kind of spotted each other, or he spotted her, pulled over, and you know, that's how they got together. They were dating about 9 months before they went on this van life journey, and then it ended in just the worst way possible, in my opinion. Obviously, both are not here anymore. But yeah, they were high school friends, Starflower. So like they knew of each other from school. They had mutual friends. Hey, Poppy Love. And yeah, they had mutual friends that's how they met. And but basically kind of reconnected that one day, really, I guess, noticing each other. He noticed that he liked her. There was another gal that he kind of had eyes for lack of a better way to say it. But either way, he did want to date that other girl, and then she kind of rejected him, and then he and Gabby got together. But they had all kind of known each other from school and things like that. But either way, these these stories kind of match up with kind of what we're talking about in the Crystal McCrory Jones case, because there was a lot of things that her family was noticing. A lot of, different ways of being mistreated. Sometimes it's not bruises, right? Sometimes it's verbal. It could be, not being there for the other person, and the other person is feeling really sad and you're not really there for them at all. It could be a lot of different things. That's kind of borderlines on, hey, Baba Rose, good to see you, Judy. Hey, Judy. So it kind of like borders on that kind of hateful side of things, right? Where maybe things aren't working out, maybe things aren't going to work out, and you just kind of got to part ways. Which, going back to what we were talking about earlier with the way that the Petitos handled it initially, it just wasn't working out for them, and they decided that it's the best thing for Gabby to stay together. Hey, Nanny Nut, good to see you. And so I'll play this next clip, and it's just going over, if anybody, or if you know someone, if it's you or you know someone, or you feel like you might have like a couple of these instances in your life, there is great resources at the Gabby Petito Foundation. And then I sent it out to you guys. I think I sent one to Star, and then I also sent, I need to find a spot where I can send you guys links. But I did send one to Hey Jude, and it's just the Gabby Petito Foundation. You can Google it too, and it'll just go over help, resources, things like that. There is always the National Center for Domestic Violence also, and I can read it off really quick before we go into it. Give me a second here. But it's they're good resources. Also, you can call or text, and you don't have to feel like you're bothering anybody or anything like that. It's anonymous. You can just call in and talk to somebody, and they'll tell you whether those are signs of ABUSE, or if it's just something that you're not getting along with somebody and maybe you need to work on your relationship a little bit, or reevaluate if you want to stay in the relationship. But the phone number is 800-799-7233, and you can text 88788, or you can just hit the chat button right here. Also, there's a website, so just really great resources available 24/7. And then also there is a direct help button on the Gabby Petito website as well. So, oh, I'm sorry, Judy. Oh my goodness. I just saw that. Oh, yeah, I know it. The pain can bite dust, right? You're such a strong lady, Judy. She says it can bite dust. Hey, Crafting and True Crime, good to see you. Thank you, Hey Jude, for posting that link for Gabby. Yeah, and so, and her story has helped so many people, as they said in the news interview. I think it was Jim, her stepdad, said it, and he's like, people come to them all the time and say, hey, the story has helped me, and so it's fantastic. It really is. And then
we drove by and the gentleman was slapping the girl.
He was slapping her?
Yes, and then we stopped. They ran up and down the sidewalk. He proceeded to hit her, hopped in the car, and they drove off.
On August 12, 2021, a random stranger calling 911 after seeing Gabby and Brian fighting. Police in Moab, Utah pulled the couple over near the entrance to Arches National Park.
What's going on? How come you're crying?
I'm sorry, we've just been fighting this morning. Some personal issues.
The officers talking to Brian and Gabby separately.
If you wanted to be with her again tomorrow.
Yeah, take your radio.
Did you get hit in the face? Kind of looks like something like hitting you in the face. How far do you want to go with this?
It's interesting watching it, the whole of that video, because you hear that discussion between the officers.
Yeah. And what does he say at the end?
You know why the domestic assault code is there? It's there to protect people, especially the reason why they don't give us discretion on these things is because too many times women who are at risk want to go back to their abuser. They just wanted him to stop, and they don't want to have to be separated. They don't want him charged. They don't want him to go to jail. And then they end up getting worse and worse treatment, and then they end up getting killed.
He predicted the outcome.
Weeks later, Gabby goes silent. Her parents now revealing their private text at that time to Brian and his family.
I said, hey, have you heard from the kids? I'm concerned about them. I haven't heard from them in a while. That went through, no response. A couple hours later, I said, I hope I have the right number.
10 days go by. No calls, texts, or social media posts from Gabby. Her parents report her as a missing person.
Ever-expanding search for Gabby Petito. Tonight, her boyfriend is now a person of interest, but he's not talking. The new pleas for him to share what he knows.
Unbeknownst to Gabby's mother, authorities say Brian had driven Gabby's van back to Florida alone. That day they reported her missing. Police body camera shows law enforcement trying to speak with Brian's parents.
When was the last time that you saw Brian and Gabriel?
Well, Brian is here.
Brian is here?
Yeah, and that's all I'm saying.
The search intensifying when a couple remembered they had seen a white van in the Teton National Forest in Wyoming. Police, who had been searching the entire area, were able to pinpoint within 1,000 feet where Gabby's remains were.
They came in and they said, we found remains consistent of your daughter. I remember I was crying, and I said, you have to be sure. Like, I have to be sure if I'm making this phone call. And they did. They showed me pictures, and I confirmed it was our daughter.
I don't know how we did that.
That was the worst phone call of my life.
Gabby's death was ruled a homicide. Brian, now a person of interest. But when police showed up to his parents' house, they discover he isn't there. His parents saying he went on a hike and hasn't come home.
Gabby Petito's boyfriend has apparently disappeared himself.
Weeks into the search for Brian, a breakthrough.
Earlier today, investigators found what appears to be human remains, along with personal items, such as a backpack and notebook belonging to Brian Laundrie.
The FBI says Brian admitted to killing Gabby in this 8-page handwritten letter released by the Laundrie family attorney. But Brian claiming it was a mercy killing, that Gabby had fallen and was in pain, writing in part, I ended her life. I thought it was merciful, that it is what she wanted, but I see now all the mistakes I made. I panicked. I was in shock. The coroner's office later confirmed Gabby's cause of death as blunt force injuries to the head and neck with manual strangulation.
To the point that you guys found out that Brian had killed himself, were you focused on that next arrest, or was that just a total surprise to you?
No, I don't feel sorry for what he did to himself. I really don't. It's a choice he made.
You
took
didn't
our
want
daughter.
him to have a trial and have to sit in front of you guys?
I think a part of us feels like maybe it was a blessing.
We know that he murdered her. We don't know why. We don't need to know why.
He was a liar. Nothing he said in those stories were true. He was a coward to the day that he died. And his family has to know that he took the coward's way out and they raised a coward. I'd use other words, but it's TV and it's just not appropriate.
In the years since Gabby's murder, her family is now hoping her story can help other people too.
We get messages all the time from people saying, I didn't realize I was in a bad relationship or a potentially violent relationship until I saw her story. I saw it, I got help, and I safely got out. And if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be here today.
They've started the Gabby Petito Foundation in her memory with the goal of supporting organizations that work to locate missing persons and assist victims of domestic violence, and helping to enact change with the passage of the Gabby Petito Act in Florida, which helped reshape how law enforcement handles domestic violence investigations in the state.
Gabby is there every step of the way with us. Every time we go on a conference, we come here. She sends us more of those signs. So I know she's guiding us. I know she's with us, and I can feel her presence.
Hey, Chloe J, good to see you. Good to see you. Hey, Jude, you're so funny. Okay, guys, so, there were witnesses to what happened out in Moab, Utah. And, there, in my opinion, because I remember hearing, I couldn't find it, but there was another recording of someone calling it in. The other one that we heard just now, the gentleman was slapping the girl, and he goes over how they were kind of running around the vehicle and things like that. But I heard a separate phone call that also verified that there were people that saw this going on, and Gabby blamed herself, and Brian threw her under the bus, in my opinion. Red, White, and Bethune did a great job. I didn't realize there was a whole subculture of van lifers, but there is. And they look out for each other. Hey, Machete, good to see you. Kind of like we have in true crime, right? We have people that look out for one another. And I think that's fantastic. So they called it in. They actually were able to pinpoint her van and where she was located subsequently. And so that's how we can all work together. And I think that's a great thing. You know, I just want to urge anybody that's dealing with domestic violence to just make sure that you're thinking about the future and what could happen, because both of the cases that we're talking about tonight are ending in tragic results, right? When it comes to the DV spectrum, I guess we could call it. And we do have a lot to go over with Sebastian Rogers tonight, but I do want to save that for the end in case Jana comes in, because I know she goes to bed a little bit earlier, and I know she had a little bit of time, but still I don't want to mess with her schedule. So we're going to go ahead and go over the recorded call from the sheriff. It's not very long. It's just a few clips, but excuse me, from Penny DeShore, the DA for West Carroll Parish. And so she's over a couple of different, hey, Robini, good to see you. She's over a couple of different parishes in the area, or areas within the parish, I should say. But either way, she is an elected official. She was kind enough to meet with the family, although some of the things that she says might upset some of us. I know it did me. I've heard this call several times just leading up to playing it. And every time I listen to it, something different kind of pops into my head, thinking about how the family must have felt just dealing with all of the nonsense in this case. So with that being said, I will just pop up our other background too that I added in here. Oh, this one was funny though. I did want to pull this one up. This was in the documentary. I almost forgot about this, guys. So this is Gabby like looking at Brian like, you jerk, because he was, you know, obviously annoying the crap out of her. They were living in close proximity, right? So, you know, it is what it is. But I also thought this was cute because her little face right there is like, please get out of my face. But she was an absolutely strong woman, a very hard worker. And her content was beautiful. What they were putting out in terms of like the areas that they were visiting and things is just, I mean, breathtaking. Let me see here. I'm just going to switch this over really quick. And we'll do this for really quick. I should have probably had my purple on. I'm so used to having my green on that it didn't switch over. Okay, there we go. We got a good purple going here. That's bold. Okay. Awesome, guys. Hey, Star. Good to see you, Star. All right, let's see here. Okay, here we go. So we're going to start up here. And this lady's name is Pennywise DeShore, right? And she is a district attorney. And it gives the date and everything, too, for context.
Hello.
The district, yes, sir.
Yeah, we have a 1:30 meeting. We'll miss you. Okay.
And the last one on the right.
Thank you. Okay, thanks, sir. Ms. Ducere, pleasure to meet you.
It's nice to meet you. I was going to open this door.
Hi, I'm Jan. Jana.
Hi, Jan. How are you? Have a seat right here. Let me shut this door. Y'all excuse the mess.
That's great.
This is how So tell me again, Jana, have I talked to you on the phone?
I think you talked to me and I was trying to get in touch with Sheriff Matthews before, and we had the phone numbers mixed up. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And you had said somebody, I thought maybe somebody else was coming. Was it your wife or
We thought about bringing my mom, but she is kind of just, we're kind of here on her behalf as well. She's still very, very upset, and she's not in
the best health.
Yeah, she's not in the best health either.
Yeah, I think that was the right decision. Well, why don't y'all start by just telling me what your specific questions are, or do you want to just start by reading the autopsy and then talk to me?
Well, we've read the preliminary. What we'd really like to see
That's the autopsy.
is the toxicology findings.
It should be attached to that, if not. Are they on there? Flip to the next. Let me see. I can show you if we look.
Okay, there we go.
We've gotten that part.
We've got this.
So you.
They had the preliminary.
Oh, no, this is the autopsy report. So I don't know what you mean by preliminary. This is the final autopsy report.
Okay, well
This is done by Dr. Peretti.
right. We were under the impression that they were waiting on the toxicology to come back from the lab to show what drugs were in her system, because she had a bunch of medications that she was prescribed that should have been in her system.
Yeah, it's on there. I thought I printed it out. But I was thinking y'all had not seen that. Okay, let me see. Maybe I didn't.
Let me see that page on the scene. Make sure that's what we have.
Because I looked at it when I was on the phone with you the other day.
Yeah.
And you said you wanted to see the police report?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's see if autopsy is. I must have just printed out 2 copies.
Okay, guys, there's a lot
Anyway,
of
we
this
can get
like
another
kind of
copy of the
silence
police
and
report.
Penny getting her things together.
Not really. I'd rather y'all just look at that one because you're really not supposed to have it.
Okay. Okay, this is the left side.
I'll let you read through it first and I'll read through it.
Okay, the sheriff said they recovered the slug. The police report says that it wasn't recovered.
I think they recovered the slug from the bed. I don't know that they recovered the casing.
The shell casing was found a week later by the husband.
I don't think that was.
Okay, you're saying you can't give us a copy of this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Why? What is it?
Okay. Well, we have right here, Ms. Ducere, we have some serious concerns. It says Mr. Jones's timeline was tracked from 8 a.m. in the morning when he left his residence and did not return to the residence until being informed of his wife's death. We have cell phone records that put him at the scene. The sheriff says these things are irrelevant to the investigation, mind you. Tell me what your opinion is if they're relevant. Let me ask you if you think these are relevant.
I do not, after looking at the autopsy.
Video surveillance footage, ring camera system, cell phone location records that put him at the scene. The time of death is determined by the coroner on an official state death certificate.
No.
Protective orders and CPS reports.
Can I tell you how the time of death gets put on the autopsy report?
I've talked to a coroner. My wife is a nurse practitioner. She talks to doctors every day. She talks to a coroner every other day. When she has to have people admitted for suicide watch. We talked to a coroner. We know how it's determined.
They don't have an exact time of death.
The state death certificate lists 11 a.m.
Okay, guys, and I didn't want to show the entire death certificate. I just wanted to show you kind of pieces of it just to kind of show that it was a state sealed document stating that the time of death was at 11 a.m. that morning. Now, we kind of went over this a little bit, and obviously I'm not an expert or anything like that, but it is very difficult to determine a cause of death, right? It just is. Ah. Thank you. Hey, Jude. We love you too. Hey, The Path. Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh my goodness. Okay. I didn't know about that little guy. The Path. A boy was missing for 7 years, has just been found in Colorado. Never give up hope. Abdul Azuz Khan, I hope I said that right, is his name. His mother did it. She did not have custody. His father did. And she, and said he would never give up hope. Oh, that is wonderful, The Path. Thank you for sharing that. That is fantastic that he was found. But also, I'm sorry he didn't make it. We're gonna get into some things a little bit later on. But thank you for sharing that, and I'm glad that they were able to find him. Star says the DA truly has an unfortunate name. Yeah, absolutely. She does. She does. And, especially, for our channel, because we tease a lot over here. So you're welcome. Thank you for trusting me with your life. Oh, yes, Star. That was awesome. I was over there on Lil Red's channel. We dropped Lil Red's link earlier. Definitely go check her out. Hey, Unnamed True Crime Channel. Good to see you. Hey, Holly S. Good to see you. Good to see you. So yeah, Robini says The Path, I saw that, renews hope, prayers for him and his dad. Oh, that's so sweet, guys. So basically, we hear a lot of fumbling around from Miss Pennywise DeShear here. And the point of the meeting was a few things, in my opinion. Preliminary autopsy, right? They were looking over the preliminary autopsy. And the toxicology wasn't in there, and so that's why they were calling it a preliminary, because typically if you get the full autopsy report, the toxicology is in there. It does take a little bit longer to obtain a toxicology report because they have to send off the cultures and wait for the results to come in. So it's not something that they get back fairly, it's never really quickly that they get tox back. So usually you get the preliminary autopsy, which is performed pretty close to after TOD. In this case, though, we're looking at a very small window of time where the tox was done, and so was the autopsy. So pretty close in proximity. Also, the state has issued the TOD at 11 a.m. So that doesn't give us a whole lot of time from when Crystal was found in her bed that day, right? Because they were basically taking pictures around 5 p.m. that day. So very close to 5 p.m. that day. But I felt like Penny was a bit condescending to the family. I don't think that many of us have ever and some of us have, right? But I don't know how many of us really have gone through having to sit in a district attorney's office begging for their help. And so I would think she would give them a little bit of slack there. The meds should have been in her system. We're not going to go too far into that. As a matter of fact, I told Jana I might try to text her really quick and see. But the medications in her system, they wanted to make sure everything matched up, is basically why the family wanted this report. And they were very curious about it, and I don't blame them one bit. So, you know, I mean, it is what it is. There's so many reasons in this case, and if you all have followed this case with me, there's so many things that are just blatantly wrong in the reports, from, you know, the toxicology reports, the autopsy report. We also have the coroner's report. They're all many discrepancies within these reports, right? Undeniable. So they also go to bat for Tony really hard. I feel like there is a major conflict of interest here. And the reason I say that is because of the fact that Tony Jones is said to not have been aware of testing that was done and things like that. I found it an odd detail to add in, and almost kind of admitting guilt, in my opinion, because it says Tony Jones was not made aware of this. And it was like a disclaimer or something, as in he knew everything else. So it was a very odd statement, to say the least. And then also the shell casing not being found right away. This is brought up again, and these are valid points that the family's bringing up, and they're trying to basically make sense of what has happened here, because none of it makes sense at all. And then we did go over conflict of interest before, but I'll just kind of go over it briefly again. Alan Irby, who is all the way to the far left of your screen, he's right next to Sheriff Scott Matthews. And Alan Irby is the detective that did the 7-minute interview with Tony, who the husband is all the way over on the right-hand side of your screen. Chuck Harris, the guy behind him, is the one that did the wellness check. And we're going to hear a little bit more about him later. But the 7-minute interview was basically done by a friend of Tony's, right? Because his wife, Heather, has mutual friends on Facebook. Most of, I just got a text back from Jana. Most of these friends were made up Tony's Facebook, right? So he had like 90 friends, and like 10 of them were Heather Irby's friends, which is absolutely bonkers, right? Because it just screams like something isn't right, especially when we heard the 7-minute interview and we heard how he was just pretty much let off the hook. And we also hear in this phone call how the district attorney is really going to bat for the sheriff and saying, look, I believe the sheriff. I know you don't, but I do, right? And so it's just kind of, okay, wonderful, okay. I'm just going to text Shanna back really quick. She is so busy, guys. Oh, also, really quick, I need to share this too. I have a cover for a book you can't have yet because it's sold out. Okay, let me take you down, Ravini. Thanks, Ravini, for your comment. Hurry back, Judy, hurry back. And this is the true story of the case of Crystal McCrory Jones. Justice denied a sister's fight for justice for the first 2 years, right? And it is by Jana. and they are sold out on Amazon, but you can get a copy for $25 as soon as they go back on, because I wasn't fast enough. Hey, Jana. I wasn't fast enough. People just, it sold out so quickly. Plus, I wanted to try to find a hard copy. So paperback version, $25. Um, just really awesome. So it's basically the first 2 years of Jana's journey going through this with these people, in her words. And so it's just very awesome. And Trishy says, in my opinion, the sheriff has political reasons for avoiding investigating the obvious suspect. Yeah, it's something about, it's politically driven. I do believe that too, Trishy. I can see that point. Politically driven, also possibly like friendship wise. It's very odd to me that there would be such kind of close connections. And it's really frustrating, honestly, because, like I said, we see this. And Jana, maybe you can help. Hey, Meow, good to see you. And Jana, maybe you could help us out a little bit, because I was saying earlier, I think the purpose of this meeting was really to go over toxicology, but then also because you all had the preliminary report, but then also just trying to make sure that all of the medications that Crystal was taking at that time matched up, and there wasn't anything different from what you knew about, I guess, is kind of what I was saying earlier. Um, but you let me know. You let me know. Yeah, we're so proud. We are so proud. I mean, it's such an accomplishment. And we just know that Jana worked so hard. I mean, I just can't even um, say how strong, focused, determined, just amazing. She does amazing things. So, yeah, so yeah, she says this meeting was over our concerns, right? Just like, and it's all valid concerns, and especially because the sheriff, or excuse me, the meeting with Sheriff Scott Matthews was kind of fell short on a lot of these issues. And let us know what you think too, Janet, because we're really interested. But it's like it just kind of fell flat, fell short. There was a lot of things that was kind of like, well, okay. You didn't answer that, or there was a lot of information that was still kind of missing from the puzzle that you all were piecing together, trying to figure out what was going on, and happen. Okay. Oh, good. Okay, good. Here, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm just gonna grab a link. Okay, perfect. Okay, great. Yes, because we're going to have, okay, Jana's going to answer questions for us as we play the call. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Okay, good deal. Okay, so we'll just wait until Jana pops in, because yeah, so basically they had already had some conversations, and I'll just refresh our memory too on that. It was, oh, here we go, Jana, here we go. And hey, Jana.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, you sound really good. You sound really good. So yeah, so this is the third kind of meeting that you have with law enforcement, right?
Right. This was a March meeting, so we had one in February with the sheriff, and then I had a call in March with the sheriff about Crystal's death certificate and her time of death. And then this was
Mm-hmm.
the first meeting with the district attorney. In this meeting, we went in basically like following the chain of command. We first go to the sheriff with our concerns, and if we didn't think our concerns were being taken serious or whatever, the next step would be to go to the district attorney. Um, and here we wanted to see and get a copy of her toxicology report, her autopsy report, the police report, just any reports that they had, because at this point we hadn't gotten anything. We had gotten a piece of the autopsy report, but not toxicology. So my brother and I met, and the other main reason for this meeting was to find the picture of that spent shell casing that the sheriff, said 3 or 4 times was in a crime scene photo. I wanted to see the crime scene photos to verify if that picture was or was not in those crime scene photos. So during that time, I did have my brother step out, so that he didn't have to go through and see the crime scene photos. But it was just to see whether, what the sheriff was telling us was true or not. And that's the crime scene photo right there that they're saying the shell casing
Oops,
was
sorry.
found in. The
Right.
yellow, they're saying, well, there it is, plain as day in a crime scene photo. Well, that's the crime scene photo. And obviously you can tell it's not plain as day. There's some gold circled, but that gold that's circled is the gold writing on the makeup brush, because right next to it is another makeup brush that's lying down. The same gold writing is on it. There is no shell.
Okay. I can
Now the
never tell what they were looking at, honestly. I just knew there was nothing there, like especially when you see it like this, because that's what it would
yes,
look like there.
right.
But
And
then
that picture,
also everything was moved around too, because like
right,
you could see her hair dryer on on the seat
yeah.
and
And those that next picture, that picture was taken by her husband Tony. Um, I don't know the process if the sheriff's department came 7 days later and recovered that casing from him, or if he actually picked it up himself and took it to the sheriff's department. Like, that's not in any other reports, but I do know that it's marked as a screenshot in the evidence photos. So Tony took a picture of the shell casing. As you can see, not nothing is in the same order. Everything's moved around on this makeup table. And apparently 5 sets of eyes had missed this shell casing that was sitting there plain as day.
right. And even Sheriff Matthews even said, "Hey, there was 5 sets of eyes that missed it."
Right.
He did admit that much. He did, because I remember him saying that and just kind of barely, I guess maybe more of a nonchalant fashion, kind of, yeah, we missed it, but we missed it, kind of a thing.
Right.
But I saw something earlier today that it was kind of like wedged underneath the tools that they said that she got ready with that day. But and that's, I mean, I can see guys calling it tools, but in the same way, it was, might have been like a hair dryer or something that was on that table, but it didn't look wedged to me. It looked pretty out in the open.
Right.
um
And with gravity, the way that gravity moves, like, things roll down. Normally things don't roll up. So in that case, how would the
right.
shell casing roll up? That was kind of one of our issues too. There was one more
Sure.
thing before you play the call with her name is Pennywise Ducier. That is her real name. I laugh about it constantly.
It's so
But
weird because it's like scary then, like it's like
um, you're gonna hear or you're not gonna hear it, but you're gonna notice while my brother Dane and I are looking at Crystal's toxicology report,
Mhm.
he begins to write down the spelling of the medical name for what is it, Xanax. So he begins to write down Alazapram. And he's got a
Mhm.
notebook, got his pen out, and he's writing down the names of these drugs and then the amounts that's found in her system. So he gets the second drug that was like destined something. It was the generic form of Benadryl, or the medical name for Benadryl. So he starts writing it down, and as soon as he does that, the district attorney takes the paper and snatches it away from him.
Oh,
And
that's what happened there,
that's
because
yeah,
I heard him, like, it sounded like he was writing, because you can kind of hear him, like, slowly, like,
yes,
the spelling. Yeah, okay, and that's where she takes it and says, "I'm not supposed to let you guys have this," right?
I'm not supposed to let you guys have this. If you have a medical professional that would like to look at this, and here's the thing, we did have a medical professional that could look at it because my sister-in-law, which is my brother's wife, is a nurse
Mhm.
practitioner. So we did have someone that could look at it and look at the drugs and the levels. So we never, in this meeting, we never saw page 2 of the toxicology report, and that didn't become like real for us or even like of interest for us until just like, well, I think I talked to you about it this week. Page 2 of the toxicology report is still missing. So we have page
Right.
1 and um, from a records request from the sheriff's department, from a records request from the coroner, from our attorney's record request, and from the the news station, the reporter that did the news report on my sister's case. She did a
Mm-hmm.
record. We all received page 1 and 3, and then just recently when we ran her toxicology report through an AI system, we found that she had not one drug but 2 drugs that were at toxic levels in her system. So we never looked at the actual drugs, the levels of the drugs. We just looked at, well, what drugs were in her system. Okay, it was
Sure.
Zoloft, it was Benadryl, it was, just the things that she had been prescribed, and then over the counter Benadryl. We had no idea that the Benadryl was at toxic levels, like she had consumed between 12 and 15 tablets. So page 2 of that toxicology report would have told us that, because when you go to look at an NMS toxicology report, because I mean a lot of people, like more famous cases, their toxicology reports are public, and you go to their page 2, that's what it says is these
The
levels of this
levels.
are either normal, toxic, or fatal. And so page 2 would have told us that, and we would have known that not only, did she suffer a fatal gunshot wound, but she also had toxic levels of drugs in her system that would have incapacitated her to the point to where she would have been knocked unconscious. It might not have killed her, but these drugs were in combination with each other were like such huge sedatives that there's just no way that she could have functioned for an extended amount of time, much less hold a gun in her hand.
Hold the
Um,
gun and then hold the pillow, in my opinion too, because that also had quite the like they call it a muzzle burn.
as the muzzle singeing, and then the placement of her hand, like her hand would have been so much more relaxed instead of still on the trigger, because um all of these drugs that were in her system, I mean, like it was just so much of them that she would have been knocked unconscious for an extended period of time.
Do you think that's why they tried to add in the limp wrist effect, kind of saying that because see, it's like you can't have it all different ways, it only makes sense one way.
And the limp wrist thing, um for us never made sense, because with a limp wrist situation, that means that they didn't have a firm grip on the gun when it was fired. Well, when that happens, the shot usually it goes at an angle, or it goes array, like it just goes in a crazy position. Crystal's
Mhm.
shot, I don't want to be graphic, but it was temple to temple. It was a
Right.
straight shot. So she had to have had whoever did it. I'm not going to say she, but whoever did it had to have had a firm grip on that gun to make that shot. And they definitely were not under the
Sure.
influence of all the drugs that she was under at that time. And another thing about the drugs in her system, there's going to be the scenario that comes up. Well, she tried to overdose, and then that didn't work fast enough, so that was when the fatal shot came in. I know people are going to say that, but the thing with that is when people overdose on drugs, they overdose on narcotics such as Xanax, such as barbiturates, uh, pain pills, things like that. And my sister was prescribed Xanax. She had a little faint amount of Xanax in her system, like she had taken it the night before. If she
Right.
wanted to overdose and end things right then, she would have picked up that bottle, and that would have been the excessive amount of drugs in her system, not over the counter Benadryl. Like
Right.
that's just something that
That's
has.
that's really fishy to me. Like that's super fishy to me and just odd that she would have that level of so she had caffeine too, so maybe in her coffee or
Well, that's what we think. Like, was it put in her coffee? And you also have to take into effect that this toxicology report, she died February the 9th. It wasn't performed until February the 12th. So that's 3 days that her body had to process, the rest of this medication. And I'm assuming, like, I don't have a degree in science or medicine or anything like that,
me
but
neither. But no,
it
I know what you're saying though, because like
would have
3
been
days
higher.
like later, well, technically, even if you say 2 days later, there's still less, right? Where I mean,
Right.
in theory, there's less.
Right. So I wanted to add that in there because some of the things like you can barely hear in this meeting. And I just wanted to explain that. Dane does get up and walk out in the meeting, and that's very early on. You're going to hear him get very vocal, and he's going to say, "This police report is hot garbage." That's the exact word he uses, because we go to read the police report. We ask for a copy. We're told, no, you can't have a copy. And that police report does not match what actually happened that day when we had what we gave the sheriff. It was the original police report saying where he was actually at that day, which was totally different than the police report we ended up getting a few months later in a records request. So that police report has never been given to us either. But it made him so angry, he gets up and walks out. He walks back in a little while later, and he exits the room when we start looking at pictures. And then you're going to hear a bunch of mumbling and muffled sounds, and that District Attorney Ducey attempting to work her computer because she has no idea how to pull up a file.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, she can't work it, so she has to call in her lead detective or lead investigator. I forgot his name. It's in the files though, but she had to call in someone else to actually work the computer for her. So it's a lot of mumbling and things going on. Saying, "Well, I don't know how to get to this," or "How do I make it play?" or But I just wanted to make sure that people knew, like, Dane does walk out during this, but we were denied, like, copies of the toxicology report and the police report. And the whole purpose of this meeting was to follow the chain of command and look to see if that crime scene photo existed, and it didn't.
Well, that reminds me of something too. Did you get the impression that she was a little bit nervous that Julie might be coming to the meeting?
Actually, now that you say that, that's never crossed my mind. But now that you say that, apparently she and Sheriff Matthews had a conversation about how the meeting with, with us went. And listening back to that meeting, you can see that, myself, Dane, and our cousin Kara, we remained pretty calm in the situation, but we also knew it was being recorded. My sister-in-law, Julie, Dane's wife, if you remember correctly, came in like guns blazing. She was
Yeah,
like,
I
not.
love that. I was like, when's Julie gonna show up? Like, I thought maybe she might. She
And you
might
know
show
what?
up.
That very well could have been her reasoning for acting the way, like, as nervous and like incompetent as she was acting, because that's what it was. Like, she was acting like she was incompetent to even pull up a file on the computer, but she was in a hurry to do it.
I know,
Um,
or even like print
that,
anything out. Like, I mean, I get that some files might be a little bit harder to open. I mean, but if you work your
yeah,
computer every
but that
day,
makes
like,
sense. She might have been afraid that Julie was going to show up because they did ask us at the front, who was going to be present in the meeting, and we said Dane and myself, but also with the sheriff, it was just myself and Dane and our cousin. Julie didn't show up until the last minute, so she very
mhm.
well could have been afraid of Julie. I would have been afraid of Julie at that point, to be honest with you.
Well, it's maddening, because and I can tell, and that's why I just kind of laughed because I don't know that I would have like made it as long as you guys did sitting in there, especially with her fumbling around and oh, click click click. Like at one point, there's like click 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 click, and I'm going, and I left the reason I left it in there too was kind of for people to and I just gave things to read and whatnot. But to understand kind of like from your guys' perspective, you're sitting there and all you wanted to do was get answers, which shouldn't have been that difficult, but there's so many discrepancies that it's like, and then when you point one out, they're kind of like, what do you mean? And it's like, well, we told you this. I mean, it just has to be so frustrating. Um,
It
yeah,
is.
you guys were so respectful though. I have to say, I mean, I don't know that I wouldn't have went crazy even if the even if it was I knew it was being recorded, but
We had
you
to
know,
keep in mind that, and we still keep this in mind, that, like, my brother and I were both professionals, like, at what we do. And
yeah.
these people that we reached out to help us in this case, in her case, they're professionals at what they do. So we put all of our faith and trust in them that they were going to do either what they had been trained to do or what they learned to do, or what they went to school to do, whatever it was. We still wanted to respect them as as their profession, because there's not all sheriffs aren't bad, all district attorneys aren't bad. They have a
Very
job to do.
true.
They can't make something out of nothing, but at the end of the day, they can listen, and that's all we wanted them to do, was just listen. And then I saw where you, I think I jumped on right when you put up the picture of the book on Amazon, so you can pre-order it on Amazon. It
Oh
did sell
yes.
out, but you can go and add it to
Okay.
your cart and go ahead and buy it now. Um, and then when they print it, then you'll be the first on the list to get it, and they'll send you an email. This is just
Cool.
the first 2 years, so from the day she passed away. Um, up until the exact 2-year mark. So we've had quite a few things happen since then, like the finding out the different levels of the drugs in her system, the complaint filed against the pathologist. All of that is new information that'll be in the second book. But writing was like my therapy and still is. You guys are in there, like, because whenever I find people that listen to me or people that even can't help me, if I'm able to without, legalities or anything, then I just, I jot it down and then I just include it in the chapter. And it just makes everything a little bit easier just to be able to write it. When I got it in the
Yeah,
mail,
that's awesome.
I
That
got
is
my
awesome.
hard copy in the mail yesterday, and it was like, it was just a pre-proof ordered one just to make sure everything was fine. And it was kind of
Yeah.
bittersweet because for 2 years, you write everything down, and you can summarize 2 years in a book of 159 pages. So it was really bittersweet.
Yeah, well, and it's nice to get your feelings out there, but then again, when
Oh,
you're done doing it, it's like you do get mixed feelings, I think. I think it's but I think that like you telling your story, people are going to just have so much help from, just learning from what you all went through.
um,
Because
it, they just
yeah.
got the book from Barnes and Noble, so I forgot you can't order it as an ebook and get
Okay.
it right away, which is really awesome. But a lot of people want the hard copy of the
Yes,
book.
I'm like that.
I really appreciate when you do it the ebook way, like through Barnes and Nobles or through Amazon Books. That's like that actually helps me a lot.
Cool.
That's really awesome that you guys are buying that.
So if I go there, I could just get the link and just like, because I'll post it later.
Yeah,
Ebook link.
yeah, and I use Apple Books, so I
Yeah.
purchased a copy of Apple Books just to make sure that it was verified, and that everything was fine that way before I posted the link. So yeah, that's really awesome that y'all are buying the books and the e-copies.
Yeah, I went because I thought maybe they would like redo the count again, but when I checked, I think it was like 3 or 4 today Eastern time they didn't have it. And I was like, dang it. And then I got into
I keep refreshing my email to make sure, because I ordered several Arthur copies so that I could give them out locally or whatever.
Mhm.
Um, because I don't make a lot of profit off of them, but it is enough just to cover the writing and the shipping of it.
Yeah.
So I did do that.
Well, gosh, it was just all of your time and then all of your heart and everything. And I know that you put your whole heart into things. Like, I definitely know that about you, and just all the hard work too. Because her, Crystal's story is what matters. Like we could talk about Tony and what happened with him, but to me, he doesn't. He's just like a little turd.
Right.
Yeah.
Full story is like I try to tell people. I had an interview with somebody from the Discovery Channel yesterday, and they asked me, what the big picture was of everything that's been done, or what's my end goal. And my end goal isn't to solve Crystal's case because, to be honest with you, it's never going to be solved because of the lack of investigation. I just have to, I have to accept that it's not going to be solved. We're never going to know unless somebody just confesses what happened exactly that day. But there's so many other stories and other families that I've met through this journey that are exactly like Crystal's cases. And it's like, people, aunts fighting for their nieces, mothers fighting for their sons, kids fighting for their father, and their deaths for a rule, suicide, or an accident, in a matter of 40 minutes, or in Crystal's case, an hour and 40 minutes. And
I
all
mean,
they
it's
wanted,
just so fast with no gunshot residue or anything.
and
Like,
it
you don't
happens
do
in
any of that?
every small town, like, and I'm not going to say every small town, but all of them are like small town, good old boy networks. And just like Crystal's case, no gunshot residue testing is done. There's no DNA testing done. Ring camera footage is ignored. Um, neighbors aren't accounted for, or they're not asked to give their statements. Um, Geolocations are not looked at. It's just Crystal's case is like small town America in Tennessee and Texas and Mississippi. Um,
Right.
I, most of these cases are in the South, so I guess maybe it's a good old boy network in the South. But I've met so many different families, and that's what our book is for. So if they don't
So
know.
small and connected, I guess, right? Because
Yeah.
it's just like you're gonna know everybody well if it's a small place, because you go to school and grocery store and church and I mean, there's only so many churches in town, things like that. Like I can totally see how that would muddy the waters versus a really big, but
Yeah,
like
and it's
Chicago, I'm from Chicago and that place is really corrupt too, like going back far, having all the dailies in office constantly and things like
you can
that,
find the
but
corruption everywhere, like in every
it's
place that you
everywhere.
went. But it's there's still good cops, there's still good
Yes.
detectives, investigators, and that's what I want people to know. And I wish I could mention some names of investigators that have helped me kind of behind the scenes, but I did have to leave them out of the book because of it's off the records what they have
Yeah.
done, and I promised them that it would remain that way. But I've had some amazing cops and that are still in law enforcement today, and then I've had some that are retired that have helped me, given me advice, told me I was, overthinking something if something popped up. So,
That's
uh,
always a wonderful resource too, and I mean, that's what you were saying earlier, I commend that because some people would be so bitter and be like, "Well, everybody's bad and all of those cops are the same," but they're not. They're really not. And I'm glad that you've kept that same kind of feeling, and then also just that you've had that people to lean on, that are like doing the right thing because I do believe that the majority of law enforcement, just everybody as a whole, is there for the right reasons and because
yeah, they
they've
don't
always
do it
wanted to
for the money.
help.
I mean,
Yeah.
cops are one of the least paid professions, and I compare it because I was an elementary school teacher for 10 years. If you're a teacher, you're not in it for the money. I mean, you're in it
Right.
because you love kids. And if you're in law enforcement, you're definitely not in it for the money. You're in it for the reason, like you want to help somebody. And so I just have to keep that in my back of my mind. And not all cops are bad. So that's where
Right.
we're at.
No, yeah, that is so great that you've done that because that's not an easy thing to do, but I'm glad that, because I don't think it's wrong to say when somebody does something wrong, but also I think it's right to say when somebody does something right, give them credit where where credit's due for sure because it's not an easy job. And even I put in, they said Google was like, the DA in Louisiana makes about $60,000 because I did tease her a little bit about her computer, so you'll see that.
Well,
But
she's making that.
it's so 60,000 is not a lot. I mean, there's other contributions, which I included that, but not a lot.
Yeah.
So
So the thing is, just do the right thing because one case like Crystal's can tarnish your reputation in a small town faster than anything. And for
yeah.
Sheriff Scott Matthews, my respect for him as a law enforcement office is not there anymore, and I'm not afraid to say that, just because I was never given a chance to talk to lead detective Alan Irby, and whatever I said wouldn't have mattered anyways. So the
Well, they
respect.
were all just very much like a big conflict of interest, right? Like they were even making up like for Tony, even saying Tony wasn't aware of any of this testing that we sent off. Okay, well, what does that matter? It was it's just an odd choice to kind of insert him in where he wasn't obvious. If he wasn't aware of it, then why do we need to know that? I guess
Right. Exactly. And, there was just so many things that, I was told by Sheriff Scott Matthews that um, I can't forget, like I can forget it, but I can't forgive it. You
Mhm.
know, and some of that was, we'll investigate everything you bring to us until we can either disprove it or, prove it. And, if you have any questions, you call me directly. Well, that ended. That ended very soon after we had the phone call about the death certificate and him saying basically that I forged the death certificate. I haven't talked to him since. I can't even get an email back, the status of my sister's case. So,
He was so upset, like, that was so weird to me too, like, that really set him, it was like a fuse or something because I remember that from the call, right, the March call when
March.
you all were talking about that, and then you just went and got it from the vital records, and he, like, had a cow over it, but and I don't understand why. I just don't understand why. I mean, it is what it is, right? That's what they ruled it. It's not like you put that on the paperwork. So, it's those are really hard. Like those documents are very hard to add to or take away from. I mean,
They're
whatever's
definitely,
on there.
yeah,
Yeah, it's like sealed and
and hers, it was even though it was an official state record, I mean, there were still discrepancies in the spelling of things, like the spelling of the word deceased. It was, I mean, there were still errors on it, which just kind of blew our minds. But that's just from really crappy work that was done.
yeah, well, and especially when you all are having to go over everything with a fine tooth comb because no one else did. It's got to be frustrating to even see one misspell. Like you got to be like, really, at the end of the day, because that's insane. Um, yeah, that's crazy to me. Um, even one thing, and that was one thing that you said in the call too. You were like, "Hey, can we please have my sister's name spelled correctly?" Because it wasn't just like one document. So it looks like it started even like with Irby spelling it incorrectly, and then on down the line, everybody did.
Yeah, it
Um,
was
like
mistakes.
adding an H in instead of just spelling it phonetically like Crystal, which her name is easy to spell. Some people, you know, um, some people's names aren't as easy, especially if it's like an odd spelling. But I mean, Crystal has been
Like my
pretty
name,
common and,
my name,
just regular spelling.
right?
So I find that to be odd too, because in my opinion, and I could be wrong, but you would think that when you hear about backing the blue and stuff like that, which is good, right? It's camaraderie, brotherhood, sisterhood, whatever. You would think that they would want to get those details right for Tony too, knowing that he is kind of like, I mean, even Penny said that he might have even been an auxiliary deputy or officer, which I did look that up. And that's just like a volunteer kind of person who has to fill out an application and be approved. It's not any extensive training or anything like that. I mean, there are trainings, and then of course, like you probably get experience from it, but they're not allowed to make arrests. But she did mention that auxiliary officer, and it kind of was like, well, it's just weird to me that they wouldn't treat Crystal with more respect just because of that. I'm not saying that they should treat somebody with more respect than others, but you know what I mean? It's just weird.
And that's all we wanted was the respect, like the respect to be given to her as if it was their daughter or their granddaughter or their niece or their mom, to have that same respect. And that's a good word to use. Like Crystal was disrespected from the time she passed away until the time that her ashes were mailed. Until this day, the disrespect is still there.
Yeah, so tell us too about that, about the petition that you have up too for,
Yeah,
um,
talk about that real quick before I jump down and move
yeah.
on. So there is a change.org petition for the proposal of what we call Crystal McCrory's Law. We took off the Jones. Crystal McCrory's Law. So in the United States, for the United States Postal Service, you have something called Hazmat 52. So that Hazmat 52 tells you that you can't mail firearms, bombs, firecrackers, things of that nature, without it having some sort of packaging, like a certain labeling on it. If you
Mhm.
do that, then there's jail time, there's fines, there's repercussions for you illegally mailing those things. Well, also
Right.
under Hazmat 52 falls the cremated human remains. So the United States Postal Service is the only one that can legally mail human remains, like legally in the United States. So it falls under
Oh.
Hazmat 52. However, if you illegally mail them, which means you don't follow the proper protocol by labeling them as cremated remains, putting the special stickers on them, allowing the postal service to know that they're cremated remains, there is no repercussions. There's nothing that will be done to you if you do that. So you can go and mail cremated remains like Tony Jones did across 7 states, in an old paper box that's been beat up to God knows what, and left out by a mailbox in the snow for my sister's son, my nephew, to find. Um, and nothing will happen to you. And when we questioned that, because we went all the way to Washington, D.C. with those questions, and the Postal Service was so helpful. They were so respectful, but there was absolutely nothing they can do because there's no consequences for it. So there's consequences to mailing out all these other hazmat things, but there's no consequences if you don't follow the proper protocol for mailing human remains.
I
So
mean,
to
who
save
does that too? Like, he is such a rotten asshole for, I mean,
save
you
a
know, I
couple,
mean, I would like to say other things, but, you know, what the, who does that? I mean, you would think, especially, like, you would at least find something nice, you know, you're sending that to someone's son, and,
and to
I
save a couple bucks, he mailed them that way. And the cremated remains, it was like a partial amount of cremated remains, and it held there was no identifying information in there, nothing saying that that was even my sister's remains. So we've proposed Crystal McCrory's law, and we do have our local state senator, Julia Letlow. Her people from the Capitol have called me, and they passed it on to her. So we're hoping that she is going to co-sponsor it. So that's huge for us.
That's fantastic. Yeah, and I've signed all 3 petitions, by the way, too, because I believe in all 3 causes, reopening the investigation, because I do think that there is enough to at least reexamine. I understand that he had her cremated against your wishes, and that's why, again, you know, I just want to tell people, you know, these are the things that we do have to think about too, that this person could be your next of kin, and if they're not respectful of you while you're living, this is what might happen, you know. And to me, I don't understand it. I mean, I'm the kind of person that, you know, even if it's your animal that you have that you love, you know, you don't treat them this way. So to me, he's it's just beyond it's just beyond disrespect, and I'm just so sorry that Crystal had to deal with that, and especially we kind of find out a little bit here that he was just doing, I mean, we know, if you follow the case, we kind of know that he was being watched because Crystal was thinking that he was doing some things, which you know, is one of the bigger theories that could have caused such a big, you know, it could have been the motive, I guess, you know, in my opinion, allegedly, in my opinion, could have been the motive. And I think that that is a strong point.
And it's so much that I know it's so hard because I can see people in the chat saying that, you know, it's hard to follow along. And it is hard to follow along with it because there's so much that this case entails. Even from the very beginning, from the first 2 phone calls, first 2 interviews, or, you know, things that we did, so much information came out. So if you do decide to like follow her case, you can follow it on TikTok, you can follow on YouTube or Facebook, but to get the real feel for it, just read the book, and you can have the book read in one night because I try to make it to where whenever you start it, you don't want to put it down because you want to know what happens next. The
How many
chapters
pages is it? It's a short read too. Like, it seems like you were,
152 pages, but the chapters are super
wow.
short. It's like 40 chapters, but I try to make them short because I was like quick, wanted to be quick and to the point. I didn't want to put a lot of fluff in there because there's no need for it. Like, it's just the facts of what happens, and like everything that's said in there can be backed up with recordings or documents or things like that. We were really careful about that. Whoever bought it on Barnes and Noble, I appreciate you telling me that because I just went to Barnes and Noble, and you can actually purchase a hard copy there on Barnes and Noble, so not just the e-copy. I didn't know that, so I was waiting on Amazon to come back in stock with it when you can go and buy it at Barnes and Noble.
Okay, I was just at Barnes and Noble a few days ago because or actually it might have been a week ago now, but but yeah, so I know there's one here that I can go check it out too. Or
Yeah.
it's just online?
I think it's online. You can check to see if they have it in stores. I'm not quite sure how that works. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't. I clicked every when I published the book because I self-published it. I
Mhm.
clicked every store, even the ones I don't make profit off of. So I have no idea like what I do or don't make profit off of because the whole point of writing the book wasn't for profit. It was so people would hear her story and then want to know what happens on the second one. And then families that are going through the same thing have like a guide to, okay, if I've gone to the sheriff, where's my next stop? Well, your next stop is the district attorney. But what if they don't help me? Well, then you go to your state police. If they don't want to help you, then you can go to your attorney general. There's a process for it. It doesn't mean that you're going to get any help, but there is a
Right.
process you have to follow.
But
Um,
how hard was it for you to realize the process? Because like you and your, I mean, you're very successful. You're very educated. So is your family. I mean, your sister-in-law, your brother, the people that I know of, are they're very intelligent people. And so, but for somebody that maybe doesn't have that kind of education, that could be
yeah,
the difference between them feeling powerless and them feeling empowered to
that
do
is your
something.
that is 100% the whole reason for writing the book was to make sure those people that don't have a background in like I don't have a background in criminal justice, but I have a background in social work and I worked with our local sheriff's department in the juvenile division for just a little while during an internship. So I knew how that system worked. Like I knew how things were said that shouldn't be repeated. I just knew how the good old boy system worked. That's why I text the local sheriff the night it happened because I knew that things always didn't get investigated the way they were supposed to. But for people that don't have those instincts or they don't have those inside stories, they don't know their resources. They don't know that there's these things at their fingertips. Like if they have enough evidence that can help them, that can get their family member's case solved. Most people don't even know if their state is a one party state or a two party state when it comes to recording someone. I didn't know
Yeah.
that until now that Louisiana is a one party state. You can legally record someone as long as you're part of the conversation and you don't have to say, "Hey, I'm recording you." And it's legal
Right.
and it's visible in court. Some states you have to tell them they're being recorded because it's a two party state. And that's the best information to have because no,
Right, 'cause you can also get in trouble, like, if it's a two-party state, you don't wanna get yourself in
yes,
trouble because, you're trying to stay in the right, and that's one thing
right.
that
And you don't
again, that I admire about your family is that you all stayed in the right. You guys were so respectful and, like, you could tell, and then Jane even was like, "I'm sorry I had to leave for a second," but that's the right thing to do, right? Take yourself out of the situation, calm down, and then put yourself back in there and, keep fighting because, I mean, it's like you said, it's hard to know what to do next or what to say, but, especially if you have that feeling that something isn't right, I
and then
think
we
it's
took it to
go for it.
Washington. We took it to Washington because we thought that was the last ditch effort because Washington is Washington. It's where the president is. It's where the big people are that make a lot of money. And
Right? It's where change happens, right?
yeah, that's where change
It
happens. And
does.
so
It
we took it
does.
to Washington. We went to that trip thinking, something's going to happen. But in reality, you can't change things at the big level like in Washington. You have to start small, and those small changes start with small sheriff's departments or
Local.
local city police departments. And somebody was saying in the chat, you get new members coming in trying to do the right thing, but old members of a sheriff's department or even in education, like old teachers are so set in their ways that they don't want to look at the way things should be done now because times
Yeah.
have changed and it's a mute situation. And I mean, it's so sad to see it, and it's so sad to even talk about it because they're right. People come in to try to do the right thing, and then they're outnumbered by people who do the wrong thing.
Well, and it is frustrating when you see like the technology barrier because then you have two people working on, getting her to scroll her computer and it's like it's almost frustrating just in that regard. Like,
Yes,
do we know that our elected officials are able to operate just, right? And like you said, she could have been nervous too. But I mean, really, at the end of the day, that was a lot of time wasted on everybody's day, and it's disrespectful to waste each other's time too. It's always good to
right.
show up on time, and I try to take my own advice on that. Some nights I'm a little bit late later, but it is. It's like it's just respecting people's time, especially if somebody doesn't have the time, and that was just kind of weird that it was like calling Victor, the guy Victor, and who was one of
Yeah.
her detectives or excuse me, investigators, and so it was, yeah, just a lot of time wasted, and I don't know. Mm.
Well, I'm gonna hop down here so I can put my child to bed and get her out of my bedroom. Um,
Yes.
I I will stay in the chat so I can answer any questions, and I appreciate you doing this.
Okay, absolutely. Of course. I
And for some
appreciate
people
you.
that
I just, like I said, I'm honored because I know how hard you've worked, and then also like I don't know, I'm amazed by all the work that you've done and how, everything you've done, the billboards, you have 2 billboards up, you have your book, so I'm just like, I don't
it's
know,
been
I just couldn't be more proud.
it's like
So,
it's been a it's
yeah.
it's been a journey, and I can't say I've done it on my own because I do have like this huge support system behind me. Like my brother is a huge supporter. He stays in the background because he does handle things a little bit different than I do. So he lets me do the talking on social media. He does the talking with like the sheriff and the DA. You'll notice in these conversations, I don't talk at all because I'm the emotional one. So we kind of play good cop, bad cop. But then I do have an amazing husband, and I have 2 girls that everything I do, like I want to make sure that I do it for them because my 2 girls are 6 years apart, and Crystal and I were 10 years apart. So when I watch them grow up, then I see me and Crystal, and it's phenomenal. So there has been good that
It
has come out.
is. That's how I feel. I do. I think God works that way. Like I just really do believe that. So when I hear stuff like that, I'm always like, "Yay, that's so great!" Like it's so cute too. Just so cute. Um, yeah, because you've done everything. I mean, and you always say you're like Crystal would have done it for me too. So, um, you know, but
Okay, well,
you do have an amazing family. And like I said, I was I was hoping Julie would have came back in. Surprised her a little bit, surprised Pennywise a little bit, but.
hey, there's always room for improvement. We can always go back and we do it again.
Well, she makes a comment really quick too. If I heard it correctly, she makes a comment about if somebody wants to come back and view that has more knowledge about what's in the reports, then she would be happy to set up a time with them. Is that really what I
That is,
mean?
that is what she said. She also stated, if you have a private, because my brother was bluffing because at this time we did not have a private investigator nor an attorney, and he said, we have a private investigator and an attorney looking into this, and she goes, well, what's your private investigator's name? And my brother goes, well, it's in the name description, private, because at that point
Right.
we did not have any of those things. So he kind of bluffed on that, but yes, she did ask that.
Her ears perked up when that happens, and you guys could kind of, well, you guys can hear it. I mean, it's really kind of like, wow, okay, well, that got your attention. But
Right.
the fact that that we have these pictures that we were asked by the funeral home to take, and that doesn't matter. There was just so much that it was like, really, well, that's weird that doesn't matter, but the fact that we have a private investigator does.
Right.
And then, yeah, I was cheering Dane on when he said private for a reason, it's right in the name, and
Yeah,
because she's like, well, I thought he might call me or whatever.
yeah, and
It's like,
she's like, yeah, have them call me. No, my brother is incredibly intelligent, and he's pretty hilarious himself.
yeah, it was that was that's the comic relief that we get a little bit, even though it's so hurtful knowing that he's like hurting so bad, and it's definitely like just a roller coaster thing, just hearing it, but yeah, I'm definitely going to play it through and just kind of listen to what you all were bringing up, and I mean, all valid concerns in my opinion,
Okay.
that needed to be addressed, that were already asked about, just.
Well, I'll stay in the chat and I'll answer any questions, and I will be talking to you soon, I'm sure.
Okay, yes, yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye.
All right, bye-bye. Okay, guys, so we will go ahead and play this next clip for you. And if you have questions, just ask Jana. I'm so happy she's here just to kind of clarify things. Okay, so here we
We
go.
have cell phone records putting him there.
So you think your brother-in-law killed him?
My sister had started tracking his movements a week prior to her death on a work laptop. We have his movements for the whole day. Cell phone locations. That police report is hot garbage. Is Tony Jones, that sheriff stamped Tony Jones's narrative. Okay? We have admissible in court evidence that timeline is trash.
What difference does that make? First of all, the timeline. We're not going to have an exact time of death for any death. If
Okay.
anybody tells you something different, they're wrong.
Okay.
Every death, they have the last known contact, and then they have the time of when the body is discovered, and then they have the body temperature.
Well, we have cell phone location records for his activity for the whole day.
So what does that prove?
It proves he was at the scene.
Okay, but you don't know when she died.
Let's go.
Thank you. You don't want to see the photos?
No, we got photos of Brian. Come on, John. Let's go.
Thank you. Do you want to see the photos? Please. All right, we'll shut the door. I'm going to pull them up a little at a time, and then you tell me which ones you want to look at. I don't have time. You can have a seat. I don't want you to see some of these that you
Are you going to save? Or
She wants
I'll be in the parking lot.
Okay. I don't know how to do these. I've got somebody coming over. Victor? Victor, how do I scroll?
Now this is me. This is for you.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Do you need me to help you?
No, just let me know when Victor gets here. I don't know how to. You're making me nervous. I'm not good at moving things.
Can I finish reading the rest of that report?
Sure. Just want to see. Which one were you reading this one? This one. So y'all have seen the picture, the crime scene photos?
I have not. And I did not want him to see them either.
Well, if Victor gets in here, you can show me how to maximize these things.
We're not that fancy over here.
Hey, Victor. Victor, I don't know how to make the photos smaller and scroll it.
Like them smaller.
Well, so that that you don't just see it. You know, I zoomed in on it to look at it, but I want to show the bigger picture first. Victor, this is Jana. This is
Nice to meet you.
Jones's sister.
Nice to meet you.
This is my investigator.
Let's see. All right, you want to?
I just want to see the whole picture instead of it zoomed in. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
See, I expanded it, but I want to go back to the, and then if she wants to expand it.
Let's see.
Well, that's it, right?
Well, it is. Let me, where is, okay.
I'm sorry, Miss Ducey. I'll let my emotions get the best of me. I apologize.
It's okay. I think that's what I'm looking for, Victor. That's just gonna have to.
Here, I can.
You go ahead and zoom it out.
Okay, guys, so really quick before we go on to the next clip, all of those statistics were on Penny's website for the district attorney's office. So she has advocated for domestic violence in the past and also put out statistics about how Louisiana is ranked 5th for spouses that unalive their female counterparts. Okay, so we'll just go on to the next one here.
So you said you've seen the pictures. I'm just wondering what pictures you've seen.
No, we have not seen any pictures.
We haven't seen any from the scene. We took several photos of the body at the funeral home. The funeral director advised us, hey, this is a guy who's seen a lot of bodies. He said there's some things that are concerning. There were a lot of signs of struggle on the body that we took photos of.
Well, there was no injuries noted at all.
Right. Like I said, we have photographic evidence of abrasions and laceration on left forearm, missing fingernail. Fingernails were freshly manicured and painted, yet there were dirt and debris present under fingernails of both hands. Multiple bruises on legs and inner thighs.
There were not multiple bruises on her legs. There was some markings of where she had been laying. All right, yes, her nails are nicely done. But even if you get your nails done, I'm sure any woman can tell you it takes about 15 minutes to go out and pick up a pot. So how do I scroll?
Yeah, just roll it with your mouse.
I don't want to see any of this.
Step out for a second.
You see the roller right here. Roll it right there.
Just let me know when you are done with
it.
Yeah,
put
you step
your cursor up, like where the picture is.
Yeah.
Now roll. There you go.
Do you want to see them?
I can see them. I don't want him to see them.
So, I don't know what broken fingernails. That nail does look to be broken, but that can happen. I don't see that as being signs of struggle. And this gives you just a little bit better idea of exactly how she's laying on the bed. Well, Victor, why isn't it letting me scroll?
Is that the
end?
Is that the-
There were very few at the scene.
And I'll show you something that they told me, that the bullet was stovepiped. I don't know if that's shown.
Well,
here.
right there you can see.
Is
See
that
the
it
gun?
right there?
It's about
That's it?
halfway back.
Right. Yeah. And what the coroner has explained to me is that a lot of times women don't keep a really firm grip on a gun, and that's what, or anybody that doesn't have a really, will frequently. So you see the position that she's laying in. Now these are the markings that I'm assuming they're saying is bruising, but it's from where
That's
she's
right.
laying on her,
That's
laying on her
actually
side. That's
right.
lividity, so
Right.
that there's no bruising on there. And that's the last one of that. There was another picture of the. So which one am I on?
That is from the West Carroll coroner.
Okay, so how do I go back to
At the
what he's?
scene.
How do I go back to where?
The autopsy?
The autopsy.
Okay, just X out of that one. Just bring it back to your email.
Also, he sent me.
Should be like right above.
Wait, I want to see if this. I want to see. Crystal Jones on Tox. Okay, they wanted to see this.
This doesn't have any pictures in it, right?
No. This
I'll
is
bring
not-
him back in here for that. As long as it doesn't have pictures in it.
Well, let's
This
print.
is-
Let's
this is
print this one.
toxicology.
Let's print it.
Okay.
And then.
But just don't switch back to any pictures.
No, I'm gonna print this so you can look at it and print. So just hit print. No, he didn't have to come back in. I will come back to this. I'm gonna print it.
Print. And yeah, you might have to.
Let's see if it did it.
It might do the.
Connecting to the printer. Oh, this thing drives me crazy. Now printing page 1. Okay. Would you go see if it's on there, Victor? All right, we're gonna go back to the autopsy. Are you ready? I wish you would sit down. I've got him over here because I am terrible about the computer. Looking at things. Okay, I'll let you get here and print it in a second. We'll come back to that. It's loading the autopsy pictures.
Okay, guys, so just these 2 clips, I just kind of want to go over briefly. I know some of it's hard to hear, some of it's going to get a little bit louder. So Dane talks about how the sheriff's office stamped Tony's narrative, and I feel like they did, especially because it was such a short interview, 7 minutes long, not a whole lot besides kind of more of a leading conversation than one where you would expect somebody to be finding out answers about what happened. Let's just put it that way. Also, they talk about how they have proof that Tony was near the scene that day. So his phone did ping at the location, driving past the home around the time of death. So that's very curious to me. Also, just the general demeanor of Miss Pennywise DeShure. She is the district attorney who they're meeting with right now on this recorded meeting. She says, you can kind of hear her fumbling around, and she says that this is all making her nervous. And I just kind of question why. If there's nothing to hide, if you're very adamant that everything in the investigation was swell, why are you nervous? Why are you fumbling around? She starts talking with Jana about Crystal's nails being done. Now, I just want to kind of interject, and I don't know if Miss DeShure gets her nails done or if she's familiar, but there's different types of nails. Like these ones are press-on nails. Some of them have an adhesive that you just stick on. Others go on with glue. If you go to get your nails done at a salon, they will use either gel or acrylic nails. You could even get like shellac done on your natural nails, right? But either way, when you get those nails done, they're a lot harder to pop off. Like even these are pretty hard to pop off. Like I'm giving them hell right now. And they're not popping off of my fingers, right? So it just kind of depends, but when you go to a salon, a set usually lasts you about a week. And so I can't disagree with her more. If I was to sit here and paint my nails, I would probably not wait for them to dry as well, and I'd probably have like, dings in them and stuff like that. But when you go to get your nails done, they make sure before you leave there that your nails are going to be in good shape for about a week, sometimes a little bit more. So there's that. She says in this meeting, she says, I don't know about a broken fingernail. And then she goes, oh, that one looks broken. And instead of saying, oh, I apologize, that now I do see what you're saying, and at least conceding one point, she doesn't do that. She just basically lets it go. She also denies that there's any sign of a struggle, which is very weird in this context because She's like, I don't know about a broken nail. Oh, wait, that one looks broken. Well, I still don't see a sign of anything, like any struggle. And then she blames Victor. She's like, Victor, why isn't this wanting to scroll? Or something to that effect. I'm paraphrasing, but and it's kind of ridiculous. It's kind of like a clown show to me. I'm looking at these people like, okay, and I can't imagine what Jana and her family were feeling like looking at these people going, can you not use your own computer? Because then she starts going in on women usually won't have as firm of a grip on a gun. But see, Crystal is not a novice. She is familiar with firearms. And because I do remember asking Jana this, it was a random question that I texted her, and I usually do this to her. So God love her for answering me back so quickly all the time. But I'll be like, so was she familiar with firearms and things like that? And she'll usually just tell me yes or no, or we'll kind of talk a little bit about it if we have more to discuss. But basically, Crystal did know her way around a firearm, and she has military background in her family. Also, she has brothers, so those are just always higher probabilities that you will become familiar with a gun. So she's still clicking around. Like, you can hear her back there, click, 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 click. And so she finally pulls up the Tox report again, and she decides she's going to print it out, but she doesn't know how to print. And then she asks Victor for help, and he does help. And then she says, I'm terrible with all of this. So she's saying she's terrible with the emailing, the pulling up files, the printing from her own desk. It's very much frustrating, a bit, comical, just because of how long it's taking and how many times she's fumbling around. I kind of think of like Lucille Ball, Lucy and Ethel, where it's just kind of like madness in there, and they're trying to get this stuff to work, but they can't. And so it's just kind of, it's just very frustrating, but then also just kind of like, okay, we need to get on the same page here, please. Sammy says, then she's not a trained medical examiner, forensic. Okay. Oh, sorry. I missed something there, guys. Let me see here. Crafting and True Crime says, my nails don't last but an hour before hot glue and paint, so I don't bother anymore. That's true. If you do like painting and stuff like that, yeah, I always take it. Like, I'll just do my regular nails for that. So that's so true. That is true. Crafting says, yes, I didn't want to bother seeing anything. Yeah, they didn't want to bother seeing anything. That's what's so frustrating about it too, because even when she can see it, she's like, oh, well, but that doesn't mean anything. It's got to be so frustrating, Jana. It just does. Saturn says, I mean, the self-centeredness and compassion has gotten bad in a lot of people, I've noticed the last 5 years. Yeah, it is. I think, that's a really good point. It's not always, it's not always so blatant as we see in this case, because every conversation they've had so far that we've went over has been kind of this crazy, like, no compassion. Sheriff Matthews would say things like, well, I don't mean to blow holes in your story. And it's like, yeah, but that's kind of the wrong choice of wording, right? In this case, we just have someone who is just very, very nervous, very inept, and someone who isn't really giving a whole lot of information, but she's pulling all these different reports. Well, maybe we'll look at this, maybe we won't, maybe we'll, but you're not allowed to see it, but I can show it to you, but you can't take it with you, you can't write anything down. We'll just print it out. And they finally do print it out. So it's bonkers is really what it is. And Butter Biscuit says, was he a member of the Good Old Boys Club? Just wondering if they're protecting him as a friend. Yeah. So that's him all the way over to the far right. Butter Biscuit, that's Tony Jones. And then we have the person who was also a deputy, and he did the wellness check for Tony Jones, the husband. The two on the right-hand side. The two on the left-hand side, first we're going to have Sheriff Matthews, and then deputy, you could see him in the deputy cap, and that's Alan Irby. And so these are the main players in what has kind of transpired. And then, as Jana was saying earlier, there's kind of a chain of command that you must go through when you're bringing these issues up, right? So say you don't agree with the way an investigation was handled, then, you may go to the sheriff's office. Well, that's what they did. Then they went over to speak with the district attorney, who is Penny Dushier. But her name is Pennywise Dushier. So oddly enough, Janice, yeah, I think she's obviously like very tone deaf, right? She doesn't understand that she should have been prepared for this either. That's very concerning to me, just because this wasn't, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jana, but you all had a conversation before this. And so some of your concerns were maybe known to her before y'all even sat down that day. It wasn't like it was, hey, we're popping in to see you, Miss Penny. That's not how it transpired. It was a meeting that was, set to happen, and then to not have it not have it. That's who I think of. But not to be prepared is just kind of like very frustrating, in my opinion, because she almost acts like, she doesn't know what she's doing. But then again, also, I do have to point out again, she does seem very, very nervous. Let's go ahead and listen to this next one.
Why does the computer take so long for me? Because it just hates me.
I think it just downloaded them at the bottom. Yes, on the left-hand corner.
Yeah, click on that. Now double click the folder, the autopsy, right? Yep, right there. All right, there they are.
I'd rather see which one you're going to look at first before you see it.
You can click on, you see that little icon right there to the right, the over one, right there. And that'll bring up a small preview.
A small preview, okay.
Well,
I mean, I know, but the pictures are
supposed to, yeah.
Come on, people. Are they loading, maybe?
Should have done been there.
Let me see if I'll open on this. So how do I scroll?
Go to the right. It should come down about halfway.
50 you sit here. Let me do it, because I know that's what I want to do in here. I'm putting your purse over here, I'm not. So we're going to have to do each one individually?
We might have to. Let's see. Or we can do, let's do this. All right, that should be printing in there now.
I'll do it that way with the pictures.
Word.
Didn't print, Victor.
Still didn't? Okay. All right, it'll scroll now if you want to.
You can scroll.
Okay. I'm just going to go through. You can tell me if you want me to stop.
Now see, I don't see any bruising. I don't know what what the funeral guy could be talking about. Keep going. Now, what he's showing, and I think if you saw that in an autopsy, that is where he's putting it back so you can see the tearing that the autopsy describes.
That's it.
Now, if you go back to the tox report, let's try one more time. There was another picture that I wanted to show, the headboard.
Okay.
That's the tox report if you want to try to print it again.
Okay.
All it printed on that was that it was see, it printed that one page, but it didn't print the actual report. It was just him sending it to me.
Okay. That's all that's in that one. Let's get out of that. Let's see.
And this is where we see Tony's activity for the day through Google and where his phone pings throughout the day.
Yeah, go to where it says tox.
And this was all turned into law enforcement.
Okay.
So that's what I'm trying to print, that page.
All right. Okay. Now, it should be going in there. Let's check. Alright, it's showing that it printed, so.
Okay, one, and then go ahead and pull it up on the screen so she can be looking at it on there. Let me see if it printed.
Okay, guys, so she still hasn't gotten this printed out yet, right? So she's fumbling around with this tox report. She can't pull the attachment up or figure out how to print it from her email, which is really concerning. And then she also has Victor over there trying like hell to get it going himself. But there were a few things I wanted to kind of point out. So we know that Tony Jones didn't mention going to Bastrop that morning. He told Dane that he was at the Forest High School for the whole day, right? But then we see the Google pings and we see that he went to Bastrop, did a job out there, called Crystal at 10 p.m., or excuse me, 10 a.m., called Crystal at 10 a.m. and spoke with her on the phone, according to him. Sometime around that time, though, it seems like something happened, especially when we look at the TOD, right? Because that was 11 a.m. And so he does tell in his 7-minute interview with Deputy Alan Irby, all the way to the left of the screen, was the initial interview, 7 minutes, has mutual friends. It's a huge conflict of interest, but he was still the person who was dubbed in charge of the initial interview with Tony. And so, but Tony does say that he goes over to the bakery barn and he's there for 42 minutes. So, it's a grab and go kind of a place, little donut shop, really adorable. The lady does a great job, but they also have evolved since 2016, 17 when they opened. They have dinners and things like that. So they have lunch, all grab and go items. They do breakfast, lunch, dinner that you can take, whole things of soups, different things like that. Hey, Peace Man, good to see you. And so it's someplace where, you know, you can grab something fast and you don't have to sit and wait to eat it. Now we're going to get into a little bit more of a heated discussion as some of this stuff is being pulled up, and Dane is going to stick up for his sister, and it's, you know, really quite awesome. So, but I do want to kind of go back for everybody that has been following this case too. I had mentioned that I had done some research about Tony and his karate studio because it's going to be brought up. So his karate studio was, first he had it, but then shortly after he meets Crystal, there is pictures in there from before Crystal was involved, and then there's pictures from after she was involved. But I do want to stress that it was a completely different environment that these children were made to practice in compared to what Crystal had built. And you see her at a ribbon. That's another picture I put. I was trying to think of the pictures that are key for you guys just to key in on. There's a ribbon cutting, right? So that's when she was involved with the new studio, where they had really made it look very nice, inviting, painted. I believe her son was involved in that process as well. And it was something to take pride in. Prior to that, you will see some very unsavory, in my opinion, ways that Tony was running the karate studio. So I just kind of wanted you to keep a lookout for that, and just know that that was the way he was running things prior to. You will see the ribbon cutting, and you'll see them in a new location. Because his behaviors are very concerning, right? He's not a good guy. And I don't mean to keep stressing that or harping on Tony, because obviously everybody's innocent until proven guilty. But in the same way, when I look at a guy like him and the way that he was with these children, seeming, in my opinion, as a mother, inappropriate, I just kind of wanted to convey that a bit. So it was just based on what the studio looked like before on Facebook and what the studio was after Crystal got involved, because it was like night and day, right? It was night and day. She gave her whole heart, as she always does, to the children, to teaching, to a healthy environment, which we can see that Tony wasn't. I just don't think I think he's ill-equipped, but he probably doesn't think so. He probably thinks he's great. But just very bizarre. And I did want to point that out before we kind of move forward, but it is going to get a little bit more heated now.
So this shows what it tested positive for. Alcohol's alone, that's value, I'm assuming, or something like that.
It is. It's.
But there was I was thinking there was another photo. Go back to Alan, to the report.
All right. There's these photos.
No, it's not.
Firearm, a screenshot. Screenshots.
Well, let me see it.
Screenshot.
Yeah, let's see what that is. There was some text, but I didn't really go back. Just hit another one. Let me see. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Okay.
So, you see, that's where the bullet went through the headboard. You probably saw it. Well, I don't know if you ever went to the house after.
No, I have not been to the house afterwards. I know the setup of the bed and everything, but
They have just removed the mattress.
yes, and
And it's a very level shot. It's
Yeah, I did her makeup before the funeral. It was temple to temple.
Okay, that's really all.
So no more pictures.
No more pictures.
Okay, I'll let him come in because he knows. I was gonna let him look at this.
Yeah.
As soon as he knows what she was on. Hey, Dane. Yeah. Come on in. Here's the tox. The kill pyramids. That's Topamax. That's
Okay, we're looking for aripiprazole is Abilify.
Yeah.
Basil.
Okay.
Prazolam. That's a
And it's a depressant. I mean, it's like Valium.
Or Xanax.
Okay, caffeine, we're not worried about that. Alprazolam. And that was 5.0% positive.
No, look, let me show you this. Presumed positive is for the caffeine, okay?
Okay.
It's not presumed positive. It is positive for the alcohol.
For the other, okay, gotcha.
It's not
10
presumed positive. And I'm really not supposed to let you write all these down. So what were you looking for? What are you wanting? Because I mean,
the narrative that has been put forth by Tony Jones is that she was off of Abilify, and that's what made her kind of go nutty and do this to herself. She was on a 5 milligram dose of Abilify, which, like I said, my wife's a nurse practitioner. She prescribes this all the time.
What is Abilify?
It's an antidepressant.
I know, but what is the scientific name?
ARIPIPRAZOLE. Aripiprazole.
Okay, well, you can look at this, but
Right.
what I would prefer is if you have somebody who understands this and wants to look at it, then they can make a request to the lab, I guess.
Right, we'll
like
follow
if
for you. We'll follow for you to
But
get
I
that.
don't mind you looking at it, and
Right.
if you're looking for something specific.
Okay, I didn't see any of the Abilify, so that's really what I was looking at. Mr. Sarah, once again, I apologize for being emotional
You don't
with
have to
you.
apologize to me. You're upset, and I don't blame you.
It just seems to me that these things, the sheriff would have seen these things as relevant to the investigation. He's told us they are irrelevant.
Listen to me. I think the sheriff did a very thorough job. He has chased down a lot of things that y'all have found suspicious. He believes that this is a suicide. After talking to y'all, I was like, wow, something's going on. But after I read this police report and saw this autopsy, I have no doubt in my mind that this is a self-inflicted wound. So I don't know what else. I don't know exactly what you could be.
Okay, so they finally get the tox report to print out, and they're going over it, and then Dane comes back in the room. Penny was saying that some of these things were depressants, and they're not. They're antidepressants, right? And anti-anxiety medications that are being mentioned here. Now, you can hear what Jana was referring to earlier. So Dane's kind of writing this down, and he's, you can tell he's taking note of it. And then Penny's like, oh no, you can't be looking at that. I wasn't really supposed to give that to you. You can't be writing stuff down. What are you actually looking for? And then she's trying to figure out what they're looking for. Well, they're trying to figure out whether she has anything in her system that she's supposed to, have in her system, or if there's extra things in there that's not supposed to be in there, right? So they're just trying to make sure that her proper meds were there, but then there was nothing else to question, right? Because they're trying to look at every single aspect of this. And so that's what's really important here, is looking at every aspect, right? Because they're trying to kind of push the family off, but the family's like, well, no, but these are our concerns, right? We have these major concerns here, in my opinion, when it comes to toxicology, and especially all of us that follow true crime, we know how important that is to the autopsy as a whole, right? Finding out what type of stimulants, depressants, medications, different things that could be in your system. We do remember that Sheriff Matthews talks about how there wasn't anything extra in her system, but then we find out later that there was, and that there were lethal amounts of these other, even over-the-counter Benadryl, right, that were in toxic amounts in her system on a second page of a report, when every single other FOIA request or request for information on this case has produced only the first and third pages. Page 2 was always left out. And then Jana, being really, really smart as she is, was able to identify that there should have been another report in the mix, right? But why hide it if there's nothing to hide? So we do go into some of the background with what Crystal was kind of supposed to have, and then what was present at the time, right? And give me 1 second here. Oh, good. Yeah, we need to get that direct link too. We do. Numbers.
I don't know what else. I don't know exactly what you could be.
Well, here's the thing, as I was attempting to explain earlier. My sister, almost a week to the day before her death, started tracking Tony Jones's cell phone locations and his activities. She knew that something was up. They had a karate school there. Let me backtrack a little bit. They had a karate school there in Oak Grove, right? Enrollment had started to plummet at the karate school. Parents were pulling their children out of that karate school left and right, okay? So my sister started tracking his movements. She found, we've got a lot of other things that I'm not going to bring up here that are very, very suspicious. But she was getting ready to leave him or have him locked up. Yeah. She was getting ready to leave him or have him locked up because that's why my sister's dead. She was getting ready to leave him or have him locked up.
Okay.
So the state police are investigating that end of things.
That's good.
And my private investigator has been conducting interviews with members of the community who have put set on record. That's right there in job description, private. But
I mean, I assume he's going to call me, so I was just wondering.
Well, we've been instructed that we need to seek relief from the sheriff, which we didn't get. We need to go to chain of command. I'm an Army veteran. I respect the chain of command. And you are the last stop before we go to the courts.
Well, so I assume you've contacted a private attorney, and that's a good thing to do. I'm just saying that I don't know your sister, don't know this man, don't know anything.
He's a buffoon. He is a buffoon. The sheriff, we can't even get a straight answer from the sheriff if he still works for the sheriff's department or not.
He doesn't.
Okay, well, he's still on their website.
Well,
he's still got the sheriff's email
address. He could be an
address.
auxiliary deputy. I don't know.
Right, we can't get a straight answer from anybody if he's even employed by the sheriff's department.
As far as him being a deputy that I see that turns in reports, no. But you say he's a buffoon.
He is a buffoon.
And I don't doubt it. If you were suggesting that he's able to stage this crime scene and able to mimic the path of this bullet, he would have to be brilliant. And
he would just have to be a little bit bigger than her, which he was. And I guarantee you there was a struggle over that weapon, as the injuries on her body dictate.
I see no evidence of that.
Well, that'll be up for a jury to decide.
Well, if
a civil
you sue
jury.
him,
That's
fine. And I think you should do that. If you feel that way, you should go to a private attorney and talk.
I've consulted with a few. My wife's side of the family's full of lawyers. Okay.
Is there anything else I can answer for you?
Well, I mean, we have evidence that discredits that police report. You say the police report's credible, so I guess we're done.
I think the police report is credible.
Okay, we're going to eviscerate it in court.
Well,
I'm just letting you know as a courtesy.
It won't have anything to do with me.
Good.
It won't have anything to do with.
I'm sure your ethics are impeccable, Ms. Ducey. I'm not attacking your ethics whatsoever. Mm-hmm. You're where you are because the people of your parish elected you to your position. And I'm sure your ethics are impeccable, and I know you have to stand by your law enforcement officers.
I don't stand by law enforcement. I'm standing by. Yes, I do stand by law. Obviously,
your ethics are probably impeccable, and I'm not attacking your ethics.
You know, I think that we're not going to be able to get anywhere. I wish you all the best. If you have an attorney that wants to contact me, I don't mind talking to them.
Okay.
And I hope I've answered your questions.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
To the extent that I could. Do you have any questions, Jen?
My only concern is, one, changing it from a suicide to a homicide. That's going to be hard to prove. My only concern is, where was he when that happened? And were you on the phone with her when it happened? Or did you stop by the house when that happened? Could you have called for help?
Well, obviously, her death was immediate,
But were you on the phone with her, and did you hear a gunshot? And were you on an argument, like on the phone with, got into an argument over whatever, and you heard that gunshot? Because the reports I gave Sheriff Matthews that he's had since February 23rd is Tony Jones drove straight from Bastrop to the Sheriff's Department that day. And
if he was on the phone with her, that's not a crime.
It is, but why, and he heard a shot, why would he say he's been trying all day to get in touch with her? That's my only concern. And, that's a civil case. My only other concern is, can we please spell her name right?
Yeah, how do you spell her name? I mean, you would have to, does it have the H?
It does not have an H, and that's probably bothered me more than anything is, I just, it's all civil against Tony right now, and, they had issues, my sister had issues, Tony had issues, but, he drove past that house, and I asked Sheriff Matthews for phone records. You wanted, to narrow down that time of death because, of course, a coroner does the time of death, right?
Okay, guys. So basically, the phone records would be key to kind of pinpoint what exactly was going on that day. In my opinion, it would help tremendously because then we would be able to take a look and see, hey, Holly S., good to see you. We would be able to take a look at those and compare them against the Google timeline of events and different things. And then also pings on the cell towers are really important. And we know that just from other cases. So the week before to the date of Crystal's passing, she was going over these Google timelines of Tony's, right? And she was finding out that he was doing some activities that she did not appreciate that were inappropriate. Also, the fact that parents were pulling the kids out left and right because of some seemingly inappropriate actions from Tony. In my opinion, I don't feel like he was equipped to be around the children. In my opinion, that's just my opinion. So this is where Dane says, we have this private investigator, but they're private. That's why they're private. It's right there in the title, right? He says that he is an Army vet. So thank you, Dane, for your service. Also, he says that he respects the chain of command because of that. And, I respect that. I think they were very respectful with the situation that they were put in, that was put in front of them and that they were having to go through. He does call Tony a buffoon, and I do agree with that. I think he is a buffoon. I think that he thinks he's a lot tougher than he is. You could even tell the minute that he got a badge is like it's like what we hope that we don't see from an officer when they're wearing a badge is that kind of change in stature, like he's just God's gift. He doesn't think about the fact that with great power comes great responsibility. Instead, he just thinks about what a big man it makes him feel like. Talk about an ego. And then they're upset. They're upset about the fact that Tony is still on the website, that he's making himself out to be an officer. This was a major concern of Julie's in the first meeting with Sheriff Matthews, and she was saying, he's out there, wearing his uniform, has his vest. She saw it at the house when she went to go pick makeup up to get Crystal ready for her memorial, for her service. And so Penny's like, oh, no, that's not true. But then she goes, well, he might be an auxiliary. Once they brought, only when, excuse me, let me rephrase this. Only when Dane brought up the fact that he was still on the website active, that did Penny concede the point that he may be an auxiliary deputy. So the conversation starts going towards civil charges, and that the family does have the right to pursue this in a civil manner. And so they're kind of, you can hear Jana kind of going over, okay, so this is civil. I understand, you're not going to help us out. But then Dane comes in and he says, evidence to discredit the police report. And Penny says, oh, no. I don't think that the police report is discredited at all. And, then he says, well, with all due respect, Mr. Shearer, and I'm paraphrasing here, but, I'm not questioning your ethics. I believe they're impeccable, but you have to understand where we're coming from, that we have evidence to the contrary of what these reports are saying. And they've also turned it in at this point with the sheriff. And as he explained earlier, going through the chain of command is important to them, and they understand that that's kind of the process that they need to follow. February 23rd, or excuse me, I don't know why I wrote 23rd, February 9th, 2023, is the day that this all transpired. And Tony was in Bastrop, and then he went to the sheriff's department, and he stayed there for about 14 minutes. There was a call between Crystal and Tony at 10 a.m. And Jana brings up the fact that she just wants to know what happened there. Was it that he heard this happen over the phone and he didn't know what to do, so he went to the sheriff's office. She's trying to offer up other theories other than just one. So you can tell that she's put a lot of thought and effort into trying to figure out what has happened here, and anybody would for a sister, right? Tony also does so we do know that Tony drove past the house, and we know that because of Google, but we would also like to know that for sure based on phone records, because that's another way that we can prove what actually happened here. And the fact that there was a lack of that is very disheartening, to say the least. Baba Rose, I don't think she does sound like a very good DA. I mean, it is what it is. She wasn't prepared. Robini says it's really infuriating. It is. She sounds like lazy. She sounds lazy. I know that. Well, and see, those were my general first kind of thoughts about it too. And I've listened to it over and over, and I just think to myself, there's just so many things that she could have done more professionally, in my opinion. And I think that, with the level of professionalism in the family that we see here with, just Crystal's siblings, it's just very apparent that they are looking for that level of professionalism that just isn't there. But let's go ahead and we'll listen to the rest of the call. We just have 2 more clips, and, I just wish there was a better outcome. I really do.
Because, of course, coroner does the time of death, right?
Unless you actually have a video of it, or we have some audio surveillance from a store camera or anything, we don't.
Well, they had a Ring camera at their house, which I asked
I'm working on legally obtaining that footage right
from the Ring. But the coroner determines time of death, my sister's phone records would say, who did she talk to last? When did her phone stop being active? That's going to narrow it down, because she stayed on the phone 24/7. And that's not something they would even have to subpoena. Tony wouldn't have to call AT&T and get those. Just print them off. Not his, just hers. Yeah. And that would narrow down the time of death to say who was the last person she talked to. Okay, that narrows it down. It takes away that 11 a.m. Something as simple as that, just to give us a little bit of peace.
I don't think you're ever going to get satisfied by anything that we tell you. I think you need to go the civil route.
Well, without a doubt.
Yeah, well, without a doubt. The sheriff has just lied. I mean, just repeatedly lie after lie after lie after lie. This started out as Tony Jones was at Forest High School working all day. Once we handed over cell phone records to the sheriff, well, we knew it was in Bastion. You know, they want to backtrack and reverse engineer. I'm surprised that they didn't even change it in that report. We'll file a FOIA for that report as well. But he's done nothing but lie to us, and I don't understand why.
Well,
I work as an engineering consultant. My job is fact finding, data collection. She's working on her doctorate. The sheriff talks to us like we're backwoods hicks. He thinks we're stupid. We're not stupid people, Ms. Ducier.
I don't think that you're stupid, but I do think two things. One, you want to look at this as though it's an engineering problem. It's not, because crimes are not like that. They're very complicated in a different way than an engineering problem would be. And two, I think at this point, you're not going to believe anything that he says. I think that there's just been a breakdown. But my job is to look at it
from an
objective thing, which I have done. And when I look at this autopsy, it's very obvious to me that it is a self-inflicted wound. And
Okay.
I haven't seen as many dead bodies as maybe your sister or your wife or whoever, but I look at a lot of autopsies. I talk to a lot of police officers who've worked a lot of cases over 34 years. Dr. Peretti does the autopsies for probably 50% of every homicide in the state of Louisiana and in Arkansas.
Right.
And I trust what he says, that this was
Are you aware that he's operating under multiple sanctions from the Arkansas Medical Board of Examiners?
I know that all pathologists, because of what they do, are constantly being investigated for what
He's
they
thinking
do.
he is under sanctions for numerous ethical violations.
Well, what I was going to say.
We'll leave that alone right now.
Yeah.
That's not your problem.
Well, why would Sheriff Matthews get so angry at me over obtaining a death certificate?
Livid.
Because here's the thing, death certificates go to certain people, the next of kin, and unfortunately you are not. Now, I think you can ask for the death certificate from the state of Louisiana.
I did.
The sheriff can't give it.
No, I did. I went through vital records because we had 5 copies from the funeral home. Of course, Tony was next of kin. So I went through vital records through the state of Louisiana, and I ordered my own for myself and my mom and for him, just one copy. And when I got it in, I just texted Sheriff Matthews and I asked for him to give me a call. And when I did, and he found out I had my own copy, he called me a liar and said that he asked who signed off on the death certificate. And he
said that a coroner can't determine time of death.
And when I told him, that it was Lewis Carter with the West Carroll, he, I'm not exaggerating this, he became the same
irate.
Same way I'm talking to you now is how I talk to everyone, because I just try to keep my calm. He became irate with me and said that he did not understand what my family was attempting to do. Basically said I had forged a death certificate.
I don't know what you're talking about on that.
Okay, well.
But I do know that maybe, we want y'all to have some peace. I really do. I do. I do not think your sister was murdered. I do not think your sister was murdered. I think that you think your brother-in-law, and he sounds like a complete jackass. I think you think he was maybe doing some other stuff, but I don't see any evidence that he murdered your sister. Now, he may have been cold, and maybe, do I think, not based on this, common sense will tell you that your brother-in-law knew that this was probably waiting on him, because that's why he had Chuck Harris go.
Yeah, he checked his daughter out of school at 2:30, so she wouldn't ride the bus home and find the body. Yeah, we know all those things. It's
but
just
that doesn't mean
we've got an
that
official
he killed
police
her.
report that is not taking into account cell phone location records. That we've got a sheriff who refuses to even try to get the video surveillance. Tony Jones told me that the ring video had not been working for a month. We've uncovered emails that went to my sister's account that state the ring camera video system was updated on January the 30th. So the Ring camera system not only was up and running, it had just been updated.
Maybe he didn't pull the trigger, but he was directly responsible for her death. And I know
from the sheriff's standpoint and from the DA's standpoint, just because I may frustrate somebody or disappoint somebody or cheat on whatever I've done, that does not make me
a murderer. I understand.
And that's what the sheriff's office role is in this. That's what my role in is. If you feel that he contributed to her death because of his behavior, you go to a civil attorney and they can sue him for that.
But why did he go straight to the sheriff's department from Bastrop? Why was he there for 16 minutes? He was there for 16 minutes, and at the end of the day, when he
Your
went...
sister, has she ever threatened suicide before?
She's attempted suicide before.
12 years ago.
12 years ago when after a car accident.
But listen to me.
But that does... I mean, I've attempted suicide before. I'm not going to lie to you. Doesn't mean I'm going to do it tomorrow.
Maybe not. But if you love someone and they've threatened suicide before, and for whatever reason you may have a feeling, maybe he did know, and he didn't want to be the one to find her.
Or the other end of that.
That's a possibility, but the bottom line is he didn't kill her. It does not.
But did he tell anyone else that he knew she was dead?
He knew she was dead at noon when she went to the sheriff's office. He was instructed to go about his day and be seen around town.
And who instructed him to?
We don't
know.
But why would he go to the sheriff's
office? He just went around town.
Why would you say
I'm just saying it's a possibility. Just like you said, it's a possibility that he had a feeling. I'm just saying that's a possibility, and an alternate number of possibilities that
all
could
of
have
these
happened.
possibilities, you should contact a civil attorney.
Right.
And there's some good ones in Monroe, and you're from that area, listen to what they have to say. That way you're paying them and you don't have any question in your mind that there's some kind of conflict of interest. That's
Right. We're waiting on the results of the state police investigation before we go to the courts, because when they find what they think what we think they're going to find is really going to bolster our case, not just against Tony Jones, but maybe against some other people too. So, because the sheriff has just completely ignored evidence.
Well, I'm sorry I haven't been more helpful to y'all, but...
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Sear. Once again, I apologize for not being emotional at the beginning of the meeting. I'm sorry.
It's all right. Janet, go get your bag over there.
I'm going back here.
And I don't know where you parked, but I want you to go out this back door.
Okay.
So is Doug back there?
Well, they weren't when I left, but I'm sure they are now.
Okay, guys, so that was the end of that. Evidence ignored, blaming Crystal, just saying bottom line, he didn't do this, that Tony didn't do this to her. And then she says that she gives advice that they ought to find a civil attorney that they're sure doesn't have a conflict of interest, which is very curious to me, because that is a interesting phrasing and interesting choice of words, in my opinion. She says that they need to sue Tony civilly. And then earlier, I believe I said he was at the sheriff's office for 14 minutes. I want to correct myself there. Janice says 16 minutes at the sheriff's office at and around the time of this event, in my opinion, based on the Google evidence that was collected by the family. Dane says that, and he's trying to break this down for Penny. He's trying to make her understand. So he says, the sheriff lied several times. Tony said that he was working at Forest High School, and that's what the sheriff maintained until the evidence was handed over to them. And then he said, because of course Tony lied about that as well. But then, Sheriff Matthews, we already knew about that. We knew he was at Bastrop. We knew where he was. Well, that's odd. And it kind of goes into what the family's talking about in this, stating that, he stopped over at the sheriff's office after this happened and was told to be seen around town. It's curious to me. I feel like the 42 minutes at the bakery barn is worth looking at and analyzing. I also think the time that he spent at Forest High School is as well. They're not terribly far. And he could have left his cell phone at either of those locations and had more involvement, because we know that Chuck Harris is not a good person. We know that because of the research that we've done on him. And then we also know that he has a lot of issues himself with being inappropriate with young women. So it just causes pause for me, in my opinion. So Dane tries to again rationalize and reason with Penny and say, "Look, I'm in reverse engineering, right? I'm fact checking all day. I'm collecting data all day, um, trying to make things make sense, right?" And I'm not very versed with what that all entails, but he's just trying to let her know that he does have some credentials here and that he's trying to explain these to her in a way that, it's not like he's just somebody coming off the street. And she, again, poo-poos the idea and is like, no, I mean, this is not the same in solving crimes. And, he respectfully accepts that answer. She said that she feels like there's been a breakdown. She said that she doesn't look at as many people who are not with us anymore, not as many as some people do, but she has been in it for 34 years and has seen her fair share of autopsies. She also tries to talk up Dr. Peretti, but Dane reminds her that Dr. Frank Peretti out of Louisiana and Arkansas has sanctions on him for ethics violations. So he has been in a position where he has violated his ethics. They take a Hippocratic oath to do no harm, but yet he is over here doing anything but good. Um, in my humble opinion. Sheriff Matthews also, they're upset with him because he was upset with Jana over getting this death certificate, and they ask, why was Sheriff so upset? Why was he irate? Why was he livid? And she never answers that question. She basically says that Tony's the next of kin and he's the only one that should have been getting those records. But then again, she could go get them through Vital Check. The sheriff can't give them to her, but she can get those. So again, why is he upset? It doesn't make any sense. Then she turns to Tony saying that he sounds like a jackass, cold maybe, but she's also offering up a theory of her own. And I find this to be very interesting. She says that maybe that's why Tony sent Chuck Harris over to the house to check on Crystal, because he already knew what had happened. And then Dane says, yeah, we understand that because he also picked his daughter up from school early that day, and she usually rides the bus to school. And so, unfortunately, they're left with having to pursue charges civilly and then move on to others who hopefully will listen and reopen this case. There is a petition at change.org to reopen this case. I believe that it is something that needs to happen because no one should ever have to deal with this shit show that this family has had to deal with. There's not any good reason why a family member or multiple family members has to have all of this very neatly organized and packaged up for law enforcement, and they act like they have no clue what is going on. It's absolutely maddening, and I pray every day for justice for Crystal McCrory Jones, because that's what she deserves, and that's what we all deserve. I pray that for Jana, for Dane, for Julie, for all the family members, everybody, because if somebody is going to do it to one of us, then they're doing it to all of us. Just because it wasn't our family member doesn't mean that it can't happen to one of our family members, and heaven forbid. So that's the message tonight. And then also, if you're in a situation where you even have one little doubt about a red flag or the way that you're feeling, it is very important to go and find out, hey, momming it up, to find out whether what you're feeling is valid or if it's something that just needs to be worked on. Because sometimes, especially in newer relationships when we're younger, we don't understand. And there's certain behaviors that are very toxic. And we saw this with the Gabby Petito story. So I wanted to share that with you in the beginning. I think it's very important to realize that it happens to all different types of women, all ages of women. Crystal was with Tony for only 5 years. She had relationships before this. She had a life before this. And this person comes in and wreaks havoc on her life. And I think a lot of us know what that's like if we've ever been in a narcissistic relationship, in an abusive relationship, or if just a toxic kind of a relationship. It starts with isolation. It starts with downing you, dogging you. Everything you do is not okay. Just like Brian Laundrie didn't like Gabby Petito's YouTube videos, right? He did not want her to become a creator. He said that it was stupid. Don't ever let anybody trample all over your dreams. If you think that it's something that you want to do and you're passionate about it, keep doing it. Don't ever let somebody do that, because if somebody really loves you, they're never going to do that to you because they know it's going to crush you. And why would somebody that loves you want to crush you? Same thing with the bull crap that Tony is pulling on Crystal after she passed away. He had every power to do it because she was married to him and that was her next of kin. So the family that really loved her and wanted the best for her and only cared about her best interests were pushed aside because this man was married to her. And I just want you all to just really think about that if you're in a situation like this, because marriage can be very romanticized and very, it can just seem like, well, why am I not married or something like that, right? But don't look at it like that. Focus on yourself, on your dreams, what you want to do in life, and that other stuff will come and you'll attract people that are on a higher frequency when you do that. So again, if you believe that you're in a situation that you may need help, I'm going to tell you all again, you can go to the Gabby Petito Foundation. Just type that into your search bar. They have help buttons there and you just easily click on there. You can also call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And just, even if you don't think it's not a big deal, they love me, but they do treat me this way sometimes, call the domestic violence hotline, 1-800-799-7233. You can also text the word begin to 88788, or you can click to chat with them 24 hours. And all you have to do is just let them know, hey, this is how I'm feeling. They deal with women every single day. And these are volunteers that are going in there to help other women because they've been in the situation before. So they know exactly what to look for. They know the red flags. They know the feelings. You might think that it's like a completely new thing for you, but it's actually something that they're very versed in dealing with. So please, by all means, just check that out if you have even one or two red flags. And that's all I can even say, is even one or two, and just check with them, because they're the experts. And that, yes, crafting and true crime. Thank you. Yeah. Love you first, and that's going to attract a better person in the long run, right? Because sometimes when we're not even sometimes, when we are in not so great of a situation, sometimes we attract, people that are in not such good situations as well, right? Because we're working on a lower vibration. But if we're working on a higher vibration, then we're going to open ourselves up to better people. And that's friendships, that's love interests, that's, whatever, in your life, business relationships, people that you would want to work with rather than people that you wouldn't want to work with, right? It's just all a matter of working on a higher vibration. So work on yourself first. And thank you, Star. And that's what's important, is working on yourself first. And yes, and there's a hotline and everything. So guys, we are going to switch gears a little bit, and we are case, I have a few still shots I want to show you that the analyst sent me. So shout out to analyst. Let me go ahead while we got this going. Okay, so I've never studied or listened to Crime Time Buzz before. So mods, if you can drop Crime Time Buzz's link in the chat. She is a school teacher, and she is closer to Seth, Tony, and kind of the creators that they do share some information, insight information. She's also done a fair amount of her own research, from my understanding. So I thought it would be interesting because she mentioned some things in her live that I think are noteworthy and part of the discussion that we've been having on this channel. Mainly, did Sebastian get carried out of the house that night? And then also, I want to go over Hindsight's video. So please drop Hindsight in the chat as well. I'm going to put these in the description after the show. But it coincides with the video that I produced on the yellow jacket guy, right? And so does what the analyst sent me. So it all kind of ties in to what we've been looking at. And I think that me slowing down the dog video, showing what was on the man's phone, and then seeing his whereabouts throughout the restaurant is going to be something that you all will want to see. And so I've been working really hard on kind of getting all of that information kind of collected together as well, because I think it's important in the way that we kind of listen to it, especially because some of this we don't have a whole lot of visuals with it. But I did find kind of an archived, well, it was from back from March 8th when the landfill search happened, and what Sonny Weatherford had to say about it. And so I really am excited to kind of show you guys this. So here is Crime Time Buzz, and this was her live that she did Sunday, the same day as the vigil for Sebastian Rogers.
And we're going to talk about the things that have been going on, and it's absolutely disgusting. I will tell you this. I spoke to a detective, completely unrelated to Tennessee, completely unrelated to the case. And I told him about people threatening to ruin a little boy's vigil, a boy who's been missing over a year. And
hold on, guys. I'm so sorry. Momming it up. I just saw your comment. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I will show you. So Momming it up says, thank you. Can you show everyone the hand sign for help? I know many are unaware about it. Right. So like, say you're in a situation. Thank you, Momming it up, for your super chat. And thank you for bringing this up, because I always forget this. Say you are in a situation where, and it could be any type of a situation where you feel unsafe, right? But just say you are in a situation where you're with your partner and they're not treating you right and you're afraid. You can give a hand signal that says like this, right? And that's kind of been universal for us. And maybe I could even get... But if you ever feel unsafe, signal for help. I want to make sure. Because I could also show you guys this way too. So just open like that and then closed. And that way, no one is alerted to it besides the person that you want to see it, right? It can be a little bit difficult, but also, you know, if people are more aware of it too, they will know what to look for. So thank you so much, Momming it up. I really appreciate you saying that. And I'm sorry I had to stop in the middle, but I think that is so important, and I always forget about that. So thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, Starflower, thank you for becoming a member. Thank you. Thanks, guys. I'm so happy to have all you guys here. I missed you guys so much. I just been trying to focus, and I get a little bit introverted sometimes, even though I am outgoing, but I am a bit introverted. I've had to, it's kind of part of my trauma, that I just kind of go inward. And especially just this whole week, we've had so much going on. Sebastian's vigil, um, Gabby Petito's parents coming out talking. I didn't realize that until much later because I've just been preoccupied. And then also I really wanted to get this phone call out about Crystal, and the meeting with the district attorney's office, because again, I just find it to be so important for us to all realize what others have to go through when they're in a situation like this. So thank you so much, momming it up again. I'm so glad to have you here. Okay, guys. And then this is Crime Time Buzz talking about kind of the vigil a little bit in the beginning and kind of some of the nastier things that's been happening. We all know on YouTube, it can get pretty heinous and not really even for good reason, just for attention seeking purposes. But here we go. We'll just go ahead and play this. And I'm sorry if you guys hear Django, he's snoring. He's snoring over there.
And we're going to talk about the things that have been going on, and it's absolutely disgusting. I will tell you this. I spoke to a detective, completely unrelated to Tennessee, completely unrelated to the case. And I told him about people threatening to ruin a little boy's vigil, a boy who's been missing over a year. And I told him at the first vigil, they did the same, at another vigil, they did the same thing and were filming it. And I said, and he said, what I take of that is you are dealing with a suspect involved, most likely. They love to insert themselves. They love the attention. He said, or you're dealing with someone who is being paid to insert themselves and divert the attention. He said, or you might be dealing with someone who's not involved at all, but just very mentally unstable. So, he's not familiar with the case, but I just wanted you all to know, because I'm so shocked by this. Why would there be people? It just doesn't, for the normal individual, it doesn't make sense that people would want to ruin a vigil for a young man, ruin prayers for a young man, ruin a gathering for a young man, that their hate is so strong that they want to ruin Sebastian. Well, we are probably dealing with suspects involved who are inserting themselves, people who are being paid to distract and insert themselves, or possibly some very mentally unstable individuals. The one thing he did say is the more that people bring it to the attention that this may happen, which we know has been done, he said, and provide those names, those people will start showing up in a file repeatedly, over and over during this case, right? Because they've been reported. And the more you report them when it goes to trial, the more they have to bring them in. Okay. So we're dealing with probably unstable people, suspects inserting themselves, or people being paid, because there's no way that a person's just waking up saying, I want to hurt a missing child. They either have to be off their rocker, paid to do it, or they helped. That's what I got. So we are dealing with people who are just off their rockers. I have been biting my tongue for months and months and months. And I am so glad Mr. and Mrs. E came out and said legislatures, local officials, detectives, law enforcement know what happened to Sebastian. You all, I do know that's true. Okay. I know that they knew in the very early days, day 1 or 2 at the command post. And the reason I know that is they had volunteers out there. They had law enforcement. They had everyone around, and people heard things. So they had TBI out there. They had everyone, and people heard things. Okay. And the things people heard is, I'm going to say this the easiest way I can say it is they knew from the command post watching the footage that Sebastian did not walk out on his own. They knew it was not a stranger, which is why the neighbors and immediate public was not alerted. They knew he was assisted being removed from home. Okay. And they've known that since day probably 24 to 48 hours. Okay. They knew that a car pulled up in the neighborhood at 3:10. Absolutely. You have you have politicians who know this. You have detectives who know this. You have TBI agents who know this. Okay. Also, it's bad enough that I've been working, okay, I don't know how to say that part. But what I do want to say is I have been working with one of my sources on how I can say certain things and release them out. Okay. The one I want to say to you right now, I don't know how to say. Okay. Oh, backward, it's the zip code. Okay, I'm going to get to you all I need. So I just want you to know that they knew what happened to him. They know what happened to him. They've known for 360, today's March 1st. They've known for, give them 367 days. They've known what happened. I was not told if they believe him to be breathing or not breathing. But what we're going to believe for the sake of Seth Rogers is that he was breathing and he is still breathing. Okay. Because remember how many, many, many times I've said, until there's no proof that he's no longer with us, we have no proof, and we need to have the hope. We need to.
Yeah, Rob Beanie, that is a great point. That is a great point. And I second what Crime Time Buzz is saying here, because I feel the same way. I just feel like if we don't know either way, it's probably better to definitely say allegedly, but also just to keep the faith and the hope alive, right? Because we all know that that's something that Seth has asked for. And I think probably, if I could guess, that Katie probably feels that way too. I don't think she would want to come into someone's chat and hear all of the crazy things that may or may not be rolling around our heads all the time, right? Thinking about this case. It is a fine line. I agree, though, because we are trying to kind of brainstorm and figure out what has happened here. So it is, it's tough, but I think we could do it definitely. And Rob Beanie says, Kelly Ziegler, oops, hold on, there we go. Kelly Ziegler, Ziegler said one pencil is easy to break, like one piece of circumstantial evidence, but a whole handful of pencils, like a bunch of circumstantial evidence, not so easy to break. And I agree with that too. I think that's really wise statement. That's why it's so important to get all of it together, right? And then also, Sebastian has not been found yet. So focusing on finding him is really, really important in this case. I do believe that. So Crime Time Buzz talks about how she has a detective that she was just kind of bouncing ideas off of, and it's no one to do with the case or anything like that, just someone that she was asking some questions of, right? And I'm sure a lot of us do that. If we know of a law enforcement agent, or if we know someone who is in a certain field, we might ask them their expertise, right? And so that's kind of what she did here. She said, what do you make of these threats? Why would people want to be ruining the vigils? And I think somebody said it, either Lil Red, might have been Mom and Up, or Rob Beanie. Yeah, I wish they'd move on. Exactly. Starflower. It was Starflower. All of the above. That's my take on it. All of the above. All of these people, right? They're suspects. They might be paid. They're definitely mentally unstable individuals. Anyone who would do dirt for money is living, the poorest life of all, in my opinion. If you're willing to do that kind of stuff just to make a buck, you're awful human. Definitely have issues. But sometimes suspects will insert themselves into cases, and we see that a lot. We see a lot of people inserting themselves into cases for attention, things like that. Not that they want to help the situation or discuss it or find solutions. They just want to simply be in the mix of things and get attention. So Crime Time Buzz brings up a very important aspect of all of this. So again, if you're being bullied or if you're being harassed or different things like that, you can always report these things. Or if you see it happening to somebody else, it's important to report and document these instances, because you wouldn't want it happening to you. And of course, why would you allow it to happen to somebody else? We are, after all, the true crime community. So we should stick together and come together for a common goal, realizing that maybe our views don't always align, but that doesn't mean that we can't work together, right? Or even compare notes or be civil with each other when we're debating different instances. Lil Redo, I thought that was super interesting, right? The real estate connection. I did leave that in here because we won't watch the whole video. There were some really key points that I agreed with, certain ones that I didn't, that I just kind of left out. But the ones that I left in are kind of key that I wanted to discuss. She talks about Mr. and Mrs. E talking about how law enforcement knows what happened to Sebastian, that they knew in the early days, and that there was a lot of activity going on at the command post, right? And we know this for a fact because we saw it on the news. We saw it everywhere. And then local people even know it because they were some of the volunteers, some of the people that were around. We had TBI, we had Secret Service, we had horseback people volunteering their horses and to ride them, looking for Sebastian because it's easier to kind of manage the terrain, right? We had all sorts of resources coming in from different counties, law enforcement agents. We had people who, we talked about auxiliary deputies. I mean, I'm sure there were a lot of volunteer deputies. I'm sure there were people who are ex-military involved and brought in their expertise. But we also know that the National Guard was brought in and they were door knocking. So, I mean, they were looking everywhere for Sebastian. They really were. People heard things at the command post, according to Crime Time Buzz. And I find this to be interesting because I can definitely see how this would happen, right? And we know, because Bobby the neighbor said it, but then also Seth had also said that he was kicked out of the command post. And, I don't mean to laugh, but it's comical to me because I can see them like having to rip me out of the command post. Like, and they're like, crazy mom, go home. You know what I mean? Like, I would be up there listening, trying to figure out what was going on, right? So I think that's normal. I'm not laughing at you, Seth. I just think it's kind of funny that you would, get kicked out, because I definitely would. And so people were hearing things around the command post. Again, another reason why I'm sure law enforcement didn't want, dad sticking around. And also, we have a little bit of information that's alleged. So I don't know this obviously as fact. So Crime Time Buzz talks about Sebastian being assisted being moved from the home. So I'm assuming that she's talking about at this juncture. Now she is going to talk about Sebastian being moved from the home in terms of being carried out of the home that night at 3 a.m. But I think she was talking about him being moved into another living situation, like living with Seth or going to the boys' home. There was several that were chosen. One was Bledsoe Youth Academy, and Seth did his research and said, I don't think that you guys understand that this is this is a school where children have turned up unalived and very much harmed going to this facility, right? And another thing to consider, and that I have considered too, is the fact that it was a behavioral youth center, and it was not focused on autistic individuals. And I feel like it would be a detriment to Sebastian to go there with these other children who have very painted and sordid pasts, knowing that he is on the spectrum and that this is not focused in on the areas that he needed to work on, in my opinion. Either way, Crime Time Buzz talks about early on that law enforcement, politicians, TBI, the whole lot of them knew about the 3:10 a.m. car. Thanks, Rogue. Thank you, Rogue. knew about the 3:10 a.m. car, and that they have known now for something like 367 days. At this point, it's probably more like 370 days or so, right? But she kind of does a little bit of a rundown, so which definitely leads me to the photo that I enhanced. And so I'm going to kind of bring that into it a little bit more later, but I want to do it with hindsights too. So we're just going to watch this next clip. Yeah, it does burn me up to crafting and true crime, and it bothers me because it's just so unfortunate that we don't quite have enough. I don't think for 1 minute that there isn't any. I just don't feel like we have enough. And I feel like, they are looking at that just one bite at an apple, and I can't blame them, and I'm glad they are actually. But it is so frustrating. Love Horses says, "Can I ask?" Was said. Oh, sorry, guys. Private conversation. And I mean. Yeah, crafting and true crime, and Crime Time Buzz goes into this, and I'm grateful. I'm grateful for her sparking this conversation because, as I said, I've never really studied her before, and she's a very smart woman, and she's very interactive with her crowd and things like that. And so I really enjoyed it, and I saw many of you in there, so I was really happy to see y'all. But I also thought it was a smart conversation that everyone was having, just kind of giving up different information theories, and then she was sharing some of her knowledge. But I agree. Crafting and True Crime says, I mean, why not tell the public about the car? Why not find him and have an arrest by now? The car, and we've heard about this, right? It's not new. It's just kind of confirming a little, right? But we know that there was a dark colored sedan, a Nissan, right, in the area, and she's going to speak about that. But it is strange that they didn't put the vehicle on the Amber Alert. However, I do agree that it could be because they didn't want to tip somebody off. Um, you know, I mean, a lot of people have darker colored, Nissans, right? I mean, sedans, those are common, right? I guess maybe they didn't have a specific color. I'm sure maybe they do, but maybe they don't. Just kind of playing devil's advocate there. Miss Machete says, I'm assuming because they know who the car belongs to, crafting and true crime, I hope. Yeah, exactly, Miss Machete. And thank you for that, because that's kind of where I'm at. I'm kind of on the fence where I'm going, well, maybe they know who it belongs to and they don't want to, give out that information. Or is it something where they're not, 100% sure on all of the details? But I think it's more leaning towards what you're saying. And Loretto says, well, you have to think about why they would not want Sebastian to know what evidence they actually saw on the footage. Or excuse me, well, I do this all the time with them too. I switch them up. Well, you have to think about why they would not want Seth to know what evidence they actually saw on the footage. Yeah, there's a couple of reasons, right? One, early on, they weren't sure who all was involved. So they kind of have to keep that closer to the vest. But then also, um, it's tough. It's like if you give that information to a parent might take things into their own hands, and that's not the way that the system works, right? Or that's not what it's intended for or to do. But nobody can really blame somebody for doing that if that did transpire. But that's another reason. Yes, absolutely. And right, and maybe they don't have the license plate on the car. Exactly. And Rogue says, do you realize how many parents have children that were born with autism and they don't put their children away? Yes, that's a great point, Rogue. Thank you. Shaking my head. They need help themselves. That is why. I agree with that 100%. I think they're the ones that needed help and not Sebastian. And I think if they would have been able to look introspectively, which I don't know that either one of them knows how to do that, I think they would have realized that the issues that were in the home were due to what they were doing, not what Sebastian was doing. I don't be sorry at all. That is realistic, and it makes perfect sense to me. It's very logical thinking. It is, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm not sure. See, that part I was a little bit um difficult for me to kind of follow, so I didn't really put as much in there, crafting and true crime. So that's why I kind of left some of those kind of details out. But what's wrong, bud? He's up tonight. They said they might not, yeah, able to, yes. Hey, Carol Lovett, good to see you. In my opinion, 2 people have a car like that. There are a couple of people that come to mind that have a car like that, and they talk about it, you know. They do. Yeah, Miss Machete says it's sad, Rogue. So disappointing that a parent could just discard their child because they are inconvenienced. Right. Yeah, they're over his behaviors, you know. I mean, we all have behaviors people can get over, you know, that people are like, I'm over that behavior, right? Crafting and True Crime says it's been said to be a darker color, but I don't know. Yeah, see, we never really got a good idea on the vehicle in terms of a license plate or a good color of the vehicle, you know, just darker, which could mean, you know, black, blue, like some are kind of like a purplish color. Some of them are like a deeper red color. So it's hard to tell, you know. Yeah, and they don't want folks running. Exactly, Little Red. I believe that too. You know, if there's not a whole lot. Hey, Lizzie and Kurt, good to see you guys. Good to see you. Um, yeah, and they don't, and they may not want to just give all that out because maybe it's a smaller part, you know, or maybe it's a bigger part of evidence that they have, and maybe they want to keep it closer to the vest, you know. Um, Oh yeah, yeah. Edgar is CP. Love horses. I'm confused. Yes, it's CP. Okay, guys, let's watch the second bit.
The last thing we have about Sebastian that has been shared for us, you bet, Little Red, and I'm going to share it with you, and again in a second. Hi, Sunny Days, is that he was last seen at the Texas Roadhouse. Honest to goodness, y'all, that's the last thing that's been verified. Okay. But what I want to tell you is that at the command center, and I was going to be putting out a video on this, but I was trying to do it in the best way. Okay. Joanne McNeil, I have been screaming at the top of my lungs, why in God's name had nothing been done for 367 days? I mean, imagine knowing they know this for a year. Imagine knowing this. Hi, Austin. I have not understood. Then I've wondered, well, they're trying to get to him. You know, I don't know, you all, but here's what I know. They knew. And the early hours at the command center, listen up, Little Red. At the early hours at the command center, you had Hendersonville police who were off duty. You had Sumner County Sheriff's Office detectives. We had day 3, the DA there. We had from day 1, county commissioners there, local officials. Those individuals knew and know. Okay. And I find it interesting that once I was told when Seth was at the command center, he was asked to, you know, move along, you know, go search or do whatever. Find it very interesting because at the command center is where the chatter happened. We don't know if we can rescue him, recover him. That was said. He was removed from his home. That was known. It was not a stranger. That was known. So that was known all along. So then I say to you, and I'm giving you all some videos that I have coming up, and yet no arrest for 367 days. And we had Craddock saying there is no evidence. Well, you all, I want to hope Now, here's the one thing that bothers me is when they say we're not going to be able to bring him home. That bothers me. When you know 367 days, 1 day in, 2 day in, 3 day in, you're not going to be able to bring someone home. Why? That concerns me. I worry by hearing that. When you hear that, what do you think? I think, now I'm going to give you my opinion. It is nothing, no one has told me this. I'm giving you my opinion because I've, for many, 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 many months, have had to think through these statements. Okay. When I hear it said that we're not going to be able to bring him home, I think trafficking. What do you think? Yes, Holly. Anyone who's involved in this can be involved in a child's disappearance again before they're behind bars. Absolutely. 3 people carried him out. I've heard that too. Yes, I have. Yes, I have. The last thing we know verified is that he was last seen leaving the Texas Roadhouse. I don't believe a darn thing his mother says. I am so sorry to say that. I would love to believe her. I would love to move her aside and look for someone else. And that, my friends, is where the pig fest is held. Good thinking. Wow. What a community. You're all amazing. And backwards, it's 97347, and that's the zip code for Grand Roan, Oregon. And we know they were cited in Oregon because remember, I broke that records release. I released that. That was me. Oh, goodness. Okay. Yeah. Minnie Panther said, we have all these interviews to talk about. I was really upset when KP said he should be living a life. Regardless of where he is, he's living a life, we should assume. That came across to me. She knows he's not living a life anywhere, in my opinion. Yeah, a lot of the things she said bothered me. He would, when she was talking about his birthday, he would have been, meaning he would have been 16. And then she stops herself, looks up in the air. He turned 16. I'm sorry, you all. I normally wouldn't say that, but she's been nothing but a deterrence in finding her son. So, I mean, I cannot. I just cannot. So, yeah, I'm discouraged, but they do. I know, Little Red, I just gave you what I've known because I know you all have wanted to know. I'm sure Seth knows now. All I need is Jesus because they're communicating with him every day. But probably in the beginning, they didn't know, if they walked up, I don't know. I don't want to justify it, but they probably didn't know who wouldn't say something because they were probably investigating without people knowing they knew. They were going along, I hope. I hope it wasn't a cover. They were going along with the, we don't know evidence because if they said we've got tons of evidence and we know exactly who it is, the people we think it is, and who I think it is allegedly, would have taken off, right? I don't know.
Okay, guys. So yeah, I was going to ask you all what you thought about the trafficking theory. Because I really myself don't really know what to think of it. Hey, Ann Reynolds, I'm glad that you're here, and I'm sorry that you were having a bad day yesterday. I wasn't supposed to come on, and but I'm glad you're here now with us. And hey, Mountain Mama, good to see you. Good to see you. And I saw Brandy and Indy in here too. It's so nice to see all of you guys. Thank you for coming in. And anybody else that's coming in, welcome in. So the last thing we know, obviously, or the last footage that we have seen of Sebastian is at the Texas Roadhouse. Now that's the last verified. There's a lot going on at the command center, and Crime Time Buzz goes back into that, right? So she's like, hey, there was a lot of stuff going on at the command center. You had Hendersonville off-duty sheriffs. You had Sumner County sheriffs, detectives there. You had day 3, DA Whitley was there. You had local officials, and they were all there, and they all know that 3 people carried Sebastian out, is what she said. And she alludes to a trafficking theory, and she says that she believes this because it was said allegedly that they knew where Sebastian was, but they couldn't find him. They couldn't bring him home. And so I really don't know what to think about that, other than trafficking was my last kind of resort, just because it didn't seem as likely to me. But then again, what Carol was saying too, with the yellow jacket man having Sebastian's picture on there, it just, or video, it just kind of opens that door for me a little bit more. Katie's statement that he would have been 16, and then she stops herself, and then she's like, he should be home for that. He turned 16. He should be home for that. Very odd statement. Did, in my opinion, seem like she caught herself from saying that he would have been 16, meaning that he's no longer with us. It was very upsetting to watch. And then Crime Time Buzz says that Katie has been a deterrent in finding Sebastian, and I agree with that. Because I don't think any of us like blaming his mother or thinking the worst possible scenario with his mom involved. But many of us do feel that way. And so that statement didn't help. And I do believe that she has not done her due diligence in this case to find her son. Yeah, I do. I think she's a good source. Miss Machete, thank you. Yeah, I was happy to kind of find, um, find her, especially because I was trying to do more research about this photo, and I really wanted to bring you guys some good information. Both sets of photos, one, why is Sebastian allegedly being carried out? A second theory, again, why would this strange man in a yellow jacket have pictures or footage on his cell phone of Sebastian? It's just so strange. Rogue thinks, yeah, so that was one of your theories, Rogue. Or no, sorry. Trafficking was never one of my theories. She says Sebastian would be high risk for the offenders. Yeah. And that's I think it would kind of detour them, especially because I think that Sebastian was I think Sebastian is a very strong young man, and I think that he knew how to advocate for himself. So I think that if somebody did try to take him, they would have given him a run for their money. And then also the sets of issues that comes along with being on the spectrum, I think would detour them from being able to kind of handle, maybe they bit off more than they could chew, sort of a thing. So it could really go badly. I agree. And then if it did happen, but it's definitely just a theory. So let's go ahead and watch this next one. Thanks, Billy B, for you. Thank you. It's so good to see you. You had to go to the hospital for an MRI, Anne? Oh gosh. Oh, I hope everything goes well with that. I'm so sorry that you have to go through that. Those are not fun. Those are not fun at all. They can be kind of scary, I think, in my opinion. So I'm so sorry. Mountain Mama says, I don't think they would traffic a child with his medical and who is on the spectrum. I don't mean that in a mean way, but from what I have read, they look for healthy kids. Yeah. Well, it's just kind of comes with its own challenges and things like that. So yeah, that's where I get hung up as well. I really do. I get hung up on that as well. And Lil Red says, they said they may not be able to bring him home. You can't bring home a deceased person, all the other stuff that's a mess and led people other places. Well, I can't lie. My brain did go there as well, Lil Red, just thinking that could be an alternative. Yeah, definitely. Carol Levitt says, in my opinion, now I believe she gave too much eds. Oh, okay. Yes, I see what you're saying. Yeah, could have been. I know that was one of Seth's, earlier theories as well. I think that crafting in true crime, I tend to lean more towards that, abduction, and it was all planned out. I think it was premeditated. I do. And I could be wrong, but yes. Oh, he had the MRI done before. I'm sorry, Miss Ann, I read that wrong. Oh no, the coyote's little red. Oh gosh, well that would go perfectly with what we're talking about tonight. All right, guys, here we go. We're just going to go ahead and I'll play this next one.
I don't know. Let's hope that's what they're doing, right? So 3 people carried him out. Yes, I boo-hooed like a big old baby. I didn't just cry. Hi, Joanne McNeil. Seth's live. Yes, I wasn't just boo-hooing when he was reading the voicemails. I cried through the whole thing just watching him. The anguish, the pain, the discomfort of not being with his son for so long. And when he says, I'm worried for his safety, is he eating? Is he cold? That is what a normal parent is worrying about, not whether social media is beating him up or not. Her interviews, I don't have much nice to say, so I think you know what I'm going to say. She stood in front of the cameras and gave us nothing but crap. I don't usually talk like that. But when we're 1 year in and a few days in, a lot of us are pretty darn angry, aren't we? Was CP one of the people carrying him out? The picture I changed the color on them, captured on the Ring camera. To me, Little Red, that looks like DG. Are you talking about the one with the very specific brown hairline? Thank you for emailing me. She saw it with her own eyes, my friends, and called FBI as soon as she saw it. So I'm assuming it was seen on footage. They went right on Long Hollow. Okay, that is different than what I was told. Thank you, thank you. We were trying to remember what you had said. Someone was trying to relay what you had said, so they went right on Long Hollow. Thank you. 3 carried him out. You saw it with your own eyes. Wow, my dear, that must have been terrifying to see. Yeah, Little Red Zero, I'm shocked that they are so worried about that video and making a big issue of it. It's funny how when Green Hoodie came out, they weren't begging law enforcement to make sure you know who that is. We're not dismissing it until then. They poo-pooed it. But yet she boogied over to the Texas Roadhouse, screaming and making a scene, by the way, because I talked to locals at the Texas Roadhouse for footage. Interesting, right? There's nothing to see. Why would you be screaming for footage? You haven't even been screaming for your son, allegedly. Okay? So there's a lot of weird things going on. Now suddenly they don't want to dismiss a video until law enforcement says they know who it is. Well, were you that diligent when Green Hoodie was identified? No, because you were handing them something or taking something from them, allegedly, in my opinion. Bunch of liars. Someone said something about the yellow coat dude the other day. I have not been able to catch up. He was doing something, and I don't remember. They sent me something. I have heard things about that too. Not the accident itself, but what? Some fishy things going on in Sumner County regarding individuals who may be having little love affairs with each other. I'm not going to say anything else. So there's a lot going on. There's a lot of nonsense going on. But like I said, when she said that, he would have been 16 and, I'm sorry, I was screaming at the television when she said, and we're just going to continue to do what we're doing. And I wanted to say, you haven't done anything. We're going to continue searching. How about you start? How about you start searching? Yeah. I am going to take the picture of the tattoo with the green heart to our tattoo parlor. Okay? Oh, her life was threatened, so she had to change names, but sounds like BC was involved. Oh. Oh, Lady Roses, do you mean BC as in SCSO BC? Gosh. And then he asks me for my stuff and I send it to him. Hi, Jen. Hi, Lisa. His voice just made me cry and cry and cry. Just so sweet. And I'm so glad Seth still has that. Yeah, he lives in the plantations. They're very, very expensive homes, and he owns like 4 of them right now that are in his name. Okay. Lots of the families own houses. They CB will gift a home and then CP will sell it. There's a huge profit, but then the home's still in the family. It's very interesting. I've tracked it a lot. So I'm not going to, I can't talk about the psychic. I can't opinionated. I'm going to direct you all there.
Okay, guys. So thank you so much, Love Horses, for becoming a new member, and welcome to, well, we're the dragon tribe, I guess, because we can't be dragon mamas because, you know, there's dads in here. I mean, dragon mamas and papas. Hey, Lori, good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, Rogue, it does get a little bit confusing because they're going to use some acronyms for names, or kind of initials rather for names here. And we're going to kind of flip flop a little bit around. So going back, but I'll explain it all from my understanding, you know, from my opinion. But the camera footage showing 3 people carrying Sebastian out. Now, this is not the first time we've heard about that. We also heard Bobby, the neighbor, talk about this as well. So it's very interesting. And this is one that our friend, the analyst, sent over here. What's wrong, bud? Sorry, Django's a little bit whiny today. He's having issues. Are you hot or something? You want me to turn the air on? Are you too hot? So basically, we have the photo that I enhanced, but if you look at the footage that Hindsight put out, and now we kind of watch this as well, the piggyback footage, there is a comparison here. And analyst, if you're in, maybe you could help us with understanding too a little bit more, but I can kind of interpret whatever I see here. Hey, James Cooper, good to see you. Oh, you probably went into the bedroom. Okay, hold on a second, buddy. I'll get you. And so you can kind of see the enhanced photo in the corner, and then if you look, it does appear that that could be someone else in that corner that is walking that would match up with what we're seeing here. Here is another picture that was sent over, and so we can kind of see a piggyback looking there. And see, and this is why I thought it was so important to put this footage out, and the still that I received, and kind of lighten it up so that we could see it better, because we're all going to interpret things differently, right? It's really open to whatever we're seeing here. And so this is from the analyst. You can see they've outlined what they believe to be happening in the picture, and then we also have this as well. And this is also going off of what Hindsight put out, the piggyback video. Did someone carry Sebastian out piggyback? Whereas I put out something a little bit different, but that's okay. This is where we're all working together. This is going to be a side-by-side of what I put out versus what one of our friends, Limelight Girl, put out. And she put these out with the features being more revealed than in my photo, right? So mine is on the left, and then we have the right view. She did a really great job of focusing on facial features, in my opinion, in this one. but I'll show you kind of the video that I put out as well in case you have not seen it before, and kind of put it into perspective just a little bit more on this front, because we still have a little bit more to talk about in terms of the other video. So just bear with me here. Yes, here it is.
We start with breaking news tonight. Newly released surveillance video in the search for Sebastian Rogers, taken the night he disappeared nearly 1 year ago. Let's bring up this video here in full so you can really see it. Take a look. This is from Kellen Lane in the Shackle Island neighborhood out in Sumner County. It's 1 block from where Sebastian disappeared from his family's home. The family's private investigator says cameras recorded at 12:17 a.m. That's the timestamp there. And as I mentioned earlier, this video is enhanced. It's still really, really hard to see. But in it, there is a figure walking up the block and then appearing to stop behind a black car. The figure then turns around and walks back the other way. We're going to play it on loop one more time so you can see it. The video has been given to investigators, and you can see it for yourself at fox17.com.
And if there's any new video, forward it to them.
Please.
Yeah. Security footage is really like a game changer.
This image was sent to me, and I decided to do some further enhancements on it. So here's one shot where you can see Mr. Foote carrying something, but upon closer review and more enhancement of the photo, this is what I see now to be Katie, Chris, and Sebastian. They're carrying Sebastian. It looks to me as if Chris is carrying Sebastian in either a blanket or a bag. I see a blanket just because of the way the black shape is formed, and it looks like he's carrying him like a baby, and Katie is standing behind him or walking with him. The reason I think this is because when I was enhancing the photos, I could see the differences in the appearance of what looks to me to be a human face, and it looked to me like it was actually a human arm that was draped over the person who was carrying the black blanket, or the perceived person in the black blanket. But here's an example of what I saw. Here you can see the differences and enhancements, and as I enhanced each photo, you can tell that the person's skin stays the same color and the black blanket also stays the same color, so I know that those two images are associated with each other. So as you can see, each time I enhance the photo, you can see that the core images stayed the same. And then there's this little nugget. Let's watch.
I drove around the neighborhood, I drove over by the school, and he's already, like, at this point, I was, like, hysterical. And I was at the school, and he's already...
Seeing Katie do the cutthroat gesture, I decided to Google it. I Googled it, y'all. The cutthroat gesture is performed by drawing the hand or a finger, usually the thumb or two, across the throat. It represents slitting the throat with a knife and means that the gesturee or someone else is metaphorically being unalived. In my humble opinion, Katie caught herself just there.
The Sumner County Sheriff's Office, TBI, and the FBI continue to search for the 15-year-old who has autism. A few sightings were reported shortly after he disappeared, but those tips went nowhere. Sebastian's mother and stepfather say he walked away from his home.
Okay, guys, so I just want to show you this really quick too, because I saw you, James Cooper, what you said. And so I just wanted to also address this too, because I know there was a lot of speculation as to whether Chris and Katie whether their interview came out before Sheriff Craddock debunked the SF video. And in my opinion, February 21st, 2025 was well before their interview with either news affiliate. Katie is wearing a completely different outfit in both of the interviews that she did. One was solo and one was with Chris. Her hairstyle is even different in both. They were well aware of this development from Sheriff Craddock, which says, "Good afternoon. Law enforcement had possession of the original video since 72 hours after Sebastian was reported missing. After thoroughly investigating this lead, we determined that this has no relevance to the case. Respectfully, Sheriff Eric Craddock." Okay, so that's been out since, you can see it up there, February 21st, 2025, 5:41 p.m. And that is directly from Sheriff Craddock. And so just going back to this, because I'm very amazed with what the analyst did here, because and it's a little bit of a different take on the photograph that we just kind of, you guys saw how I did that. I just wanted to show you the process, just so you can see it. But I find it to be interesting because there may be different angles that we're looking at, or it's just perception, right? I apologize. I had it pulled up. So here we go. And I would love to know what you all think. So definitely shout out, answers or what you're thinking in your, in the comments there in chat. Yeah, and Lil Red says, and because Lil Red also did a wonderful job on a coloration, excuse me, and she says that she explains it a lot better than I do. I just say enhancement, but she says coloration. And so she says, when you are changing colors on a picture to see what it is, the best white sheet would be what it is, the white sheet, excuse me, would be black. Right. So the colors could be switched over too. And if you see, if you even look in these different versions here, you can kind of see the coloration changing, right? Even here. And then we also have something like here, and then we even have like right here, that's a completely different one. And even right here, this was one that Justin had did. And Girl Mom 2 as well. Sorry guys, I want to make sure everybody that worked on it, we can kind of identify, but see how the coloration is changing. And Lil Red says it better than I do. Lil Red, you're good at that, because I'm a little bit botching it, but I just call it an enhancement, right? But this one was too far enhanced for me to really work with. So, I decided not to really touch that one. It was enhanced, or the coloration had been changed on it, right? And so that definitely looks like KP bending to the car, in my opinion. See, and that's the thing. A lot of people were seeing that bending down to the car instead of a blanket, right? I see exactly what you're saying, Crafting and True Crime. Thank you. Rogue says it's very obvious, So yeah, so you can just kind of see how the differences are. Lil Red says, I have one that shows his face, but I didn't want haters on me using me as anything. I can't take their bullshit. Yeah. Oh, I know. And that's the thing, it's very difficult, because it's okay for anybody else to do these enhancements. But the minute that somebody, that is a perceived green team, quote unquote, which it just disgusts me to hear that, personally. But it's, yeah. Okay. So yeah, the woman said it was a white sheet. I do remember that. Now, when it goes to grayscale, because we're dealing with, depends on the camera system, of course, but most night vision, or at night, everything will turn to grayscale, kind of like this coloration here, and I just kind of lightened it up. Or kind of like this one, where it's very hard to tell, and sometimes white objects will look different, in that grayscale mode. So that's why it's really hard to tell. But it is something. Yeah, I wish I had more professional tools as well, Rogue, for sure. That would help. It would help, wouldn't it? That's right, Lil Red. We're on. It's Team Sebastian all the way. You know what I mean? It's not about anything but that. So, but what I find interesting is when we can work together. So I think, like, in this scenario that we're talking about with Crime Time Buzz, right? The neighbors, they talk about the neighbors seeing this car in. We've heard about it, right? Bobby the neighbor talked about the car pulling up on Stafford, backing onto Kellen, leaving the neighborhood, and that was witnessed by several. But Crime Time Buzz also doesn't understand why people are getting so upset about all of this. Kind of what you were mentioning as well, Lil Red. The green hoodie, they dismissed it very quickly. Katie showed up when that footage came out at night, and Dog when they put out the footage of the Texas Roadhouse, and apparently Katie went up there allegedly screaming for footage. And it was a whole big ordeal, and she was upset, but she had never done that before that time. And this was only a few months, a couple of months ago. And then she talks about this Yellow Jacket guy, right? So let's go back to the Yellow Jacket and revisit Yellow Jacket, but I would like you to revisit it with hindsight first, because she did a lot of research into what this man was doing, and she tracked his movements. So before I show this, I just want you all to know that I took Hindsight's video. I slowed it down 50% of what she put out there, and I want to show you what she points out in the video. So here it is. And she did. Take out items that he's either picking up or delivering. So that's what really bothers me about this guy. And see, he's sitting kind of over by the bar, and that is when Katie does that strange little look around. She's looking around for people in the Texas Roadhouse. Katie watching the yellow coat man as he enters. And she has a look of pleasure on her face as she is very suspiciously looking back and forth, in my opinion. Now you see when the man exits the Roadhouse, he doesn't have any food or anything in his hand, but he does seem to, it appears to hindsight that he's receiving a text message at this point. In the right top, below that picture 2 on Katie's phone in the restaurant, and then picture 1, 2, right? She does that to the left, side by sides. If not spot on, in my opinion. Sending this random person pictures of Sebastian. We were discussing in previous lives about, well, really thanks to our friend Carol for bringing this to our attention, but we were discussing these things in our live, whether it was possibly taken, you know, photos taken inside of the Roadhouse by Katie, or if it was pictures that were taken by the man or video taken by the man outside. It's still up in the air, in my opinion, although this is very convincing. And that's why I wanted to share it with you and discuss it. And I will pop this in really quick. These are a closer up view of what the man's camera had on it. Hi, Brianna's World. Good to see you. Nice to see you tonight. Crafting and True Crime says, I asked the same question on Crime Time Buzz during that live. How did she see it? But Jay said she will, oh, the person emailed it. Yeah, and that's why I didn't really want to put that part in there, because I do believe that at least 2 people brought him out. I do believe that. And we do know from Bobby the neighbor's accounts that she knew that there was a car in the neighborhood and what they've done, and she explained it all to us. Whatever it is, I don't think it works, says Lil Red. That's not him. All wrong angle, in my opinion. Yeah, and I mean, see, it's all open to interpretation. It is very suspicious, Rogue. It is very suspicious. Miss Machete says, I agree with Jacqueline. I agree with you. I'm just confused. It looks like black to me as well. Okay, and you guys are talking about the other photo. And I don't think the color is reversed because they are wearing dark colors and it looks like dark, not reversed. That's true, Miss Machete. I agree with that too. That's kind of where it's holding me up as well, because if we're to believe that the blanket is the wrong coloration, sorry, I'll pop that up, that the blanket is a reverse coloration, then we have to believe that CP's shirt is a reverse coloration too. So it is it's something definitely to examine further. Yeah, it explains why she's looking around, and I'll show you guys that too. I did save that, so I'll show you that quick before I show you my other one. And Crafting and True Crime says, Miss Machete, she did. She called FBI immediately, she said. Yeah, I do remember that too. Thank you, Crafting and True Crime, for adding that in. Yes. And Crafting and True Crime says, Miss Machete, oh, I didn't hear Bobby say that, but I'm still talking about, oh, Crime Time Buzz had a caller from New York. They said saw it too. Yeah, I was thinking it might have been that guy that called into Brooks's channel, the Crime Lines and Lies, because that guy kind of had like a New Yorker accent, in my opinion. And I didn't know if they had like, you know, a home that they go to, like a summer home, or if they, you know, something like that. Yeah, black. Yeah, Lil Red says black is white and white is black on inverted negative. Right. Exactly, Lil Red. And you might need to explain that a little bit further to us all, because, you know, I was basically putting through filters, just trying to lighten the picture up. I wasn't doing a full-on coloration, kind of what you were doing and what our friend Limelight Girl was doing with hers. She was focusing in on like facial features and that sort of thing. But yeah, you see Katie here, you know, she's looking over towards the direction of the yellow jacket guy here, right? Looking all the way over at him, which is very suspicious. She looks like she is pleased with the situation right here. You can see it. She looks pleased, like, okay, look the other way, maybe just for good measure, or maybe there was someone else strategically placed in the restaurant. It's very odd to me that there was no food, no pickup for food, nothing like that, right? Hey, Princess Buttercup. Princess Buttercup says, oh, sorry, Miss Machete, really quick. Miss Machete says KP's shirt looks like the color it was the Texas Roadhouse on camera in the 3 a.m. video too. Yeah, I agree. Just a kind of a darker color. Yeah, because I actually thought it was black at first, but it's a dark navy blue. So Yeah, and then Princess Buttercup says, I think maybe he received the photos and then took a video as exiting, and maybe she have used a burner communicating on an encrypted app where messages are protected. It's sus, the Yellow Jacket, and KP. Yeah, I think so too, you know, and that's why I wanted to do a little bit more research on this and watch through these videos, especially Hindsight. That was really a brilliant video she put out, showing the movements of this Yellow Jacket guy, because I did not check to see what he was doing in the restaurant, if anything. You know what I mean? It was so busy that night at the Roadhouse. I do find it really suspicious what was going on at the Roadhouse. Why did they go there? Why did Katie only get French fries? Why, you know, was she taking these pictures of Sebastian that seemingly ended up on this stranger's phone? Um, Brianna's World says, I do believe Sebastian is alive and they have him hidden away, in my opinion. Well, good, Brianna. And I do appreciate you letting us know how you feel about it, because it is so up in the air. We really just don't know. So thanks so much for being here. And Crafting and True Crime says, in my opinion, CP wasn't there during the flashlight video. I believe he came after to clean up. Well, here's the thing. Crafting and True Crime, that is kind of where, and I'm glad you brought that up, that's kind of where it seems to me that Crime Time Buzz is going with it, where she thinks that the person in the photo, the enhancement looks more like, oh, here, not this one, looks more like DG, you know, Mr. Guy, which is, you know, kin to the Foot, you know, because of that hairline. She mentioned the hairline. Oh, you can probably see it better in this one. You know, that hairline there that you can kind of see. His dark hair that kind of creates that line there. But here, I want to also show this really quick too, just as a comparison. And this is the video that Dog put out, and I slowed it down all the way as much as I could. Hey, couponing. Night, Little Red. Thank you for being here. I don't know what he looks like exactly, Rogue says. Yeah, you know, and I really don't want to show a comparison just because I'm not sure exactly who it is in the photograph, but I did do a comparison that I can even show tomorrow. Carla, good to see you, Carla. Carla says, Crafting True Crime, he only thinks of himself. He would leave her and let the family burn. I agree with that too. I agree with that. I think CP is extremely selfish. Yeah, Rogue, like he was in the photo. Well, he's been in a couple of photos. Like he's been out there. He definitely has been. Resembles, you know, Mr. Foot, in my opinion. Yeah, you know, it's like it's better at highest resolution. This video, I saved it at 1080p, so that way you guys can get the best resolution possible. Now, this video was very clear, in my opinion. Very, very clear. Now, you see how he's kind of, you know, we couldn't really figure out whether he was, you know, masked up, and I mean, he was wearing it inside. Doesn't seem to want to really touch anything. There we go. Sorry, I'll take the banner down. Doesn't really want to touch anything. And then this is where you're going to see him look down at his cell phone, and you can kind of pick up on what's going on here. Yeah, Crafting and True Crime says, I agree he would do that if he weren't involved, but is he involved? But he is involved, excuse me. An unnamed True Crime channel says, my suspicion is he met someone online. Yeah, and see, that's possible because he was messing around allegedly on a laptop, and he got in really big trouble for it at the poker party on Friday, is what's alleged. And you can kind of see this either coming into focus or possibly a video. Yeah, there is so much going on, Star. Totally. Like that's the hardest part here is that there's so much going on. It's a very busy Sunday evening, right? It's right at dinner time, right when people are eating. Um, Everybody has, been done with church for a while and maybe, I mean, right there looks like the Yoda shirt. And then you see Sebastian coming into focus more and more as it keeps going. And it's just hard to believe that that's, a still, in my opinion. So were there multiple pictures sent or, what is going on? What's happening here? And then guys, I will just play this next one. We are on number 4 of our Crime Time Buzz study here.
Oh, opinionated. We're sitting here and we're just talking about the individual from New York. Oh, I will call you out. Are you serious? I'm so sorry you got no response. That's unbelievable. What we're talking about, opinionated, is there was an individual. Oops, hold on. There's an individual who called into a show months ago and had seen Sebastian being carried out, allegedly in a white sheet, 3 people carrying him out, and that person is in our chat right now. That person has been a part of us for a very long time, and we just weren't aware of it. Welcome in to all of you. So that individual is going to share what they know via email, and we'll go through it. But yes, they've known. And you said, now may I ask you one question? I will call you out. You contacted FBI immediately. Can you tell me when you saw it with your own eyes? I wondered that too, crafty girl. What did he see on the laptop? I wondered that too. With you. The TBS has uncovered a real estate scheme in Tennessee that's massive fraud, as has another man who's trying to run for office. He tipped it off to us as well. We've looked into it. As Dog said, there are real estate agents who are bringing in friends. They have big pockets, okay, and it begins there. Okay, and favors are being done allegedly for local officials and politicians as far as housing and things like that. And it's a very, very, very deep problem. And I keep being concerned. So you called the FBI immediately, told them what you saw. That was 3 days in. See, my friends, so I'm telling you, they knew. They knew. They saw it with their eyes too on the footage. So I'm assuming you saw footage. I will call you out, obviously. So, and they saw footage too. Okay, so they knew that this young man had not walked away. But no, that's what I was trying to get to you guys with the Amber Alert. Now, the Nick B blew my mind, Bubbly Beth. I would have been embarrassed to get on television and say this is not a criminal investigation. We have an Amber Alert, which is abduction, right? Which is a crime. We have so many things that point to a crime. A landfill search with probable cause. Okay, we have so much. So I would have been so embarrassed because it really just showed he'll say anything they tell him to. I mean, it was embarrassing. I don't know you all, but I think here's what's going on. We had an Amber Alert. Normally with an Amber Alert, you would get it means it's a crime. You would get a description of the suspects that have the child and are on the run with the child, correct? Now I want you to critically think about this. Now that I've told you, they saw, okay? They saw, they knew, they know. He didn't walk out, he was removed, and it wasn't a stranger. I'm telling you. Okay, county commissioners know, detectives know, TBI knows. They even said they weren't sure they could get him back, bring him home, which worries me about trafficking, okay? So, and I need to tell you another thing about how they run the politics, because I have a friend who just ran for office, not in Tennessee, and she shared some things with me that were relevant, in my opinion, to this case. Okay, but first thing we're going to talk about is whatever I was just about to say. The Amber Alert. Okay, they have decided the child was abducted. They don't have a description on the Amber Alert. So what do many people think? It's a stranger and they have no idea who it is. But that's false. They saw the footage. They know who it is. That's why there's not a description on the Amber Alert. Because if they had put the descriptions down, first of all, the people would have known they knew, but they wouldn't have put the descriptions down because the abductors weren't with Sebastian. Does that make sense? That's how I see it. The abductors weren't with him for people to identify. The ones that removed him from the home, right? They were sitting in their neighborhood, in my opinion. Okay? So if they had put their photos out, people would be looking for them to be with him, and they weren't with him. They were in the neighborhood. Allegedly, if it is who I think it is, the Proudfoots. In my opinion.
Okay, guys, so a lot to unpack in that clip, right? So there is a person, and I did add that in just for context so people can understand kind of what was being talked about in the chat. But there was a person called I Will Call You Out, and this person said that they saw Sebastian being carried out with their own two eyes. They saw this through surveillance from the neighborhood, right? And so they were supposed to share an email. I'm not sure if they ever did. I just know, allegedly, in my opinion, that there were several neighbors who were sharing the footage with each other. We find out later that that a lot of the footage was being shared with Chris and Katie as well. So there were definitely eyes on this footage. You know, of course, all of the local officials that would be privy to that information, like Sumner County Sheriff's Office, the TBI, possibly the FBI, the Secret Service, all of the entities that were involved, I'm sure were privy to this knowledge. So they talk about briefly this real estate scheme, and I wanted to kind of go back a little bit about what they were talking about earlier as well. So someone mentions a real estate scheme where that even Dog has looked into, where they're talking about how there are some friends in real estate with big pockets, and that's where it all starts. There's favors to local officials, politicians. So it's a really big problem, and there is a very deep connection that goes along with this. Now, we also hear earlier in the past clip that we listened to that Kathy B will gift houses to Chris P, Mr. Foot, Stepfoot, and then he sells the homes for profit, but these homes stay in the family. And there was some very good research done by a wonderful friend of ours, and she gave me some details, which was part of some research that I'm going to bring out tomorrow night, because it's just a lot for us to go over. But I do want to bring in these details. Not only did it take her a long time to compile all this evidence, but it also makes a lot of sense. So I do want to talk more about that. But again, there's this idea that there are some big players involved in this, and that it could go deeper than all of us initially thought. I, for one, being a real estate agent in Missouri, of course, I'm not anymore because I don't live there anymore. But I do understand kind of how it works, right? And what I was most worried about when I found out that Chris's mother was a realtor is her access to homes, land, property. And so that has always been a major concern of mine. And so I would love to kind of deep dive with you all about that tomorrow, and what our friend has found on her deep dive as well, just kind of bringing some of that information in. I just kind of want to make sure what all I can share, and what we can discuss, right? And so Crime Time Buzz is saying she definitely knows that, and so do the county commissioners, public officials, law enforcement, knows that Sebastian did not walk out, that he was removed from the home. Now, they know that he did not just walk away. They talk about Nick Barris and how embarrassing his footage or his news coverage has been. In my opinion, it is atrocious. He says there's no evidence, there's no criminal investigation. We know that's wrong, because even Brandon Carter wrote in an email to a local stating that this was a full-on criminal investigation. We know this again because of an Amber Alert that was issued very early on for Sebastian. When it's an Amber Alert, there's an abduction. It means it's a crime. A description of the child, suspects, and the suspect's vehicle are usually issued on the Amber Alert unless those details are not available. In this case, Sebastian did not have that available on his Amber Alert or any of his flyers. Now, there was a landfill search that was done with probable cause given, right? So there was a search warrant issued, allegedly, in my opinion. Crime Time Buzz talks a little bit about the politics involved and how they kind of come into play, but she doesn't go too far into detail about that. Again, people saw footage. There was no description in the Amber Alert, and she thinks it could be because abductors were not with Sebastian anymore. So whoever took Sebastian, they weren't with him any longer, and so there wouldn't be a need for a description. Again, it just makes you wonder why there weren't any arrests made by now. Aw, thank you, love horses. That's so sweet of you. Thank you very much. Yeah, Kathy B not liking to claim lost title on a vehicle. Well, and she had several vehicles too that the Proud Feet were driving. That was another thing too. He owns so much land, Tory Banks. He owns so much land, allegedly, in my opinion. And also very beautiful homes that are built. Okay, so Crafting and True Crime says, yes, Lady Freedom, same thoughts. I believe it's a rental, rancher, or cabin. I mean, and that's the thing, you know, as a realtor, we just have so much access to vacant properties, vacant land, like you said. It just depends on what your specialty is. A lot of times, you'll either do residential, commercial, or you will sell land, right? There's not a whole lot of realtors that will do all of it. Some of them do, but most of the time they specialize. You'll have a buyer's agent or a seller's agent. They specialize, right? Because it's just a niche that they can kind of work with. In Kathy's situation, I know that there's been a lot of, family, here's some new builds, so lucky for her. That's a good thing, right? As a realtor, it's turnkey properties are ideal, especially when you're seasoned, as Kathy seems to be. Borna Honey, good to see you. And Brianna's World says, beautiful homes, and they are so pretty. I mean, they're so pretty. They're very nice, very upscale. The neighborhoods are beautiful. I'm sure the school districts are great. Those are the things that people look for when they're looking to move to an area. And Crafting and True Crime says, Lady Freedom, I will email you my notes tomorrow so you can maybe check my details against the property information you have. Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Crafting and True Crime. I have done some research on it. Not as far as I would like to have gone down the rabbit hole, embarrassingly enough, because that was one of my fortes. But it's something where I've tried to kind of steer clear of a whole lot of it, but now it seems to be just kind of a gnawing need to really look into it, especially when we're talking about where Sebastian could have been. This yellow guy is really getting on my last nerve, because I don't know what he was doing with his pictures on his phone, allegedly, in my opinion. Tory Banks says, in my opinion, reason why, because he was moved to a private property. And see, and the thing that's scary is that he could be being moved from property to property and nobody would really be the wiser, right? Unless they're looking into these things, which I'm sure they are. You know, I'm sure if it crosses our minds, it's crossed law enforcement's minds, right? Especially on the higher level, especially on someone who has been working the case like Craddock. Sorry, guys, I just had to plug in here. And Princess Buttercup says, if it was the worst case scenario, which hope not, and still hold out hope it's not. Yes, ma'am. But if it was, Ellie is holding back arrests on suspects because they're corrupt and making sure they have enough to because there's some corruption, I see, or they're making sure they have enough for conviction. I really believe it is some of it could be a little bit of both, honestly. If there are, money talks, and if there are big players that are coming in, friends of realtors with big pockets, favors being done to locals, politicians involved, it can really get to be a really slippery slope at that point too. But I am, I am wondering about these houses, all of this access. Danny Guy is building a new house right now in the same subdivision as about, oh wow, Tori. Yeah, and that's the thing, they're very close knit, and that's what makes me wonder, especially when we hear about this, and this is not the first time I've heard about this, but it's all alleged. Kathy B gifting houses to CP, and then CP will sell it for profit and that sort of thing. Because some of these houses are staying recycled within the family, within the Foot clan, right? That is sickening. Yes, to even say out loud, moving it. Yeah, I know. It is. Yeah, like, well, the Daybells. It does ring true for me on that rogue with the Daybells, because you just, you can't put it past people. Good night, Crafting and True Crime. Thank you for being here. I missed you, girl. And Princess Buttercup says, yes, I agree. It definitely could be both too, Lady Freedom. Very true. It's just so hard. It's so hard to really put our finger on it, right? Just if we had a little bit more information, the vehicle would be good. But then again, maybe they don't have all the details, or maybe they're waiting, and they want to keep that close. Carla says, I think because of corruption, they were not making arrests, but Dog was pushing them and let them know he will make sure charges and arrests will happen. Carla, I think that bringing Dog in has really helped out. Like, it rejuvenated the case at the time that it needed to. He's been putting out really good information in terms of the Texas Roadhouse videos and things like that. The timing was really great on his part, in my opinion. Also, putting it out there for us to revisit it again was definitely, an OG Top Dog move, in my opinion. I mean, he knew exactly when to put it back out there to make us all look at it again and look at what we found. It's amazing. And I can't believe that, we've all worked together, especially, shout out to Carol again for bringing it to our attention. All of us working together, hindsight, the research she put into it. It's just amazing to me that we could take something that's been out there for months and kind of re-examine and find, in my opinion, bombshell evidence. And if I didn't believe that, I would have never sent it to TBI or Dog. I know I sent him woof woof, Princess Buttercup says. And I'll start howling up here, guys. Don't get me started. But it's just funny because him putting this out there has made us look again. Like, why is he doing this to us? Well, we already looked at this, and then we're all like wondering. But then we're like, oh wow, look at that, And he did want us to look over at Green Hoodie as well. So there may have been other players. Good morning, Bullhorn Betty. Nice to see you. So there may be other players here, and so it's something to really think about when it comes to what what he's wanting us to see, and then also just re-examining something and us looking at it and saying, okay, well, that may be what we're looking at, right? And maybe it wasn't what he anticipated us to look at, but then he's like, wow, look what we found. So it can go both ways. But I think he did a stellar job of coming into it when he did, and then also reminding us, like, keep looking at the evidence that we have, because we haven't fully examined it yet, obviously. Is the best way that I can kind of, put it out there. Um, and that's just my opinion. And I value your opinions too. So I mean, if there's something that you think or that you see in there, definitely let us know, because it takes all of our eyes, all of our ears, all of our brains, working together. Good night, couponing. Thanks for being here, girl. I missed you. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and play this number 5
Allegedly, if it
here.
is who I think it is, the Proudfoots, in my opinion. Okay, so yes. So why wasn't there a vehicle description? They knew right on. They knew early on. A dark gray or dark sedan Nissan 2014 Altima was in the neighborhood. They knew that. Listen to that description. Listen to it. They knew it because locals knew it, neighbors knew it, because they heard people talking about it. Law enforcement, commissioners, detectives. Yes. Hendersonville police who weren't on duty but were there. Yes, show poodles. Different states create their Amber Alerts. And the one thing correct that Tennessee has done, I will tell you all, is some states say they need a vehicle description, suspect description, and child description. And that's just very difficult to have. Tennessee says vehicle description or suspect description or child description. So they gave, and which is wonderful because we can get more children that way alerted. The thing of it is his people weren't with him. But why didn't they share the vehicle so the public could help them find it? Did they know where it was? Was it because they knew who it was? I still want to know who BC is. I still want to know who BC is, because if it's whom I'm thinking it is, BC with SCSO, I'd love to know. And I may have missed it if you said so. So there's just a lot going on, my friends, and we need to. Oh, it was Hindsight who did a yellow coat video. Okay, so we need to go over that too, but we'll go over that later in our live because we have so many things to go over. But I wanted to share with you all today things that I knew. So they knew who it was. They knew it wasn't a stranger. They knew the person who had him was responsible for this, wasn't on the run with him. And that's the description they had. I just wanted to share with you today the things that I knew. I believe they didn't, because people were saying, well, if they knew Jay, why didn't they put that suspect description in the Amber Alert? Because the Amber Alert is to help the public find them. And when your suspects are sitting right in their home, allegedly, in my opinion, that's probably why they didn't put that there. The vehicle, I can't understand why they didn't ask the public looking for the vehicle unless they didn't want people to know who it was. Now, if it is true and there is someone named BC involved and it's the BC that I know, then that's of huge concern. You know, Little Red, I've been sitting on things, and I shared with you all the other day another one where where a neighbor who lives right behind the Proudfoots, alleged friend of KP's, was crying, saying it's bad, it's so bad, and left the vigil. He was at the command post. It was his response to the questions. You know, how are things going? He was off duty at the command post. Okay? So, just another thing to know. Yes. Anyone who's interested in that information, yes, he lives behind them. But I just wanted you all to know what I knew, that a grown man cried left the Tuesday night vigil on February 27th with his head down saying it's bad, it's so, so bad. A grown man with a background in law enforcement. So what would make a grown man with a background in law enforcement cry? What did he see on that footage? What does he know? What did he learn? What did he hear? But it's bad. Okay. He was also riding around in cars with police that day, which is, a little concerning because there is an alleged link to KP with him. Alleged. Okay. He was riding around with dispatch that day. He was at the command center. So what did he see? What does he know? What did he hear that's so, so bad it made him cry and leave the vigil with his head down? So that's one thing I've known for quite a while. Another thing I've known for quite a while is the command post chatter, like I told you, that it wasn't a stranger, that he was removed. He didn't walk out on his own, that they weren't sure they were going to be able to bring him home, which worries me because that makes me think trafficking. Because how can it be a day or two in, or 3 days in, or 4 days in, that you as an agent, not Sumner County, and actual agents think you can't bring a child home, but you know where they are? That screams trafficking to me. To know where they are and know you can't bring them home. That screams trafficking to me. Some think it screams on the other, which we're not discussing for Seth. We have the command post is where they set up when they're searching for a child. So they were at this particular command post is where they monitor the searches that are going on, where everyone has searched, what's going on, what resources are there, what resources are coming out. If they're doing it properly, like when I searched for Daniel Robinson, they have a app you download. So it follows your steps and can mark off everywhere that everyone has searched. I hope that's.
Okay, guys, so a lot to unpack here too. So it's been said, and this has been out for a little while now, that there was a dark sedan, 2014 Nissan Altima in the neighborhood that night. So, and I've never really heard such a specific year, but I always knew it was a Nissan Altima, more of a sedan type body, and then also it was a darker in color. But nevertheless, this is what True Crime Buzz kind of is going over as some things that she knew about, some command post chatter. And then there was a bit of a slip up there. So I'm just going to go ahead and call this person CC, right? Alleged Facebook friend of KK, right? So, allegedly, in my opinion, they're Facebook friends. Allegedly, in my opinion, they were a little bit more friendly, for lack of a better way to say it, just based on some of the research what the rabbit holes that I've been taken down, right? Because I did want to make sure I got that correctly. But it was something that I was well aware of before, never really brought it up until now, because it's just something that kind of corroborated some type of connections, based on what Crime Time Buzz is saying and what my opinions have led me to. But a lot of locals have known about this dark sedan, this Nissan Altima. The locals knew because neighbors were talking about it. Now, Miss Machete, I agree with you. I'm not convinced at what the caller is saying to be something that they saw with their own two eyes, especially if they're New Yorkers or if they're in New York. However, this did happen a year ago, so I have to consider that. I also want to consider the fact that sometimes people hear other information, and so they say that they've seen it too. But there has not been any type of further corroboration or proof provided by this New York person. However, I do believe that the locals knew. I know the neighbors knew because it's been brought up before by Bobby the neighbor. It's also been brought up on different avenues where people have kind of come out and talked, but not really in the way that Bobby has. She's very brave. She came out and showed herself. She told her name. She said, you know, hey, I've lived in the neighborhood for this long. I mean, she's an OG in the neighborhood, right? But so I just can't discount the information just because the caller may have not been 100%, right? Because we have heard this before. Apparently there were LE and also commissioners who were at the command post again, detectives off duty, we had officers, we had volunteers, and one of the people who was at the command post who was off duty was this person, CC, who is the person that lives behind the Proudfoots. The field of view that we get from the 306 picture that SF Investigates put out, right? So it's coming from that direction. We are going to find some more interesting information out about this neighbor that I will let Crime Time divulge. However, I do want to say that I just want to point out, excuse me, that she is saying that allegedly at the neighborhood vigil that was held just for the neighborhood, right? It was a small vigil. Bobby corroborates this as well, guys. She says, and if you all want me to play that tomorrow, I can do it. But I just urge you to kind of remember back now, just because I don't have the clip offhand, that she corroborated this and said that there were officers that showed up to this vigil, right? She did. She said that. And that was months ago. That this has nothing to do with what Crime Time is saying, although it does corroborate what she's about to say. But no connection. It couldn't have been something that Bobby's rehearsed or put out there as a lie, in my opinion, because she said it months and months ago. But she did say that law enforcement was there. According to Crime Time Buzz, this neighbor, who is also law enforcement, was crying at the vigil and saying it's so bad, and then they just ended up having to leave. And again, I have to echo what she said. A grown man in law enforcement was like, it's so bad, and he had to leave. To me, that is like out of this world, right? Kind of shocking. And it might show a deeper connection with KP and Sebastian. Maybe this neighbor was fond of Sebastian. Maybe there's no connection besides a friendship, but it does cause me to pause and wonder what kind of shocking details may have emerged at this command post, like Crime Time Buzz is saying, while these people were chattering at the command post and this particular off-duty officer was there. It's just, you know, something that I think is worthy of discussion. And then she also brings up that, again, with this Amber Alert, that the person may not have been with Sebastian anymore, and that in her opinion, in my opinion, the suspects were at their home thinking that they got away with whatever they got away with, right? Because we're not exactly sure what that is. So there's that. I mean, just a lot to unpack there, right? And I'm not in any way saying that this person, because even based on my research, it really seems to me that this person is, from what I know so far, is more of a law-abiding citizen than not. However, sometimes when there's feelings involved or relationships involved, it can really muddy the waters. And I don't have to really go into detail and explain that to you all, because, you know, we've all cared for somebody that maybe didn't do something that in our moral values would align, but we also don't want to see anything bad happen to them, and then mix in the fact that there's a child involved that didn't deserve any of this. It can just really be a bad situation in a small town, and we talked about that earlier in Crystal's case. you know, it's very difficult to go up against that type of dynamic. It's just very difficult. Polly's Cookies. Yeah, I was trying to get your question, Polly's Cookies. Yeah, and I know it's a lot, guys, and I know there's a lot of like abbreviated names, initials, if you will. And it's also confusing when somebody calls in and they say they seen something, but then they won't really elaborate on it, right? It's difficult. It's a little bit frustrating, but then again, you have to also think of sometimes people are like looking for that extra bit of attention, and they do know little details, and if they say the right thing, it's going to catch people's attention, and they're going to be like, wait a minute, you were there, or you saw this, or did you hear it from a neighbor? Did a neighbor let you see? Because as we're going to listen to right now, there were it was very strange, and we all knew that Chris and Katie had obtained some footage, and this allegedly may be how they were able to obtain some footage. So we're just going to listen here to Miss Crime Time Buzz.
Lots of different things happen at the command post. Now, at this command post, we had a lot of chatter. And the individual that I'm talking to you about that was at the command post that left crying with his head down, okay, is the same individual that claimed there was nothing on his footage except possibly an animal crossing it. His footage has night vision, audio, and everything, and he's directly behind the Proudfoots. So you put that together, and he's alleged linked to KP, allegedly. And he threw a little bit of a scene in the neighborhood last month, okay? Kind of like a CP scene, okay, over the case. So there's a lot of things that we need to look at. A lot of things that people didn't think were relevant that are starting to be. And he could see the back of the house. Absolutely. Thank you. I will call you out. Now, I will call you out. Was he, from what you saw, I will call you out. Was he taken out the front or the back? Because I had heard that you had indicated front. And I just want to make sure I have that correct. Oh, my goodness, Gypsy. I didn't even think of that. That screams tossed in the river by St. Jude early in the morning since someone was at work site 2 hours before work started. Remember when we studied, Gypsy, that road that goes along the Great River Road that goes all along the river there? The Mississippi? Goes all along there from Henderson. There's like 240 some miles that go through Hendersonville or Tennessee of the Great River Road that travels right along the Mississippi River. And that made my stomach fall when I heard that.
Good night,
because that's
Ann. Thank
very
you.
easy ways to get rid of a body. And actually, Pat, she's a profiler. We covered her thoughts on this case a while ago, and she quite frankly was worried that he was discarded somewhere from Hendersonville to Memphis. So carried out. Yeah. So we know a lot of things. He tried to sell his house, but couldn't. I did hear that he took it, put it up, and then took it right down a couple weeks later. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I will call you out about the front of the house. I'm from Natchez, Mississippi, and they are always finding bodies near Vicksburg and Natchez. I keep close eye. Thank you, Gypsy. We appreciate it. Yeah. CP said the dog was tracking, but I will call you out. I don't believe that's what the dog was tracking. I believe that's the flashlight path. And he said the flashlight path, thinking no one would debunk the fact that he was saying there was a scent trail. Hey, Mini Panthers, you have a theory, but it sounds crazy. Share it, because you know what? This case is crazy. This is the unthinkable. This is so many things, and that's why when some of you say to me, Jay, do you think he's alive? My answer has to be to you, I don't know, but I have hope he is, because no one has showed me he isn't. I know, here's what I know. I know when they didn't want him to live with them, they asked Seth to take him. Mom wanted to give him away. Now, I know CP lied about that and said he was trying to convince KP of letting him go there. No, that's not true. Okay, but what I do know is, they were going to give him to Seth. Then I also know they wanted to give him to a troubled teen institute. That makes us know they didn't want him there, but they were giving him away. Their plan was to give him to Seth, give him to a troubled teen. From what we saw and heard, it wasn't a plan to unalive him. It was a plan to relocate him. And so I'm holding on to that. Okay? That they were trying so hard to not have him there. Give him to Seth, give him to Bledsoe. They didn't even research Bledsoe to see the abuse and things going on there. But they were so desperate to get him out of the home. I'm praying to God they continued to search for a place to put him, like Seth's, like Bledsoe. That's what I'm praying for. Yes, Little Red Zero. Someone would be paying money for his care, or someone paid a lot of money for his care, which would be the large transaction that at night tracked. They tracked a large transaction. Go back through your posts. Lots of fishy stuff, my friends. So now you know what I know. Command post chatter. They knew he was removed. They knew it was not a stranger. They know who it is. They saw who it was. They asked Seth to leave the command post at one point, I overheard. And they were looking at footage. Yes, the Hendersonville cop who lives behind them, who was off duty, was also there volunteering, not on duty because he's part-time. He was also riding around with dispatch or with law enforcement. He's linked to KP allegedly, made a scene in the neighborhood. So we have a lot of things that don't make sense. And when I'm hearing BC might be involved, the name I'm going with, you know who I'm going with. And that all falls right back into my final statement before we go.
Okay, guys. So really quick, I really don't know about the BC involvement. In my opinion, I don't think that there is involvement there. I just think that he has been working diligently on the case. I could be wrong. In my research, I really didn't find anything too convincing otherwise, but that doesn't mean that that's, that doesn't mean that there's not anything out there that would lead me to believe that, in the future, or something that was put out in the past that I didn't see. Right. So it's just purely all my speculation. But I don't know that I can get on board with that just yet. We'll just put it that way. Now, the command post chatter, again, they know who took Sebastian. They know it wasn't a stranger. They asked Seth to leave because they were looking at footage. This CC person is a Hendersonville part-time officer, and he was off duty at the time while he was at the command post, allegedly. And then also, I just kind of want to say again, I don't believe that Sebastian was taken out the front door because of the Ring camera footage. So it is difficult for me to believe what this person is saying, not to discredit them or say that they're wrong. I could be wrong, but as far as I know, it just seems that the trajectory would have been coming from the flashlight video, somewhere from the backyard, trying to evade the Ring camera from right across the street. I mean, if CP knew about that, then he's not going to go that route. Neither would Katie, in my opinion. But again, I could be wrong there. I just know that that was kind of an area where there was a Ring camera available right at the front door. I really would hope they would have done an audit on the door locks, since they were digital, and I don't know that was done. Now, again, let's not forget that this was the same off-duty officer that lives directly behind Chris and Katie, who is allegedly friends with Katie on Facebook, and also he left crying from the neighborhood vigil with his head down. He also told them that there was nothing on his camera footage, although his camera footage would be pointing directly behind Katie and Chris's house. Allegedly, he had night vision on there. He had audio, and it was a very sophisticated surveillance system that he had on his home. directly behind the Proud Feet. But when everybody else was turning in footage, he said that there was nothing on his footage and that the only thing allegedly that he picked up was possibly an animal. Well, show us then. You know, what would be so bad about showing what you have? And then also, he made a scene recently in the neighborhood, like a good old fashioned shit fit, like Chris would have, right? So are people cracking? That's what it really leads me to wonder about in this case. Are people cracking under pressure? Because we are at the year mark and I feel like there is a lot of pressure building. And why wouldn't there be? There's a child missing. He's 16 now and he's been missing for an entire year. He was 15 when he went missing and now he's had a birthday. It's a tremendous amount of pressure, especially when you are close and have connections, interpersonal connections, in my opinion, allegedly. Now, briefly, Pat Brown, profiler, was brought into it. She's amazing, guys. If you haven't checked her out, she's fantastic. I would love to do some studies on Pat Brown because she is she's spot on. But she does think that there is some sort of a connection. I've watched her videos before, river, water. Some people are thinking the Mississippi River, but she thinks that she thinks that there may be a connection with where Sebastian is, possibly from Hendersonville to Memphis. And of course, she may believe that because of where Stepfoot works, right? Or where he was said to have been working that during that time frame. Now, again, I said I think that it was that this all transpired from the back of the home. I could be wrong because of that Ring camera footage. I don't think they would have chanced going out the front door. Crime Time Buzz talks about keeping hope and faith alive, and I have a tremendous amount of faith. I do try to keep hope up, but I do understand that there is some logic that comes into play. I just don't like for us to really speculate and give great detail as to what we think that happened, because I certainly wouldn't want to see that. And it's just hard for me to listen to too, you know, because it does, it's upsetting. It's upsetting, to say the least. So Crime Time Buzz's logic here is that she believes because the idea and the plan that Chris and Katie had allegedly to begin with was that they were going to give Sebastian to Seth, or they were going to send him to a troubled teen institute, which I don't think that that's where he would have done the best at. I don't think he needed that at all. I think Chris Proudfoot probably needs a institute for troubled teens more than Sebastian ever would. Just my opinion. But the plan was not to unalive Sebastian. It was to give Sebastian away, right? Relocate him, if you will. And I can understand that because that does make logical sense to me. You know, they weren't planning on that we know of. Of course, I am a believer of the premeditation, and this was something that was a long time coming. But I do think that the original plan, obviously, because there's email proof and everything like that, everything that transpired, that they were trying to relocate Sebastian, but they were desperate to get him out of that home. And they were saying things like, we're over his behavior. Like, that is not something that a compassionate, loving parent says, right? It's like, you might say that in a moment of frustration and say, gosh, I'm just so sick of all of this, you know, and I wouldn't put it past Katie to feel that way in the home, right? I wouldn't put it past Sebastian to feel that way in the home. He was always seemed to be in trouble for some reason. And not warranted reasons. I mean, these are kids we're talking about after all. They're still learning. What's wrong again with the parents is my big question. And if they were able to look inwardly, maybe they would realize that and do better. At night tracked a large transaction. We kind of left with that there, and you know, possibly could have been paying for some lodging expenses or something like that. But then there's also a lot of other reasons for that. It could have been possibly, in my opinion, if Sebastian is kind of being, you know, taken care of taken from place to place, and that would maybe explain some of that as well. All alleged speculation, though, because I don't have any proof of that. But, well, thank you, Love Horses. Thank you, Born a Honey. Yeah, so sick of the shadiness for sure, Miss Machete. It's, and it's ridiculous. It's everybody's shady. I know. Poor. I'll sit there and say, I'll be like Shady Katie, but then, you think about all the other shadiness going on in here. Hey, Emily Guthrie, good to see you. If they know who took him, oh, why not track the person down there then if they know who took him? Well, I think she's really alluding to the fact that, in her opinion, it was Chris and Katie who are behind this, or the Foot Clan, in my opinion, as well. Carla says, plus, didn't SF have video from the cop's house when no one else seen his? I'm not sure. I would think they would have, made them give it up, especially, I don't, it's confusing to me because I would think a law enforcement officer would be very ready to give that footage out. However, if there's interpersonal relationships, or if there's some reason that this other person is trying to protect someone else, then we get into muddied waters. They had no idea how much love is out there for Sebastian. I agree with that, Love Horses. I do. Thanks, Bornani. And Carla says, my birthday is Friday. Oh, happy birthday, Carla. I'd sing to you, but you don't want me to. Been praying, telling God that all I want for my birthday, is for Sebastian to come home. Thank you, Carla. See, that is so sweet. And that's the kind of love and care exactly right here, right? They didn't expect that, because we're not over him. I don't think we ever will be. I mean, I know all of us feel that way. I really, truly do. I know that. And Emily says, why can't the police make Stepfoot produce a lie detector test if he took one? I don't know. I don't even think they made him do it. I don't think they made him take I think the only person that's taken a lie detector test is Seth, in my opinion, allegedly, because that's all I've seen proof of. And Polly's Cookie says, but if this footage was seen by LE at the command center early on, if it clearly shows who committed the abduction, then why no arrest? It seems the footage alone would be enough evidence. I agree. I agree with that, Polly's Cookies. I do. I don't know what is going on behind the scenes, but that was very logically put, in my opinion, what you said, and I can't discount that. It makes me wonder, do they think they know? Is the footage, I mean, even if you look at this still, even if we look at a still like this, of the footage, it's so hard to see.
We start with breaking news.
Sorry, wrong one. My bad. It's so hard to see it, even just in this example of this one, right? Especially like mine, the one that I did is over on the left, and then you have the right side, right? And that was done by our Limelight girl. And she was working more towards the features, right? So you can almost see like an eye. You can kind of see the facial features, maybe a little bit more of the hair. So the coloration is completely different. In that one, it almost mirrors, like there's possibly someone's, face there, especially when when you change the coloration and things are staying the same. That's kind of how you can tell the association, in my opinion. But it's just so hard to tell. Is it because the grayscale video at night is so hard to see? Thank you, Princess Buttercup. Aw, Love Horses, thank you. Hey, Mom First, good to see you. And Lori says, why put all of us through this if they knew right away? I know, Lori, it's maddening. I know, because all of us moms are like, what the heck? And it's killing us. It really is. It's hurtful to see Seth the way he was the other night. Christmas was another. I mean, it's difficult, Aw, thanks, Star. That's sweet of you, Star. And Vanna, good to see you, Vanna. She says, I think this is bigger than we realize. If he was trafficked and politicians are involved, big real estate deals. I know, Vanna. I know. When I heard that, it really perked my ears up, and I was like, okay, because Crime Time Buzz was recommended to me. And I was really grateful that she was, you know, and I wanted to make sure that I did justice kind of transferring the information over and then doing the best of my understanding so I could bring it over to you guys. It's very difficult to kind of sift through and to kind of, it's like a big ball of yarn, you know, that just kind of gets jumbled up, and maybe the cat got to it and they just pulled it up, and then you're just trying to like undo it all, right? So it's like right when you think that you got that knot figured out, then there's another one that comes up and it's like, oh no, and then you have to pick at that one. That's what it reminds me of, you know. And Vonna says that tells me the governor is likely involved and people won't go against him. That's the thing. Depending on who all is involved, it can be very difficult for people to go up against, you know. Absolutely, I agree with that 100%. And Emily says, well, I'm sure they watched Katie's interview where she said they both took one lie detector. LE should ask them about it and ask to see results. I agree, Emily. I would love to see that. It would stop some of the chatter as well. It really would, because it's hard to believe what Katie and Chris say. That's not our fault. That's what they put out. And Vonna says, many of our governors are corrupt and also involving in traffic cartels. Yeah, and see, trafficking cartels, excuse me. I mean, I can't discount that. I can't. Is it on my top list? No, it's a little bit further down, but it's not my bottom either. So it's just something that I kind of try to keep an open mind to, but then I also have little, you know, little kind of things going, well, what about this? Well, you know, it would be very difficult for someone who has the social and emotional dysregulation, especially being away from the ones that love and understand him. That would be very difficult. There's just a lot of things. And Princess Buttercup says corruption in PALS and LE possibly is why, sadly, in my opinion, what it seems now. Yes, heart breaks for Seth. Yes, Princess Buttercup. And it does. It's not easy to see him because he's just doing his best. I mean, and he's doing a great job, in my opinion. I never like to hear him ever blaming himself. That's what hurts. It hurts me a lot to hear that, because I know, I just want to be like, no. But I know it's hard. It's hard. All of it, parents, we all do that. We all do that because, you know, we want to be good parents, but there's no perfect scenarios in life. There's no perfect way to handle things. We don't, you know, if there was, we'd all just go look it up in the book or go Google it someplace. And, you know, we do have a lot of that information at our fingertips. We do handle things differently than we did in the past, which is positive. But there's still no perfect answer, and every situation is different. You're welcome, Polly's Cookies. Good. I'm glad to see you here anyway, so thank you. And have you, Carla? Yeah, I really like her. I haven't watched her before, and so I enjoyed her. But I wasn't hip to all of her lingo, you know, because we all have our own little lingo, the way we say stuff. And so I was I wanted to make sure I was getting it all right, and making the right connections, not the wrong ones. And so, I love it, Miss Machete. I love it. Very formal. Hey, you get respect, Miss Machete. With a name like Machete, you have to gain that respect. No, I'm just kidding. Mountain Mama says, but not really. And Mountain Mama says, I just feel this case goes from far beyond what we know. Corruption sometimes runs so deep that it's hard to prove, and lots of powerful people involved. Hopefully LE is taking their time to uncover it all. And you know what, Mountain Mama, that's a really great point. You know, that's what might be delaying some of the justice that we're so wanting in this case. So that's such a good point. Thank you for reminding us of that too. And Vonna says that would be why police say they don't think that they can get him back. Stinkfate may not have told traffickers Sebastian was 100% healthy. I see what you're saying. Yes, I do see what you're saying. And that is a strong possibility that it could have went okay up until a certain point when it didn't go okay, right? Yeah, I can see that. Thank you for sharing that. And Emily says, do we have a word on what dog and at night feel? Any leads or locations or ideas? I have not gotten any updates other than just the fact that there wasn't a sighting recently of Sebastian. I think that somebody thought there was, and so they just came out and said that last night, or the night before rather, because yes. So that was the newest development. I also know that Seth was talking about there being bounties on their heads for up to 100K a piece. And I know they were getting threatening emails to family. That is just some of the wretchedness that is going on in this case. And if you talk about Sebastian, unfortunately, there's people that are going to try to stifle that. I can't give a logical reason because we're not dealing with logical people, right? I think a lot of these people have mental health disorders and they just don't understand that they need help. So, you know, we can pray for them, hope they can get their things taken care of, and then, you know, maybe they can come back and do something positive for a change. But I wouldn't hold my breath for most of these people because, in my opinion and what I've dealt with, I mean, just completely psychotic. Hey, Mom First, always good to see you. And Carla says, it makes me sick that so many in power are involved in hurting children. It does me too, Carla. The devil is overtaking our world. Everyone pray and accept God into our hearts. That's right. Into your own heart, you know, and I think that's really important to recognize, Carla, because, you know, there's always that dichotomy, that good versus evil, but in the same way, you know, good always prevails, especially when we stand up, right? So even if there is an injustice for someone else that maybe doesn't directly affect us, it's important for us to stand up against it, right? Because that's the only time that evil will win, is if good people don't do anything about it, right? That's a quote, and I forget who said it, but I kind of turned it into my own. So but then also, like Ben Franklin would say, you know, like about outrage, like if we don't show any outrage for others suffering or not getting justice, then we're just like we're part of the problem then too, you know? So, Star Lambert, respect Machete. That's right. That's right. Um, but yeah, I mean, hey, Mally Cat. No, you're not late. You're fine. I'm glad to see you. Miss Machete says, Star, haha, funny. He used to, he used the judge. I was thinking of doing your honorable Judge Machete, something like that. Yes, we do. We need your expertise, your expertise, Machete. And that's Miss Machete. And Emily said, you would think a bounty on heads of people who are searching for a missing child would warrant the FBI's involvement. OMG, what the hell? I mean, you would think. And that's the thing. It's, you know, like Jen was saying the other night, you know, like anti-terrorists. I mean, you know, if you're doing that, if you're running around terrorizing people, then, I mean, what are you accomplishing? And yeah, I think the FBI does need to take these things more seriously, in my opinion. And Starflower says trafficking could also explain the comment CP made about bringing Sebastian home if they had a lot of money. Yeah. Yeah, it just leads me. Yeah, you're right, Starflower. That's true. And then it leads me to believe, who was this yellow hoodie and why was Katie looking around weird, you know, all, and she looked happy, like something was going good that we didn't know about. It was weird, but let me inconspicuously look over at where that yellow hoodie guy is, jacket guy, sorry. Yes. Let me go ahead and let's watch this next one. We are on number 7.
Because, of course, you know, coroner does the time of death, right?
Sorry, that was Crystal. Excuse me. It's Crystal's case. There we go.
When this case began, Sonny Weatherford was he thought something was fishy. Sonny was beloved, by the way, by his constituents. He thought something was fishy. They went to the landfill with probable cause. At the interview at the landfill, he said we didn't find what we were hoping to. So they were there looking for something specific. He said it is not a recovery yet, but in a couple of days it may turn that way. But he knew things weren't right.
Law enforcement is searching high and low, even in a Kentucky landfill, for clues that can help bring Sebastian Rogers home.
We have been following this story since day one. The 15-year-old was last seen nearly 2 weeks ago in the area of the Stafford Court in Hendersonville. News Channel 5's Kelsey Gibbs has the latest on this investigation.
We are going on now 2 weeks and still no sighting of 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. His mother reported him missing around 8 a.m. Monday, February 26. And since then, there's been a massive search effort on the ground and in the air. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office is asking everyone in the area near Beach High School to meticulously review footage from security and trail cameras. They want you to really focus on the time frame from the afternoon of Sunday, February 25th through that Monday morning. Even the smallest detail could be the key to locating Sebastian. Yesterday, we had Sky 5 flying over a landfill in Kentucky as investigators with the Sumner County Sheriff's Office searched for any clues. This is where trash from the missing teen's neighborhood went. Officials say the search was a precautionary measure to eliminate possible options and questions. But today, officials say no leads or evidence pertaining to Sebastian's whereabouts were found during the search. This is despite the extensive search conducted by trained personnel, including the use of canines. In an update of the investigation, Sumner County Sheriff Sonny Weatherford is quoted saying, "While we had hoped for a different outcome, our commitment to finding Sebastian remains unwavering. We will continue to explore all available avenues and resources to bring closure to this case and provide answers to Sebastian's family and loved ones." Now, if you spot something on your cameras that can help, this is what you need to do. You can send footage to the Sumner County Camera Registry and then followed by an email or phone call to the Sheriff's Office, and someone there will retrieve the information. We have all the information on how to do that on newschannel5.com. Kelsey Gibbs, News Channel 5.
Kelsey, thank you. The Sumner County mayor is telling us there is a $3,000 reward from an anonymous donor for information that can help locate Sebastian. We, of course, will let you know if there are any breaks in this case.
So, fast forward. Sonny slips and hits his head at a law enforcement convention, a sheriff's convention, and he passes away. So when Sonny was sheriff, lead detective Eric Craddock was on this case. Okay. Lead detective, when Sonny passed away, Sonny's wife fully endorsed Eric Craddock. Fully endorsed Eric Craddock. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say there. So anyway, that went on. He slipped. Lead detective on the case, Eric Craddock, moved up to temporary sheriff. Brandon Carter's lead detective on the case. Brandon Carter is on a first-name basis with CP. CP has told us. And Bobby Simmons is the lead detective for TBI, who is also on a first-name basis with CP. So the dominoes fell right in place. That's my opinion. I mean, that coincidence, just in my opinion. And there's also relationships that are alleged in there too. Male-female alleged relationships in there. Okay? So there's a lot going on, my friends. A lot of weird stuff happening in Sumner County. There are neighbors who are embarrassed and humiliated. There is a petition that could be signed to remove people, but I believe they know. And I believe they're trying to dig through the layers of the onion because it's so much deeper. Okay, and I think it was too deep for Sumner County, or you know what my or is, okay? You know what my or is. Why would you let a missing date be wrong for 11 months? No professional would do that in their job, especially when a child's life was at stake. Why would you say you have no evidence when we know you saw something that day? We know you were talking about it at the command post. We know elected officials at the command post know. We know you had the DA out there because when you bring a DA out there, you know you're probably going to be prosecuting a case. That's why the DA shows up. Okay? So there's a lot going on. There's a lot of layers, my friends. But people are finding it out. Okay? People are finding them out. People are starting to speak out. You know, for a long time, you feel like you need to keep the secrets because it was protecting Sebastian's safety. But after a year, it's time to start speaking up so people, when we hear crap that comes out of Nick Barris's mouth, like there's no evidence, I'm sorry. That's when I start speaking up, because I am not going to have them feeding that to the public. Your evidence is standing in Stafford Court. In my opinion, they no longer live there, but they're responsible. Okay.
Hey, Pickle Me Elmo. Good to see you. Good to see you. So, guys, just briefly, and I agree with a lot of what Crime Time Buzz is saying here. So 2 weeks, there was no sighting, according to Channel 5 News, right? We saw that clip, and they were asking for locals to turn in camera footage from Sunday afternoon to Monday morning. So apparently they're trying to figure out whenever Katie and Sebastian stopped back at the house to drop off the snacks from BJ's. In my opinion, they're looking for that Sunday afternoon and then all the way through to Monday morning. Now, we did hear from Sonny Weatherford, who said at the landfill search to Channel 5 that he had hoped for a different outcome. And he hopes to provide answers, but they do not have the answers that they were looking for, whatever they were looking for at the landfill search. And, you know, like I said before, probable cause was established to search. Also, I feel like it was a very archaic and kind of, you know, a hokey pokey dance that we had to do, right? To turn in footage. It was like, okay, go to our website, and then you call the sheriff, and then you let them know that the footage is in, and, you know, da 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 da. And it's just very strange, right? To me, it was one of those things where I just don't understand the so much back and forth, you know. Star says, my big concern is that if Ellie has truly mishandled the evidence in the case, allegedly criminals could walk. Well, and that is a concern, Star. So yeah, I appreciate that. I really do. I really do. And Pickle Me almost says, yeah, I agree. Most definitely. Miss Machete says, yeah, I'm worried about that too, Star Lambert. I'm very much hoping I'm just being negative. Well, and I think part of it is just being realistic, Miss Machete. I really do, because I know it's hard, right? It's hard to stay positive in a situation like this, you know. And I'm like the person that's like, oh, these people that are just want to be positive, you know, because it's not, you know, it's not a positive thing. But I do understand why we do have to keep hope and faith. You know, I get that, but I don't think you're being negative. Hey, Jocelyn, good to see you. Oh, a busy night. Okay, well, hey, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. I hope it slows down a little bit for you. Hey, Poppy Love. Hey, Poppy Love. Yeah, there you go, Star. Break time. Um, but yeah, so also the governor said that there was a $3,000 reward. I heard that that was a hoax, but I don't really want to go too far into that. I just heard that that wasn't really. It was like local donors, and I don't know. I never heard anything about it after the first couple weeks. Sonny's wife fully endorsed Sheriff Craddock, right? Even after Sonny had passed away due to falling and hitting his head at an event. And also, his whole family really did too. His son, everyone, fully endorsed Craddock. Sonny Weatherford was somewhat of a mentor to Craddock as far as I was concerned, you know, and that sort of thing. But Crime Time Buzz also says that there are some connections there that are kind of unsavory. Also, very coincidental, which is, you know, a red flag for us in true crime. The dominoes fell in place because we had Brian Carter, who, according to Chris, which I don't know if I believe him, but he does say that he's on first name basis with Brandon Carter and Brian Simmons also. And Brian Simmons is Sumner County Sheriff's Office, and then you have Brandon Carter, who is the TBI lead investigator on Sebastian's case, but the lead detective, and he only works Sebastian's case according to him. But I guess there was some alleged male-female relations going on, and it's just a very fishy situation in Sumner County. A lot of layers to dig through. It might have been too deep for Sumner County Sheriff's Office to handle, and they may have been more involved than we would like to believe in a situation like this. Um, the missing date being wrong and them changing it, after a year is also very disturbing in my opinion. I don't know if I still have that where I can show you all this. Yes, here it is. I mean, they changed it on his, even the flyer I have behind me is wrong. Because it says Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers was last seen on February 25th, 2024. It's just kind of crazy. In the area of Stafford Court, sweatshirt, black sweatpants, and a black square frame glasses. Sebastian has medical conditions that may impede him coming home on his own safely. Another thing that Crime Time Buzz brings up, which I find to be very interesting, is that the DA was out there. And the only reason why the DA gets involved, obviously we heard Penny DeShear's phone call earlier, is if they were willing and ready, getting ready to prosecute someone. And then she also talks about how a lot of us were trying to protect Sebastian's safety, but now that it's a year in, I just think that pressure is building up. So it's bubbling, right? It's bubbling over, and it's causing people to come forward and say, look, enough is enough, right? And that's kind of my big my big hang up there, is that I think a lot of people now are willing to come forward, which is a good thing. And that's why public pressure is a good thing, because if none of us were talking about this, then it would go away, right? And I think that's kind of the idea with all the hate and everything. But I also think that if we don't, then it's going to just continue to breed pressure and more pressure, and people are going to start coming out and talking because they're going to get sick of the nonsense, right? I mean, I can't imagine that any of us are not already sick of the nonsense, but it's just, it just takes a little bit of time, right? And then all of this untangling, the pulling back of the layers, right? If there is some deep-seated corruption or some things that were going on that was unsavory behavior that people do not want coming out. Miss Machete says CPS being useless led to his disappearance, in my opinion. Love horses, I don't think they are involved other than in that way, you know what I mean. Yeah, and it could be an embarrassment thing as well. Like they were operating under the assumption for way too long that Sebastian walked off. And then once they scaled the search back and they started doing the investigative work behind this, they could have really found out more information that led them to believe that what we're hearing about today, that Sebastian was taken out of the home, and maybe they did have that footage, but they just didn't have a very good grasp on good footage. Maybe some of it was grainy, or maybe it was kind of hard to tell. If the feet, which no doubt the Foot Clan will foot the bill for a defense team, and some will come out of the woodwork just to defend the feet. And so we have to be careful, because they could afford, so a defense that could get them off. We just have to be careful with it. So, and Vonna says CPS is seriously involved in corruption. It needs to be completely overhauled. I agree with that. I agree. And it's not the workers. It's not the people who are working there. It's just the system as a whole. Because if it was an issue state, just for example, if it was an issue only in Tennessee, then we'd only see issues in Tennessee. But we see them across the board throughout the United States. Just left and right kiddos getting failed by the system. Okay, guys, let me just play this very last clip here on Crime Time Buzz, and we will discuss it.
So we are going to be, and also I do want to know, and that's another thing I will call you out. The sighting of CB at Warsham's. Why would Warsham suddenly, their footage wasn't collected, I've heard. Their footage camera was broken, I've heard. And I've heard it was recorded over. Another coincidence. That should have been verified. They should have been over there. Why would a parent, member of the family be driving around at those early hours when a child goes missing? Woman's Warrior, I have been writing letters to legislators that are above everyone's heads. Not saying, I'm just saying, here's what's going on. Please help us bring him home, putting down things that don't make sense. Yes, Lady Roses, that's how I feel. Little Red Zero, he tried to sell his home before when this first started and he had to take it down, but he has blurred his yard on Google Maps and things like that. That's where I think evidence was transferred. Worshams. Yes, I do too. I almost think possibly, well, I think we all think the same thing. So it's a lot. Mommy's dishing out a lot of money, in my opinion. Okay. And then here's my last thing. Fish around, you all, about that. Fish around with some things in that area. Fish around for possible divorces that were filed and then pulled. Hint, hint. There you go. Okay. And Show Poodle says, if you go back to Craddock's first interview when Sonny was still alive, it was odd. Craddock smacking his gum, very condescending. I immediately got my hackles up. Smacking gum? Really? Yes. Lots of things. Spousal privilege is not a thing when children are involved. That's a fact. That's my opinion too. I will call out trash, camera equipment, cleanup. Yes, I agree. That's what I thought was in the trash can. I do not, nor never did, think it was Sebastian. I didn't. It will be on the church's site. And what's the name of the church again? No, Elsa, that is not true. Elsa, I'm going to debunk this right now. That is not true, my friend. And I'm sorry to tell you that. He was not there. He did not see CB at Worshams that morning. That is someone spreading a rumor. Her husband did not see him. He would not be there at that hour, and I believe he was out of town. So, yes. I don't know if this is the neighbors that let CP see the video first, because you remember, here's what happened with that, Lady Roses, and let me just tell you how that happened. The neighborhood, the day Sebastian went missing, that morning, first thing, on the neighborhood site, you know, where you post things for your neighborhood, it was posted by their administrator to please put, let me tell you about the neighbors. Here's what we know. I'm just giving it to you guys today, aren't I? Okay. On the neighborhood site, they asked everyone to please report that they had submitted their footage to law enforcement. Okay. After that happened, KP came on. So neighbors started putting down sent, check, sent, you know. So that happened. Then KP came on and said, would you please put your addresses with it? So people were putting their addresses. Then what I heard is CP or KP or both were going to homes asking to see their footage. But they were using the neighborhood site. So people were going in saying, I gave them my footage. I checked my footage. Then KP asked for people to put their house numbers down, and then they were asking people to see that footage. Now, what I will tell you is every neighborhood in that immediate area that they were asking from that group said they did turn in their footage except one home. One home never responded, and that was the home directly behind Sebastian. Never responded. The home with the night vision and the audio and all that. The one that would have captured something never responded. They were the only one in that neighborhood thing that did not respond. And later when asked said, oh, we just saw an animal walk through. So lots of fishy stuff going on. I don't know why they would. I don't know that it's an alcoholic. If CB is or BC is the person that you guys are telling me something happened, then yes, then we're covering some things up. Maybe it's the housing industry. I know for a fact there's a person who works in the sheriff's office who purchases homes from the foreclosure sales. Well, the sheriff runs the foreclosure sales. So should you be purchasing homes from the sales that you run? I don't know. Should you have 4? I don't know. Did you get them legally? I don't know. Lots to look at, friends. Cameras were shut down is what I heard, Austin. Yes. Yes, there were cameras that weren't working and they came back on working Tuesday. Okay.
Okay, guys, and I do know Missouri law, like as a broker, that there is a conflict of interest. You're not really supposed to have interest in properties and then be selling them like as was just described. I'm not sure about real estate law in Tennessee, so it's kind of up in the air for me. Poppy Love says, "Lady, you all, I've been trying to look more into Janine Chrissy. I think she and Dog might have some of the same info. She has mentioned trafficking before. We all started learning this." Really, Poppy? Okay, let me see. Let me write her down. Because I'm more interested in that now than ever because of the yellow jacket. It's just weird. Why would that weirdo have a picture of Sebastian ever? So thank you for that, Poppy. Thank you so much. So we're going back to this CC, right? LE, allegedly friends with Katie on Facebook. That person that lives directly behind them has blurred out their yard on Google Maps, which, is questionable. Maybe they don't want their home on there, so it could be just nothing, or it could be something. Definitely noteworthy in my opinion. Now, the Worsham's situation, see, Crime Time Buzz is saying that she thinks that, there may have been some evidence transfer there, that Kathy B was out and about early. And we kind of know this because Melissa Proudfoot said in a Facebook post, and I've read it before, 6:30 a.m. that they were looking and searching for Sebastian Monday morning. And, she said that on her own words, not mine. She also, I find it kind of funny how Crime Time Buzz will say things like fish around, which I feel like that's what we do, right? We fish around, sleuthing, I guess, fishing around. But I thought it was cute how she said that. For possible divorces that were filed and pulled. Very interesting, in my opinion. Very interesting. And I think that does deserve a little bit more fishing around, in my opinion. CP says that, well, okay, here, let me just back up and say it like this. So there was a question that was asked about CP seeing the videos first, and we all kind of heard of, this isn't the first time we've heard this. If you followed the case, it's been kind of out there that Chris and Katie had looked at the video footage and they were given footage, right? But who wouldn't give the parents of a missing child footage, So it was kind of in the beginning when everything's all hectic and they're just searching around, and all of this. But this is what Crime Time Buzz said, that there was a neighborhood site. And the first thing they did that morning, Monday, February 26th, 2024, is the admin of that site, the neighborhood site, asked people to please give their footage to LE and then let everyone know whether they've given the footage, whether it's been checked, kind of like a data sheet, right? Which is really smart because that way people know who's given, who hasn't, if it's been checked, if it hasn't, right? So then they said, let us know about it here. But then Katie went by and said, will you please add your house number, your address to this information, right? And so people were doing just that. And then either CP and KP or both of them or, right? So maybe it was either one or both of them was going to all of the homes on the list and checking the footage for themselves. And again, I can't imagine what I would do. I mean, I would give Katie the footage right away, right? And just pray with her, hope we can find her, I'd even be nice to Chris, I just know I would be. I would also be wanting to give that information to law enforcement and Seth as well, though. But then again, it's very difficult because, in my opinion, Chris and Katie like to pretend like Seth didn't exist. They were really good at that when he's a very involved, loving father, and he did not deserve that, in my opinion. And so either way, they were going around looking for this footage and verifying that it was there. no doubt to gather information and not use any of it to find their son. In my opinion, they have not. And then everyone turned in footage except for this person directly behind the Proudfoots, better known to us as CC, who is law enforcement. He did not respond, and he only said that there was an animal that walked through there when asked at a later time, but he did not respond allegedly on the neighborhood admin page where they were collecting all of this information. Again, I find it odd that the sheriff, I don't know if he's a broker or I'm trying to figure that out. I still don't know. So I don't know if y'all have more information, you can send it to me. And I'm still going to try to look into it. I just find it odd. I did point it out when I did the Sheriff Craddock video that I have on my channel here. I did point that out, that he had a lot of interests with real estate agents, mortgage brokers, insurance agents. It was very odd for me to see that type of a relationship, as I've never worked directly with law enforcement as a real estate agent in my experience. So very, very strange. And Poppy Love says again, she says allegedly this group of some of their wives are into, oh, really? Satanic, awful things. They, okay, her home connections with judge in the other state. It sounded so crazy. I haven't said anything before. Yeah, see, that is so strange. Well, and then you have that weird, very, very strange church there that believes that they can exorcise a child who has special needs or disabilities or whatever they believe, different abilities in Sebastian's case. It's just absolutely sickening to me. I don't understand it, and I never, ever, ever, ever will. And I really I don't hope to understand it. Although if it would help us solve some of this nonsense, I think it would, be helpful. Well, guys, I have missed you all so, so, so very much. And I enjoyed being with you all tonight. I just had so much kind of bouncing around, and I wanted to get to so much, but we're going to continue on, and we are going to continue to cover cases that are important to us, like Crystal McCrory Jones. We are also going to keep with our dragon mama tendencies and papa tendencies. I feel bad for you guys, but I know a lot of my viewers are women, and so I try to keep it neutral. But we could be like the dragon tribe or something. I just don't want to keep a name that somebody so hateful decided. So Freebirds is wonderful, but I really do like us being, the dragon people. And so I think we could do that. Maybe dragon people. I don't know. Panda Bear's mom, I missed you too. Good to see you. So good to see you. I hope your little cute Panda Bear is doing great. Your doggy's so cute. Mally Cat, oh, I was so glad to be back. You guys, I was so ready. I just wanted to make sure I had everything right. And I had to listen, like I said, because I'm not familiar with lingo from other channels. It's kind of like, well, I am and I'm not, right? I mean, I'm familiar with like Bullhorn Betties. I'm familiar with Justin, right? When I go in there, I know KK is KK. I know Edgar is Edgar. I know a chicken party when I see one, right? But not always in someone that we're kind of going back over. And Poppy Love says in her Facebook page, she has a lady, I guess she follows reads cards, and I don't personally agree with this, so it's just cause concern for Janine Chrissy's information. Just my concern. But yeah, and Poppy, that's why I was like, I'm not gonna watch the psychic, and it's nothing, I don't disbelieve in it. I've actually, and I know a lot of us have seen cases where psychics have come in, or mediums, and they've done wonders, right? And they've given information. It's like, how do you know this, right? Maybe they're just ultra intuitive. Maybe they're just really familiar with the case. You never know. And maybe they're brainstorming and it works, right? Just like Red, White, and Bethune driving through Grand Teton National Forest, or even just the subculture of van lifers, right, on YouTube, coming together for a cause and checking their footage. Sometimes it just takes that little thing, right? But I just don't want to hear details about, and I do that over here at the channel too, just because theories are one thing, the details, I don't know. Someone said I'm too sensitive, and I know I probably am. But yeah, oh, Miss Machete, see, I've called the cops on my neighbors for mistreating their dogs. I adopted them eventually. And see, and that's the thing. It's like about see something, say something, right? You just never know when you were passing by at the right time, right? Or somebody that didn't think that they would ever be involved in something like that sees something they shouldn't have. It's a scary thought. Even that older movie with Susan Sarandon and Brad Renfro called The Client. I think that was Grisham. Yes, that was Grisham. And it's like, you know, this little boy sees this mobster guy, like this really, really bad, scary guy that's like, you know, connected to all of these really, really bad, scary people. Sees this man take his own life, right? And they know that he was in the vehicle because, you know, there was evidence left behind that he was in there. So he's kind of like trying to save himself and his family. His little brother saw it. He has major PTSD from it. It's a really great movie, but it just kind of goes to show that you could just be out there. You know, they were smoking a cigarette they shouldn't have been smoking, and they were out there, you know, and just so happened to witness something that they didn't expect to witness, right? And it's a movie, yeah, it's a book, but it's kind of something that could definitely happen. You know, we need a poll, Star. I don't know how to do a poll. Um, I gotta learn how to do a poll. It says post a comment, private chat, stream info settings. See, I don't think it's there. I'm gonna have to figure it out. Thank you, Star, for posting my email. Carla says check out telepathic tapes about nonverbal autistic children, many that can talk telepathic even to their children in other countries. Oh, wow. That's interesting, Carla. That's really interesting. And it's called telepathic tapes. Now, guys, I'm not saying I never watched like the intuitive children. I've watched them. Yes, I know. You know what I mean? I really have. It's just, I don't know that I could handle listening. And also, hey, Sharon, good to see you, Sharon. In my opinion, last interview, Katie slips up with the word. What would you say to Sebastian? In my opinion, yeah, absolutely. Or, you know, he would have been. And she's like, oh crap, you know, oh crap. In my opinion, and Vanna says there are people who have special intuitive powers. Our government have studied them for years, but there are also fakes out there that putting out stuff for clicks. See, and that's my biggest problem too, because I would hate to just give to something, you know, but I'm not knocking anybody's, you know, perspective. I really am not. Machete, you guys, what are you guys starting over here? Poppy Love says, I didn't think a lot of people would probably take her seriously character-wise. She's upset that she's being attacked by these people trying to her inheritance. They've allegedly taken her house. Oh no, Poppy. See, and I don't agree with that. And you know, there's no reason for that crud. There really isn't. You know, we are all entitled to our own opinions. We are not in, you know, communist anywhere. We are American, and we all have, I agree, Carla. We all have our opinions. We're all entitled to that. And, you know, if more people would get up here and, you know, do some more critical thinking for themselves and, you know, explain why they're on an opposite side of the fence, or maybe not, I think it would do the case a lot of good. And I think never trust a fart. And we can all have an accident. Never trust a fart. Is that the moral of today's story? Was that the poll? How many of you trust your farts? But you know, at the end of the day, if people were to be more accepting of each other's views, we might get a little bit further than we would if we just close our mind off and say, oh, everything that person says is wrong, you know, and I know everything. I don't think that's smart, and I don't think that that helps. I think that when you're able to sit back and observe and listen, it's a lot better than, you know, making fun and that sort of thing. Star, do we have, you know what? I don't even care. Since we're back tonight, I'm going to play this really quick that I made because I like it, and I'm all about House of Dragons, like that's my jam, Game of Thrones, all that. So we're going to do that because it's Sebastian's jam too. and well, probably not Game of Thrones. He's too young for that, but dragons. And then we'll play the party. Okay, guys, and then we'll play our party that we get when we hit 100 likes. I'm pretty sure we did. I really appreciate all of you guys' support, and just even people that were like, "Are you okay, lady?" Because I know I was like, "I know I'm gonna come out," and I just get so like entrenched, and then I'm like, maybe I'll make a video, and then I'm like, no, I need to show clips. So it's hard transitioning from videos to live, but thank you all for being so patient with me, and excited for getting a little hiatus there for some research. But here is the free, well, we'll just call ourselves the free dragons for tonight, but this will be the free lady bird party we usually do.
Weezer, there's someone I'd like you to meet. That looks like an autopsy.
Laughter through tears is my favorite emotion. I'm so mad I don't know what to do. I want to know why. Lord, I wish I could understand. I just want to hit something. I want to hit it hard.
Here, hit this. Go ahead, Malin. Slapper. Are you crazy? Hit her.
Are you high, Clary?
We'll sell T-shirts saying I slapped Weezer Boudreaux. Hit her. Weezer, this is your chance to do something for your fellow man. Knock her lights out, Malin.
Let go of me.
But you don't say that. Malin, you just missed a chance of a lifetime. Half a chickapin parish and give the eye teeth to take a whack of Weezer.
You are a pig from hell.
Weezer, I was just kidding. Come back. Oh.
Weezer, what brings you here? Shut up.
Not a very Christian thing to do. Oh, and now you gotta lighten up.
If you can't say anything nice about anybody, come sit by me.
It's like two pigs fighting under a blanket.
A girl is fair game until there's a ring on it. And I mean a wedding ring. An engagement ring just means she's ready for one more mistake. Okay, this is perfect. Watch this.
Sometimes I wish I was smooth like Zahid. Of all the people I know, he's the best at girls.
piece of ass. And that's how you do it. Now, I'm gonna go hide in the back because that guy said he's gonna kick my ass and he has a neck tattoo, so.
I am pleasant. Damn it! I just saw Drum eating in this morning at the Piggly Wiggly, and I smiled at the son of a bitch, for I could help myself.
Honey, time marches on, and eventually you realize it's marching across your face.
Okay, guys, so I was thinking I could probably do a poll on my community tab. I watched that where I could do something on my community tab. So I could definitely poll there. I just don't know how to poll in here. The old bird won't change. Carla. That's funny. That's funny. Mountain Mama says, loved horses. That's why I've never developed anything. My aunt tried to get me as she was a tarot reader, but as a Christian, I couldn't do it. Yeah, it's different, and I don't, I don't discount anybody trying. So I mean, I agree, Mountain Mama, though it is tough. Hey, Mickey Shell, good to see you. But it's something neat to listen and check out. Exactly, Poppy Love. Exactly. And that's the thing, and people that do it, with good intentions, I think is different than the bad. So, oh gosh, I do love that movie, Lori. It's one of my favorites too, and I just laugh whenever I see, and then that makes me laugh too because I know Star likes that part wherever they chop the armadillo's butt off, and so Drum really knows how to handle a lady, just like our friend in the video. So, well, guys, thank you so much for being here, and I will be back tomorrow night. I just wanted to make sure that I was getting good research out there, but I know we have a lot to kind of go over. I'd like to go over Bobby's interview, maybe just a few clips on there, and then also some things that you all would like to see too. But there was so much in that crime time buzz, that I kind of would like to take some of that stuff and revisit some of the cooperation that we heard from the neighbors in the past. Because a lot of this, like the Nissan, that was something that we've heard a lot about, right? The fact that people were watching camera footage. Bobby, the neighbor who was on a recorded call and she didn't know she was being recorded, stated that she saw CP or KP or someone carrying Sebastian out. Very, very interesting. And then also, I want to still go over some of those pictures as well, because I did not see our friend the analyst in here tonight, and so I would really like to go over what she would like to say about them too, because her enhancements were great, and I appreciate all the different all the hard work that everybody's doing for Sebastian. You know what I mean? It's just very important, and I think it's something that, if we all work together, we can come to a greater conclusion. But thank you all so much for being here, and I love you all so much. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you so much.